Women's Parliament of MIT World Peace University. It is indeed my privilege to first welcome on this fourth day some very enthusiastic student leaders who would like to express their opinion and voice their concern regarding certain issues. I am glad to welcome Aditi Satapathy and Muskan, who will be voicing their opinion on the theme Women and Spirituality. Over to you, Aditi.
Yeah. Good afternoon, one and all. This is Aditi Satpathy, studying in first year Bachelor's of Pharmacy. Now, spirituality, the definition of which has been bent and broken by people over the time according to their whims and fancies. But the concept of this word has been explained by great spiritual leaders, out of which many are women. They have given an ample amount of their time and life in inspiring others to become spiritual, to be connected to something bigger than yourself. Attach yourself not to an entity but to a power. They have educated other women to gain a purpose in their life, to not just exist as a wife, mother, or sister, but to become their own self, confidently be a better version of themselves. Now, being from pharmacy, I would also like to introduce the topic of wellness to you all. Nowadays, almost every third or fourth person is suffering from stress, anxiety, and depression. The main reason of which is you have a chaotic mind. Research have shown that a person can also have many chronic diseases, and due to this, inflammation in the body is caused due to the negative energy. Now, what should a person do to avoid all this? Yes, follow the path of spirituality, because spirituality is a concept which teaches people to do meditation and use the path of silence to gain peace in their mind. It aligns the chakras in your body and erases all the negative energy from your chaotic mind, and you become a peaceful person. So, along with emotional, spiritual, and physical well being, meditation, peace, silence, all these things together make a person spiritual and leads to excellence. An excellent person has a powerful mind and a calm mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Aditi, for your powerful expressions. And now I welcome Muskan to voice her opinion on women and spirituality. Over to you, Muskan.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody, respected panelists, and my dear listeners. I'm Muskan, and I'll be speaking on the topic Women and Spirituality Leading to Wellness and Excellence. Women, a source of life, spirituality, a source of meaning to that same life. Women who create lives, raise family, nurture and nourish everything and everyone around them. But somehow their true potential gets lost and they don't realize what they're actually capable of. Talking about spirituality, it is self power, self realization, the potential within the human body. It is spirituality that uplifts all the forms of human life. But can spirituality uplift women? Of course, they are forms of human life. But how? One can always begin with yoga and meditation. They are ancient technologies helping in the evolution of consciousness, which have now evolved into more digital approaches like meditation apps such as Headspace, a Hearts app, ThinkRight.me app. There are various YouTube channels which provide guided meditation led by spiritual leaders, gurus, yogis. They together make life more positive. But the question still remains as how can this be the source of upliftment for women? According to a research, people think that women in India are not safe physically, emotionally. The crime rates against them being so high and they're not treated as equals. However, if people are guided towards enlightenment spiritually, They may be able to understand the worth of human life and see them as equals. It may lead them towards more positive aspects of life, and then they know that there's so much more to life than letting fellow human beings down. Our peace curriculum in MIT WPU speaks about laws of spirituality, out of which I would like to quote law of true potentiality. How we achieve pure potentiality, which is our spiritual essence, and a feel of all possibilities and infinite potential. That is what we need to realize for ourselves. To conclude, I would like to say that any and all kinds of changes that one wants must come from within. To change what's outside, one must change from the inside. Small little steps. Women and spirituality moving in tandem have the power to cultivate the primary energy to revitalize and engineer the minds and souls of the body. In times of COVID, where we are confined to stay in our homes, it might be difficult to connect with oneself and go and follow the path of spirituality. But that's what leaders are for. Help is there. You just need to ask for it. I hope I'm able to spark an awareness of spirituality within you. And, we are all but stardust with souls, the earth being a pale blue dot in the universe. And don't you think we have a lot more meaning to our lives? So it's time to discover the power of spirituality. Don't let your existence go to waste. Awake and rise to wellness and excellence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Muskan. You did spark a light of awareness amongst all of us, and indeed, a very thought provoking speech. Thank you once again. I would now like to invite Rujul Valvekar for expressing his opinions on research and innovation. Rujul Valvekar. Rujul, I hope you're there. Oh, hello, Rujul.
Hi,
So
hello.
she'll be speaking on research and innovation. Over to you, Rujul.
Yes. Good afternoon to all the esteemed panelists and the attendees. My name is Ruzul Varvekar. I am currently in my final year of engineering computer science. Let's begin with a shlok. Namastestu Mahamaye Shri Pithe Surya Pujite Shankha Chakra Gada Haste Mahalakshmi Namostute. With this praise of Mahalakshmi, I would like to start my address on today's topic, women in research and development. Overall R&D is important to a firm to gain knowledge, develop, design and modify products as well as their vision. I want to talk about few of the many exceptional women that have contributed to the innovation and overall success in science. Tessie Thomas, who is known as the Missile Woman of India, is the Director General of Aeronautical Systems. She is the first woman scientist to head a missile project in India. She is also the recipient of multiple fellowships and honorary doctorates. Ritu Karidhal, as the mission director of Chandrayaan-2, was feted for the role in helming one of India's most important lunar missions. She received the ISRO Young Scientist Award from APJ Abdul Kalam, the then President of India. Gender bias is deeply rooted in our society. One example of this is the Turing Award, which is named after Alan Turing, who is considered by many to be the father of computer science. Since 1966, 70 computer scientists have won this award, and only 3 of them have been women. The first female recipient didn't win until 2006. It took 40 years for the committee to recognize a woman. Some hypothesize that the dearth of women Turing Award recipients reflects women's underrepresentation in the field. One of the major reasons for this anomaly, leading to gender gap in scientific research and development, is the break in career that many women have to face due to familial compulsions like marriage, childbirth. To overcome this bias, the Department of Science and Technology has launched DISHA, program for women, and made focused efforts to facilitate the re-entry of such women by offering them opportunities to pursue research and development, take up projects having distinct societal impact in order to make a fulfilling career in this domain. DISHA has benefited 500 women scientists in 2 years of its operations. I am very thankful to all the scientists that followed their passions through, I'm sure, the various roadblocks that they had and their tremendous contribution, which have enabled many women, such as me, to pursue a career of our choice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rujul. That was indeed very, very thought provoking and a very interesting speech, by the way, on the topic of research and innovation. Quite informative. Thank you so much for sharing with us this piece of information. I'm sure we'll all benefit with your ideas. And I wish all the student leaders all the very best for their future endeavors. Thank you so much for joining us on this occasion of the second National Women's Parliament. Thank you once again. Good afternoon once again to all present here. At the outset, let me wish you all a very happy Sankranti, happy Lohri, and happy Pongal. I, Dr. Pronima Bagchi, would like to heartily welcome all the dignitaries and delegates to the second National Women's Parliament organized by Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, and under the aegis of the School of Government of MIT World Peace University. Before beginning the session, I would like to request all of you to join us for the World Peace Prayer. It is indeed a unique prayer given by Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, the founder and chief patron of MIRS MIT Pune, president of MIT World Peace University. This prayer does not belong to any specific religion, caste, or community, but rather celebrates the power of divinity and bows before the eternity. I request my technical team to kindly play the World Peace Prayer.
प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवातुति गणेषु सकलार्थमतिप्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारि गोदी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a special moment that we all have gathered here for this second National Women's Parliament. And I now request you all to please turn on your cameras and wear a beautiful smile on your face so that we can capture this special moment that we are experiencing of empowering women for participatory democracy. It's time for a group photograph. I would request all the panelists to kindly turn on their cameras. If the student leaders could also do the same, it'll be really nice and good to have you all on the screen on this online dais. Yeah, thank you so much.
Done.
Thank you. Thank you so much indeed. So, we have witnessed indeed an overwhelming participation for the inaugural and the last 7 sessions that we have had in the last 3 days. On the fourth day of this event, we are now heading towards a session dedicated to research and innovation. The eighth session is on the theme I to We, kindling the spirit of research and innovation. Women are at par with men in terms of intelligence and must remind themselves to keep the curiosity alive and the power of questioning alive during their growing years and not let it get dampened due to societal and family responsibilities. The question that arises is what can women do to encourage innovation and through innovation bring about higher growth and shared prosperity? To understand this better, I request my technical team to kindly relay a video on the theme of this session. Over to my technical team.
There is a need to promote women in research and innovation. Although women are gaining ground but are still very far behind, we need to ask how women can contribute to social transformation in a fundamentally important way. What can women do to encourage innovation and through innovation bring about higher growth and shared prosperity? Thus, we need to encourage young women not only to pursue science and engineering degrees, but also to pursue scientific careers and careers as entrepreneurs. We need to encourage more women to be involved in scientific research as it is more likely to be breakthrough because the diversity will bring about greater creativity and fresh approaches to look at the same problem in a new way. Let's discuss this now.
Thank you so much. Dear delegates, it's my honor to welcome an eminent speaker, Ms. Rashmi Urdwarshe, the President of SAE India, former Director of the Automotive Research Association of India. I request my technical team to play a short film on Rashmi Udvarsheji. Over to my technical team.
Srimati Rashmi Urdhwareshe retired as Director, Automotive Research Association of India, Pune. ARAI is the prestigious autonomous R&D and homologation institute located in Pune. Srimati Urdhwareshe has a distinguished academic and professional career. Her 37 plus years of industrial experience and expertise includes a wide range of subjects in automotive domain like vehicular safety, air quality and exhaust measurements, standards, regulations, R&D and technology, green mobility, alternate fuels, quality systems and business excellence. Srimati Urdhwareshe serves as the chair, vice chair of various national and international bodies. She is currently president of SAE India and chairperson of Transport Engineering Division Council, Bureau of Indian Standards. Srimati Urdhwareshe is co-author of the book on Total Quality Management. She is a recipient of several other awards in the areas of women empowerment, corporate leadership, engineering excellence, e-mobility, business excellence, quality excellence, and many more. For her lifetime contributions towards development of automotive technology, she is recently honored with the Nari Shakti Puraskar 2019 at the hands of the Honorable President of India. Srimati Rashmi's other interests are instrumental music, writing technical articles, reading, and extensive traveling. We are honored to welcome Srimati Rashmi Urdhwareshe to the Second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
It's indeed our honor and pride to have you, madam. I would now kindly request you to address the gathering. Over to you, madam.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. My best wishes for a very, very happy Sankrant and Lohari and Bihu, and everywhere in India we celebrate today. So, with that, I would like to start my presentation. Um, can you
Ma'am, we have make you the co-host. Now we can share your screen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Um, just a moment. I would today like to talk to you about the technology and innovation in automotive domain. And my talk is not only restricted to the contribution of women, because this is a domain which we all know that it is male dominated. I would only highlight today what are the areas in which women can truly make a difference in this very, very significant sector of the industry. In my view, the major trends that have influenced technology and innovation are global trade and harmonized regulations. Automotive is a global trade, and whatever is good for a life that is saved, or the emission that is generated in anywhere in the world is good for the rest of the people as well. But however, there are individual requirements of every country, and that's where it actually leads to innovation which are specific to the country. Environmental concerns are common. The earth is all connected. We all belong to the Mother Earth. So the contributions towards improvement of environment have actually no bounds. They are boundaryless. Green mobility, again the same thing. Uh, what is being talked about today concerns the global citizenship, road safety, consumer preferences. These are all, the global trends that have an influence on technology and innovation. They touch our lives. They truly govern the way we work, the way we prioritize our research programs in the colleges, universities, in research institutes, as well as everywhere else. And there are, of course, disruptions. Example is the COVID pandemic. So my presentation will cover some of these. Um, Here is a slide which talks to you about highlights of the Indian auto sector. Very, very significant sector, very high contribution in the manufacturing. So 50% of the manufacturing GDP actually comes from the automotive. Uh, the numbers are also quite staggering. If you look at Indian scenario, we are the second largest. We are the largest two-wheeler and three-wheeler manufacturers, largest tractor manufacturers, second largest bus manufacturer, and so on and so forth. Um, on the other side, we also are the biggest market of two-wheelers, three-wheelers, passenger cars. There's a headroom for all different growths of automotive sectors. And that's where actually the technology headroom also appears. This is a very, very fertile ground in which all the science and technology applications matter a lot. How do we really do it? Uh, it is often said that if the vehicle is globally designed, the technology and innovation are good enough for the global citizens or global consumers. Is it so? In my view, yes and no. Of course, these vehicles are required to meet the local requirements. What are those? India is a very sensitive market, cost sensitive. Fuel economy is the biggest sensitivity for consumers. They always demand fuel economy. So usually the regulations which are driven globally include fuel economy. Whereas in India, we are not required to regulate fuel economy. It's the consumer which demands it. So there are differences. Emission and safety are in India not consumer driven. Hence, government regulates. Then There are peculiarities in the Indian context. We have different driving patterns, complex duty cycles. We tend to overload the vehicles and so on and so forth. Our environmental conditions are different. Um, our long and sustained or abusive utilization or use of vehicles is another significant change. Fuel adulteration, lack of standardized road infrastructure, so many other things. So the point here is the global product, if it were to be successful or if it were to be relevant to the Indian context, has to be innovated, has to be, technology adaptation has to be very strongly done. Um, I would then like to touch upon the environmental concerns. Environments, there are integrated approaches that Government of India, or for that matter, any government follows, and that consists of multiple dimensions to looking at the uh, cleaning up of air or the atmosphere. So the policies and interventions related to this are also to be supported by the road and public infrastructure. You can imagine a bus or a vehicle which is traveling on Indian roads with a lot of bumps, lot of speed breakers, flyovers in between. All these infrastructural changes also have an impact on the emission performance of vehicles. So, fuel and energy management is a big concern. Regulations and standards, of course, is a very strong viewpoint that every country has to follow. Vehicular technology solutions, anywhere any regulation is mandated, it never mandates a technology. They are technology agnostic. So there's a freedom for the developers, for innovators to come up with solutions that will meet the requirements. And then, of course, control of in-use vehicles. Here is a chart on the screen which indicates how progressively the emission regulations have, tightened the requirements of ambient air quality. In spite of that, we have a deterioration happening. Why is it so? So the innovators are therefore invited to look into the depth of why this happens. In spite of tighter emission norms, because of several other reasons that the emission or the ambient air is still deteriorating. Here is on the screen a typical, progress of electric mobility. Electric mobility is a much more talked about subject, and I would have liked to talk about it also in depth. However, I would just like to touch upon it. There are steps by which diesel engines, or for that matter, petrol engines also, can be improved for fuel economy. There is a limit on that. So, for every electrification concept through hybridization of engines, we get a benefit in terms of fuel saving. However, along with it comes a cost attached with it. There are infrastructural requirements that come with it. So, this opens up a complete platform for innovation and technology introduction so that we get best out of the conventional fuels as well as we slowly then migrate towards the green mobility, which is a big national requirement. On the green mobility side, the platform is also quite interesting. On the left, you will see what our options do we have for the mobility sector, or for that matter, any energy sector. So there is oil, natural gas, coal, biomass, energy, nuclear energy, hydro, etc. All of this have their own hurdles that you can see, which are represented through the bricks or the layers of bricks there. Oil, natural gas, and other things are very well established IC engine options. Whereas the other options like hydro, solar, geothermal energy, etc., when they have to be utilized properly, there are a lot of activities and the innovation platforms to work upon. so that the benefit of electrification for the powertrain happens to at a much faster rate. Why I'm saying this is if we look at the progress of IC engines, obviously there are innovations which are based on improvement of IC engine transmission. Then, as I mentioned earlier, small hybridization, moving towards battery electrification, and then hydrogen. That's a clear path. In all of this, we need to focus on what actually goes into the wheels. We are interested in the mechanical energy there. How do we get the electrical energy there? We know that Tesla is all set in to come into India, and it's a very kind of significant step. So, but does it mean that the ICE engines and other, well-established technologies will die off? I don't think so. We have lots of innovations awaited there. While of course there are advantages at this moment to electrification platform, there are limitations as well. We still haven't reached the infrastructural growth which is required for widespread electrification throughout the country. A complete spectrum of innovation starting from material development, battery technologies, alternate hybrid powertrains, or power electronics is the deep kind of sector in which I would encourage all the innovators to work upon. And then only perhaps we can sustain EV for a larger benefit for the country. If you look at the electric energy production in the country, it's a mix, and therefore, unless we migrate towards green energy production, we won't be able to get the best advantage of thermal. Coming to the road safety, I would quickly go through road safety approaches also. There are four approaches: engineering, enforcement, emergency response, and education. All of these go integrated, and information and data exchange between these four pillars is what makes it more interesting. However, the trend and innovation which is currently happening is migrating from the current passive safety to more active safety. And on the screen, you can see passive safety, meaning the systems that come into picture when there is a crash happening, to more active safety, that is preventing the crash to happen. And that's where actually the deep penetration of electronics control system is happening. So leading role of active safety is, in my view, the biggest technological challenge that is ahead of us, which will prevent the driver to make a mistake. Drivers are human and they are expected to make mistakes. It's the technology which has to take control. So use of smart structures, smart materials is another big challenge for technologists. Consumer preferences are changing. Mobility is seen as a service. Consumer demands a value-added service. Transport is seen as a, rather than transportation, mobility is a requirement. Ownership versus leasing, and luxury versus efficiency. Acquisition cost versus operating costs. These are the basic new trends which have given rise to connected, autonomous, shared, and electric vehicles.
Excuse me, madam.
Yes.
Really sorry to interrupt you, but I would humbly request you if you could finish it in
Yes.
a minute. If
Yeah,
you could kindly conclude. Thank you so much.
This is the last slide. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So business transformations are happening. So multimodal integrated transportation is coming up. New business models are coming. For example, battery swapping and things like that. Secured payment and vehicle to driver interaction. And, these are the new changes. Data, information, and knowledge are going hand in hand with the technological breakthrough that is happening in these areas. So vehicular safety also is gradually increasing with the advantage of these technologies. And the significant changes and transformations which we saw during the pandemic is the mass movement has struggled through. However, the goods movement has increased. We have also seen the movement through drones. So these are the new technologies that are happening, and keeping four structures in mind: safety, sustainability, efficiency, and environment. The new challenges are on the screen: cybersecurity, data ownership, dependency on standardized infrastructure, and product liability. So thank you all for patient listening, and wish you good luck.
Thank you so much, Rashmi ji. It was indeed a very informative and a powerful presentation.
Thank
So,
you.
thank you so much. Due to paucity of time, we are now proceeding to the next speaker. Dear delegates, it is my honor to welcome Srimati Swati Singh, the Honorable Minister of State with an independent charge of women's welfare, child development and nutrition from Government of Uttar Pradesh. I request my technical team to play a short film on Srimati Swati Singh ji.
Srimati Swati Singh is currently serving as the Minister of State, Independent Charge for Women's Welfare and Child Development, and Minister of State for Nutrition in the Government of Uttar Pradesh. She completed her MMS from University of Allahabad in 2001 and did her LLM in 2007 from the University of Lucknow. She joined politics in 2016 and was active in the education sector before joining politics. In 2017, she was elected as a member of the Legislative Assembly of Uttar Pradesh from Sarojini Nagar, Lucknow, and became a Minister of State in the cabinet of Chief Minister Shri Yogi Adityanath. She also served as President of Uttar Pradesh BJP Mahila Morcha from 2016 to 2018. We are honoured to welcome Srimati Swati Singh to the Second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
It's indeed our honor and privilege to have you here, madam. Thank you so much for joining us. I would kindly request you to address the gathering. Over to you, madam.
थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और सर्वप्रथम तो मैं द्वितीय राष्ट्रीय महिला संसद में आमंत्रित सभी अतिथियों को और यहाँ पर उपस्थित मेरी सभी महिला साथियों को मैं उनका अभिवादन करती हूँ। और बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर जो चर्चा का जो विषय रखा गया है, रिसर्च एंड इनोवेशन, I2V, किंडलिंग द स्पिरिट ऑफ रिसर्च एंड इनोवेशन, ये बहुत ही अच्छा विषय है। और साथ ही साथ जो यहाँ पर आयोजक गण उपस्थित हैं, श्री राहुल वी कराड़ जी, फाउंडर नेशनल विमेन पार्लियामेंट, प्रोफेसर विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी, डॉक्टर NT राव जी, श्रीमती ऋतु छाबरिया जी, प्रोफेसर हरिदास जी, आप सबको मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करती हूँ कि इस कोविड काल में भी इस तरह की महामारी चल रही है पूरे विश्व में, और आपने ये राष्ट्रीय महिला संसद का जो एक कंटिन्यूएशन रखा है, एक निरंतरता जो बनाए रखे हैं, उसके लिए आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि हम लोग आज ऑनलाइन भी जुड़कर इन विषयों पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं। जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि आज का विषय है अनुसंधान और नवाचार की मूल भावना, मैं से हम की ओर। साथियों, आज हम औद्योगिक क्रांति के युग में जी रहे हैं। हम आदि मानव के गुफाओं से निकलकर हमारे पैर, हमारे कदम चांद तक पहुंच गए हैं और बहुत जल्द हम मंगल ग्रह के लाल भूमि पर भी पहुंच जाएंगे। लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है, ऐसा महसूस होता है कि कहीं ना कहीं फिर भी हम बहुत पीछे छूट गए हैं। मैं यहाँ पर बात आधी आबादी की कर रही हूँ कि आज भी आधी आबादी अपने प्रतिनिधित्व के लिए, जो आज के समय में जो परिस्थितियां हैं, जो परिवेश है, उसमें हम अपने प्रतिनिधित्व के लिए आज भी हम लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। कहीं ना कहीं उसकी लड़ाई में अपने आप को स्थापित करने की लड़ाई हम लड़ रहे हैं। और ये इसलिए ऐसा हम देखते हैं अपने समाज में, अपने आसपास, ये इन चीजों को हम इसलिए देख रहे हैं क्योंकि आज भी हम जेंडर इनइक्वालिटी को रोज शायद हर कदम पर हम ऐसी चीजों को देख रहे हैं। आज जो विषय है यहाँ पर रिसर्च और इनोवेशन का, मैं यहाँ पर मैं एक बात और, जितने भी आयोजक गण हैं उनसे मैं ये चीज जरूर कहना चाहूंगी कि यहाँ पर सारी महिलाएं हैं। ज्यादातर मैंने जो देखा है, जो आपने मुझे पूरा डायस प्लान दिया था, उसमें बहुत सारे साइंटिस्ट हैं, बहुत सारे डायरेक्टर भी हैं यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं। लेकिन साथ ही साथ हमें ये भी समझना चाहिए कि अगर हम भारतीय महिला की बात कर रहे हैं और वहां पर अगर हम इनोवेशन और रिसर्च की बात कर रहे हैं तो भारतीय महिला घर के अंदर किचन में भी बहुत रिसर्चेस करती हैं और बहुत इनोवेशंस करती हैं। और यहाँ इस मंच पर, इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर जितनी मेरी महिला साथी यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, मैं ये भी जानती हूँ कि हर एक महिला, हर एक साथी मेरे यहाँ जो बैठे हैं वो घर पे कुछ ना कुछ अपने इनोवेशन करते हैं, चाहे बच्चों के लिए चाहे अपने परिवार के लिए, लेकिन हम रोजाना इनोवेशन करते हैं। और मैं इस बात को बहुत पीछे नहीं जाऊंगी, मैं कोविड काल की तरफ आपको ले जाना चाहूंगी। वहां पर थोड़ा पहले चले जाइए, 6 महीने 8 महीने पहले चले जाइए। आपने देखा होगा कि हम कहीं ना कहीं पूरी तरीके से रेस्टोरेंट पर डिपेंडेंट थे, पिज्जा खाने के लिए, पास्ता खाने के लिए, बताशे खाने के लिए। लेकिन अगर इसको घर में किसी ने करके दिखाया तो वो एक भारतीय नारी ही है जिसने करके दिखाया। हमारे अंदर बहुत क्षमता है, बहुत ज्यादा क्षमता है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं जब हम पेट्रियार्कल सोसाइटी में रह रहे हैं, पुरुष सत्तात्मक समाज में हम रह रहे हैं, तो वहां हमें रोज घर के अंदर भी और घर के बाहर भी हमें ऐसी जो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का हमको सामना करना पड़ता है। और जब हम जेंडर इनइक्वालिटी की बात करते हैं, जब हम समाज में अपने आप को स्थापित करने की बात करते हैं और अपने अधिकारों की बात करते हैं, महिलाओं के अधिकारों की बात करते हैं, जब इन विषयों पर चर्चा होती है तो कहीं ना कहीं हम ऐसी ओर चले जाते हैं जहां पर हम अंडर प्रिविलेज्ड महिलाओं की बात करने लगते हैं। लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि हम सबको कहीं ना कहीं समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता है। यहाँ पर जितनी डायरेक्टर्स बैठी हैं, जितनी साइंटिस्ट बैठी हुई हैं, अगर आप उनसे पूछेंगे तो उन्हें भी अपने कार्य क्षेत्र में कभी ना कभी जरूर समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ा होगा, और पुरुषों के कारण करना पड़ा होगा, ये भी मैं जानती हूँ। क्योंकि मैं आए दिन इन चीजों को देखती हूँ, मैं आए दिन अपने आप ही, अपने साथ ही नहीं, मैं देखती हूँ कि अड़ोस पड़ोस में जब मैं ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म मुझे मिला है, मैं ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म पर काम कर रही हूँ।
Madam, please go ahead.
I won't be able to see you, so that is why. Yeah.
शायद आपका बीच में कॉल आ गया इसलिए वो कट हुआ होगा। I think ना अभी ठीक हुआ होगा शायद।
Thank you.
फोन पे बीच में कॉल आया होगा इसलिए हुआ। It's okay.
तो ये आए दिन मुझे ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म मिला है, ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म पे मैं काम कर रही हूँ कि इन विषयों को, इन चीजों को मैं आए दिन देखती हूँ कि हम जब चर्चा करते हैं तो अंडर प्रिविलेज्ड महिलाओं की ही चर्चा करते हैं। आज इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे हम सभी बैठे हैं, मैं एक सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ कि जो भी वेल एजुकेटेड महिलाएं हैं, जो वेल एस्टेब्लिश्ड महिलाएं हैं और फाइनेंशियली साउंड हैं, आर्थिक दृष्टि से मजबूत हैं, क्या आप अपने घर में, या मैं अपने आप से भी पूछती हूँ कि क्या मैं अपने घर में कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट का डिसीजन ले सकती हूँ? अगर आपके पति और आप दोनों को अगर मैं सामने रखूं, दोनों बराबर, दोनों की सैलरी बराबर है या दोनों की इनकम बराबर है, लेकिन कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट का डिसीजन कौन लेगा? आप सब ये महसूस कर रहे होंगे, बोलना नहीं बोलना अलग बात है। यहाँ पर रिसर्च करने की जरूरत है और यहाँ पर इनोवेशन करने की जरूरत है, इस बदलाव को लाने की जरूरत है, समाज को बदलने की जरूरत है। क्योंकि नारी नारे का नहीं, निष्ठा का विषय है। नारी में निष्ठा होना चाहिए। और जब इस बात को मैं कहती हूं कि हमें इन समस्याओं को देखना चाहिए, सिर्फ रूरल स्तर पर ही नहीं, अर्बन स्तर पर भी देखना चाहिए कि बहुत सारी समस्याओं को हम फेस करते हैं। मैं आपको एक बात बताना चाहूंगी। हमारी स्वर्गीय सुषमा स्वराज जी ने 8 मार्च 2018 को उन्होंने संसद में एक स्पीच दिया था, जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस के दिन उन्होंने दिया था। उन्होंने एक लाइन बोली थी जो बार बार मुझे वो कहीं ना कहीं बार बार वो बातें उनकी याद आती हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि जब मैं आज संसद के अंदर आ रही थी तो मुझे कॉमरेड गुरदास दासगुप्ता जी ने मुझे कहा कि सुषमा जी लेट मी ग्रीट यू टुडे। तो उन्होंने कहा, सुषमा जी ने कहा कि 364 days you beat us and 365th day, 365th day you greet us. तो उन्होंने कहा you are right, I agree. और उन्होंने इस बात को कहा कि हम चर्चाएं तो करते हैं, मुद्दों पर चर्चाएं करते हैं, महिलाओं से जुड़े हुए मुद्दों पर हम बार बार चर्चा करते हैं और चर्चा करके उन मुद्दों को हम भूल जाते हैं। क्यों नहीं हम किसी एक मुद्दे पर लेकर उस विषय पर चर्चा करते हैं और एक साल हम उस विषय पर काम करते हैं और उसके बाद उसकी समीक्षा क्यों नहीं करते हैं कि क्या बदलाव आया है हमारे समाज में, उसकी सोच में क्या बदलाव आया है। लेकिन हमारे अंदर ये परिवेश आ गया है, अपने आप ये चीजें होती हैं। मैं कुछ चीजों की तरफ आपका ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगी कि अगर हमारे घर में अगर एक बेटा होता है, अच्छे घर में जहां कोई डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं है, अगर एक बेटा होता है तो हम भी पढ़े लिखे हैं, जो पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं वो भी ब्लू कलर के कपड़े ले आते हैं, और अगर बेटी होती है तो हम पिंक कलर के कपड़े ले आते हैं। हम जब खेलने का कोई खिलौना, उसका बर्थडे होता है तो हम उसके, अगर बेटी है तो उसके लिए डॉल लेकर जाएंगे और लड़का है तो उसके लिए बैट बॉल ले जाएंगे, उसके लिए गन ले जाएंगे। ये डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हम अनइंटेंशनली करने लगते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं मेरा ये मानना है कि हमें वहां पर रिसर्च करना चाहिए, हमें वहां पर इनोवेशंस करना चाहिए। और इनोवेशन क्या होगा? हमें अपने समाज की सोच को बदलना होगा, और ये समाज में सोच तब बदलेगी जब हम सब मिलकर, क्योंकि अभी रश्मि जी को मैं सुन रही थी, जो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के ऊपर आप बोल रहे थे, रोड सेफ्टी पर आप बोल रहे थे, मैं आपको सुन रही थी। लेकिन सिर्फ एक रश्मि जी क्यों है वहां पर? सिर्फ एक स्वाति सिंह क्यों है? मैं इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे जितनी भी मेरे साथी यहाँ पर उपस्थित है, मैं पूछती हूँ कि सिर्फ एक ही प्रतिनिधित्व क्यों नहीं है? और आज हम उस देश में जी रहे हैं जिस देश के प्रधानमंत्री अपने जीत का श्रेय इस देश की आधी आबादी को देते हैं। और हम आज भी महिला सशक्तिकरण की जब बात करते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं हम सरकारी योजनाओं पर डिपेंडेंट हो जाते हैं कि हमें तो भाई सरकार हमारे लिए क्या कर रही है, वो हमारे लिए क्या योजनाएं ले आ रही है। मैं इस बात को भी कहती हूँ कि 3S है, 3S है। पहला संविधान है जो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं करता है किसी महिला या पुरुष में। दूसरी सरकार है जो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं करती है, बल्कि हमें ज्यादा प्रिविलेज्ड, हम अपने आप को प्रिविलेज्ड मानते हैं कि सरकार महिलाओं को सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से, उनको आगे बढ़ाने की दृष्टि से काम करती है। मैं आज अगर योजनाओं की बात करूं, उज्ज्वला योजना क्या है? आज मैं अगर योजनाओं की बात करूं तो बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ क्या है? उत्तर प्रदेश में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी कन्या सुमंगला योजना की शुरुआत उन्होंने की ताकि किसी भी बेटी को उसकी भ्रूण में उसकी हत्या ना की जाए। आपने महिला सशक्तिकरण के कार्यक्रम देखे होंगे, वहां पर जो वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के जितने भी कार्यक्रम होते हैं, जितने भी प्रोग्राम्स होते हैं, उसमें महिलाएं होती हैं। पर मैं बार बार कहती हूँ महिलाएं नहीं चाहिए, महिलाएं चाहिए अपने घर के पुरुषों के साथ, क्योंकि हमारा माइंडसेट है कि हमें बदलाव लाना है। लेकिन किसकी वजह से बदलाव नहीं हो पा रहा है? ये बदलाव नहीं हो पा रहा है जो दूसरी आधी आबादी है, मैं पुरुष वर्ग की बात कर रही हूँ, उनकी वजह से बदलाव नहीं हो पा रहा है। आप कभी इमेजिन करिएगा, और यहाँ पर बहुत साइंटिस्ट भी उपस्थित हैं, रिसर्चर्स भी हैं, मैं उनसे एक बात कहूंगी कि आप एक बार इस पे रिसर्च करिएगा। जब मैं छोटी थी तो मुझे ध्यान है कि मेरी माँ सिर्फ घर में ही काम करती थी, घर के काम देखती थी, हम लोगों को बोल देती थी पढ़ लो, घर का खाना बनाना और वो सारी चीजें देखती थी। बाहर का काम, पापा ऑफिस का भी काम करते थे और बाहर का भी काम करते थे। लेकिन समय धीरे धीरे इतना बदल गया कि जब मैं शादी की उम्र में आई, या जब मेरे साथ की जो लड़कियां थी, जब उनकी शादी हुई, तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारे कंधों पर ये भार बढ़ गया। हम घर का भी काम देख रहे थे, नौकरी भी कर रहे थे, बच्चों को पढ़ा भी रहे थे, बच्चों को स्कूल ले आना, ले जाना, पीटीएम अटेंड करना, सब्जी भी लाना, राशन भी लाना। तो क्या इस पर रिसर्च होना चाहिए कि क्या आज की महिलाएं और भी ज्यादा सशक्त हो गई हैं? क्या आज की महिलाओं में और भी ज्यादा क्षमता हो गई है कि वो इतनी ज्यादा काम कर सकती हैं? इन विषयों पर भी हमें रिसर्च करना चाहिए, इन विषयों पर भी हमें चर्चा करनी चाहिए। और मैं आपसे आग्रह करती हूँ कि इसको आप रिस्ट्रिक्ट मत करिए। इनोवेशन है तो ये हमारे अंदर ही, हम ही इनोवेशन कर सकते हैं, किचन के अंदर भी और घर के बाहर भी, वो हमारी ही क्षमता है। मैं आपको एक बात और बताना चाहूंगी, क्योंकि जब महिला सशक्तिकरण की बात हो रही है, पूर्व में जो ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी कहा जाता था, ऑक्सफोर्ड विश्वविद्यालय कहा जाता था, इलाहाबाद विश्वविद्यालय, भारत में ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी का दर्जा उसको मिला था, इलाहाबाद विश्वविद्यालय को। एक बार हमारे तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री श्री चंद्रशेखर जी का वहां जाना हुआ, और वहां पर जो स्टूडेंट्स थे, वहां पर विश्वविद्यालय का एक डेलीगेशन पूरा उनसे मिलने गया, और उन लोगों ने चर्चा की कि यूनिवर्सिटी का जो स्तर है, जो पढ़ाई का स्तर है, जो अध्ययन और अध्यापन का जो स्तर है, वहाँ के जो मानदंड है, वो कहीं ना कहीं उसमें बहुत गिरावट आई है। तो चंद्रशेखर जी ने पूरे डेलीगेशन को देखा और उन्होंने कहा कि आपके डेलीगेशन में महिलाओं, आधी आबादी का प्रतिनिधित्व बिल्कुल ना के बराबर है, और जिस दिन आप उनका प्रतिनिधित्व इस डेलीगेशन में कर देंगे, अपने आप आपके विश्वविद्यालय में हर स्तर पर उस स्तर को आप बढ़ा देंगे। तो आप सोचिए, इस देश में लोगों की सोच ऐसी है कि वो हमारे प्रतिनिधित्व को बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन कितने % लोगों का है? और इसकी शुरुआत हमें अपने घर से करनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि हम अपने बच्चों में भी कहीं ना कहीं एक जब तक हम वो परिवेश नहीं लाएंगे कि बेटा हो या बेटी, दोनों में एक ही स्तर की शिक्षा होनी चाहिए। और अगर आपकी बेटी, हो सकता है कि साइंस में कमजोर हो, मैथ्स में कमजोर हो, उसको प्रेशराइज मत करिए। हो सकता है वो संगीत के क्षेत्र में कुछ रिसर्च कर ले, कुछ इनोवेशन कर ले। हो सकता है अगर होम साइंस की स्टूडेंट है तो किचन में कुछ ऐसा इनोवेशन कर ले कि पूरे विश्व में प्रसिद्ध हो जाए। हो सकता है ह्यूमैनिटीज की हो तो वहां पर कोई ऐसा रिसर्च करे, कोई ऐसा इनोवेशन करे जो पूरे विश्व में प्रसिद्ध हो। हमारा आत्मविश्वास बड़ा होना चाहिए, मेरा ये मानना है। और हमें जो हमारी सामाजिक संरचना है, हमारे समाज में क्या कहा जाता है कि हम तो मातृशक्ति की पूजा करते हैं, कभी दुर्गा के रूप में, कभी लक्ष्मी के रूप में, कभी सरस्वती के रूप में। लेकिन मैं बार बार इस बात को कहती हूँ, पूजा मत करो, हमें हमारा अधिकार दे दो। हमें सिर्फ बराबरी का अधिकार दे दो, हमें आगे नहीं जाना है, तुम्हारे बराबर में चलना है। और मैं आप सबसे मैं रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ, मुझे इस बात का बहुत कष्ट हो रहा है कि मैं आज सबसे ऑनलाइन मिल रही हूँ, ऑफलाइन मिलना मैं चाहती हूँ कि कभी भविष्य में मैं सबसे ऑफलाइन मिलूं, सबसे मैं बैठकर बात करूं, क्योंकि बदलाव हम ही लाएंगे। बदलाव हमें ही लाना पड़ेगा, कोई और नहीं करेगा। और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि आप सब मेरी बात को सुन रहे हैं, लेकिन जिन रिसर्चेज और जिन इनोवेशंस की बात मैंने की है आप लोगों से, मेरा आग्रह है कि आप जरूर इस पर रिसर्च करिए कि क्या बदलाव आया है महिलाओं पे। क्यों पहले की महिलाएं घर के अंदर काम करती थी और सिर्फ वहीं तक संकुचित थी, आज बाहर भी निकल के काम कर रही हैं, घर की पूरी जिम्मेदारी ले ली है, लेकिन फिर भी अगर देखा जाए तो कहीं ना कहीं उसी पिछड़े वर्ग में है, वहीं पर बैठी हुई है जहां आज से 50 साल पहले की महिलाएं बैठी थी। उसमें क्यों नहीं बदलाव आ रहा है? उसको बदलने की जरूरत है। अभी मैं रिसर्च और इनोवेशन की बात कर रही थी तो मैंने कहा गोबर के कंडे आप सभी लोग जानते होंगे
जी।
तो वो भी एक इनोवेशन था उस टाइम। पहले तो शायद लकड़ियों से ही हम काम चलाते थे, लेकिन फिर गोबर के कंडे आ गए। और वो जब जैसे जैसे आप मूव करेंगे, आप एक स्टेट से दूसरे स्टेट या एक ही स्टेट में एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट से दूसरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट, तो आप देखेंगे कि उसका शेप भी बदल गया, उसका डिजाइन भी बदल गया। फिर उसके उन्होंने कंडे बनाए, उसके बाद उसको जो कैसे उसको कंजर्व करके रखना है ज्यादा टाइम के लिए, वो भी उनको पूरा पता है कि हम कैसे कंजर्व करके रखेंगे। आज हमारे पास साइलोज हैं, आज हमारे पास कोल्ड स्टोरेजेस हैं, लेकिन कभी आप गांव में जाकर देखिएगा कि कैसे वो धान और गेहूं को कैसे संरक्षित करते हैं, कैसे कंजर्व करके रखते हैं। और आज जितने रिसर्चर्स हैं, क्योंकि मेरे पास पहले मंडी विभाग भी रहा है तो मुझे थोड़ा सा कृषि का भी ज्ञान है कि कैसे कैसे हमको, मैंने देखा है कि ऐसे ऐसे इनोवेशंस हैं कि छोटे छोटे आप गाँव में छोटे से टेंट में भी आप चीजों को प्रिजर्व करके रख सकते हैं। कोल्ड स्टोरेज की तरह आप 10 बाई 10 का भी कोल्ड स्टोरेज बना सकते हैं। ये टेक्निकल नॉलेज तो नहीं है यहाँ पर, जितने साइंटिस्ट बैठे होंगे, जितने रिसर्चर्स बैठे हैं, इनोवेटर्स बैठे हैं, आई एम नॉट ए इनोवेटर, जितने इनोवेटर्स बैठे हैं उन्हें पता होगा कि कैसे 10 बाई 10 में भी आप कोल्ड स्टोरेज बना दे रहे हैं और कैसे गांव के स्तर पर उन चीजों को आप इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं। एक बात और अंत में मैं एक बात और कहना चाहूंगी कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी स्वयं सहायता समूह की बहुत बात करते हैं, बहुत चर्चा करते हैं, और कहीं ना कहीं उसके माध्यम से महिला सशक्तिकरण भी बहुत हुआ है। कभी आप गाँव में जाकर देखिएगा, गाँव में हर गाँव में लगभग स्वयं सहायता समूह की महिलाएं हैं। क्या हम कुछ ऐसे छोटे छोटे इनोवेशंस उनके स्तर पर कर सकते हैं, या हम इनोवेशंस करके ऐसे रिसर्च करके कुछ ऐसी चीजें बना सकते हैं जो उनको आर्थिक दृष्टि से मजबूत करने के लिए जरूरी हो? अगर ऐसा हम कुछ करेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि जिस महिला सशक्तिकरण की हम बात कर रहे हैं वो जरूर धरातल पर उतर कर आएगा। और जिस रिसर्च, और उनके साथ भी आप बैठेंगे तो बहुत सारे रिसर्चेस, छोटे छोटे रिसर्चेस किए हैं जिनको कहीं ना कहीं हम इग्नोर करते जा रहे हैं, उन चीजों को भी आप देखेंगे। क्योंकि समय नहीं है, वरना मैं वो छोटे छोटे इनोवेशंस में मैं आपको बताती। भविष्य में कभी मैं आपसे मिलूंगी तो जरूर इन विषयों पर चर्चा करूंगी। और अंत में मैं अपने लखनऊ शहर के हमारे एक अजीम शायर मजाज लखनवी हैं, उनकी 2 पंक्तियों को मैं जरूर बोलूंगी। तेरे माथे पे ये आंचल तो बहुत ही खूब है, तेरे माथे पे ये आंचल तो बहुत ही खूब है, लेकिन तू इस आंचल से एक परचम बना लेती तो अच्छा था, लेकिन तू इस आंचल से एक परचम बना लेती तो अच्छा था। अब हमें इसी ओर काम करना है कि यह आंचल सिर्फ आंचल ही नहीं रहेगा, हम हर जगह झंडा फहराएंगे, हर क्षेत्र में झंडा फहराएंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी को, और बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं, क्योंकि आज उत्तर प्रदेश में खिचड़ी का त्योहार है, मकर संक्रांति का त्योहार है। तो मैं आप सभी लोगों को आज खिचड़ी और मकर संक्रांति की बधाई देती हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच मैडम स्वाति। मैं डॉक्टर शैलश्री हरिदास स्कूल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट के डायरेक्टर हूँ और ये नेशनल वुमेन पार्लियामेंट के नेशनल कोऑर्डिनेटर पद पे हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच, आपने हमारे लिए टाइम लिया है। सो whenever this pandemic is over, आप हमारे कैंपस में आइए। we have the school of government, आपको पता है। In case if you can guide the students of school of government further on this, we will be actually grateful to you.
I want to meet you all, and the thing is, so many things which actually I'm thinking on that.
Sure.
I'm having so many vision.
Sure.
And I want you all to come and contribute in that things, so that Absolutely. We will be able to upgrade our society. Our society means I'm talking about the women only.
Absolutely. आपने ये जो चीजें जो बताया, समाज की सोच बदलने का जो इनोवेशन हमें करना है, so this behavioral aspects का जो चेंज, उसमें जो बदलाव हमें लेना है, I'll be adding this in the conference proceedings definitely, and I'll get back to you personally on these issues. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Madam Rashmi. I would like to thank you also, the way you spoke. I wish the people like you be the mentors of our students and the young students, young girls, those are attending the conference.
Most certainly, madam. I would be very happy to extend my support. किसी भी तरह का कोई भी अगर उनको help चाहिए या leadership में या career planning में, I will be open.
Absolutely, I'm so nice of you. I'll personally connect further, on this particular issue is considered. Thank you so much for both of you for taking the time out and joining this platform. Thank you. Namaskar. Thank you.
स्वाति जी, मैं सच में आपका आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ, और आपके शक्तिशाली भाषण ने हमें वास्तव में प्रेरित किया है। हम बड़े भाग्यशाली है कि आप सारे ग्रेट लीडर्स हमारे इस नेशनल वुमेन पार्लियामेंट में पधारे हैं। और अब मैं इंट्रोड्यूस करना चाहती हूँ कि हमारे साथ बहुत ही एमिनेंट स्पीकर डॉक्टर टेसी थॉमस जी है, और एक एमिनेंट स्पीकर देवी वैभवशाली जी भी है। और हम अभी टेसी जी के साथ शुरुआत करेंगे और उसके बाद देवी वैभवशाली जी की भी प्रेरणादायक भाषण को सुनेंगे। So I'm honored, dear delegates, to mention that we have an eminent speaker, Dr. Tessie Thomas, a distinguished scientist and Director General of Aeronautical Systems at Defense Research and Development Organization, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. I request my technical team to play a short film on Dr. Tessie Thomas ji.
Dr. Tessie Thomas is famously known as the Missile Woman of India and is currently serving as the Director General of Aeronautical Systems in the Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO. She was the Project Director for Agni 4 and Agni 5 missile in DRDO and is the first ever woman scientist to head a missile project in India. She was born in April 1963 in Alappuzha, Kerala, and grew up near Thumba Rocket Launching Station, where her fascination with rockets and missiles began. She obtained her BTech in Electrical Engineering from Calicut University, ME in Guided Missiles from Institute of Armament Technology, Pune, and a PhD in Missile Guidance from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Hyderabad. She also obtained an MBA in Operations Management from Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. She joined the DRDO in 1988 and was associated with the Agni program right from its developmental flights. She has designed the guidance scheme for long-range missile systems, which is used in all Agni missiles. She is the recipient of the Lal Bahadur Shastri National Award for her contribution in making India self-reliant in the field of missile technology. We are truly honored to welcome Dr. Tessie Thomas to the second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
It's indeed our privilege to have you here, madam. I would now kindly request you to address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Very respected Srimati Swati Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Women's Welfare, Child and Nutrition. Mrs. Rashmi Urdhwarshi, President Sai India. Dr. Divya Kumari, Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha. Mrs. Daisy Thakur, Chairperson, Himachal Pradesh State Commission for Women. Srimati Preeti Bharadwaj Dalal, Chairperson, Haryana State Commission for Women. And all the distinguished speakers and guests and all members present here, a very good afternoon to all. Indeed, I'm happy to be here to be a part of this webinar on the theme Women in Leadership 4.0 with the topic Research and Innovation, I2V, kindling the spirit of research and innovation. I would like to start the talk by quoting Swami Vivekananda. In his words, there is no chance for the welfare of the world unless the condition of women is improved. It is not possible for a bird to fly or on only one wing. I unquote. Even with the significant improvements in the past couple of years, women are still underrepresented in science and technology, both in academic and professional, or even in industrial sector. Looking at the world scenario, or within our country, women constitute 50% of the human resource, and the world cannot afford to lose the talents of the half of its population. At a glance, women in general might look like one of the many housewives, simple, unassuming, and humble, but behind this straight face, there is a sharp brain with an ability to execute and to convert thoughts into action. The key role given to research and innovation in striving towards a smart, sustainable, and inclusive growth in the country can be achieved only by the full use of its human capital, both men and women. Science and Engineering Research Board, since year 2008, took initiatives to improve gender equality in research through special schemes by research funding. But it is not an adequate measure to increase the number of women in science. One needs to address the structural barriers what the women at positions of responsibility need to cope up. Need to create and foster an ecosystem that nourishes the interest, talent, and intellectual capital of women in STEM education, training, and science careers. Number of studies have demonstrated the considerable effect of unconscious gender bias in what is the hallmark of science, the assessment of excellence, and particularly the peer reviews. National Task Force on Women in Science report mentions that only 15% of the Indian research and development workforce are women, while the global average is 30%. The magnitude of women in science or the science and technology academic institutions are still very less in India. Today, the world is growing very fast with technological advancements and globalization. We are passing through a fast changing world, which brings unprecedented opportunities for those who can assess them. Today, in every 10 years, the technology changes, which has not taken place in the last 500 years or so. We need to inculcate a science and technology culture in a gender neutral way, but with special attention to women and girls from early childhood itself. It needs to start from home to school to universities to research laboratories and to technological ventures. There is a need to change the mindset of the society as a whole. Parents, teachers, and education institutions need to take steps to encourage girls to pursue science and contribute towards research and innovation by overcoming the deterring environment and develop a scientific temperament. We need to construct a different world of work for women. As we grow up, girls must be exposed to a broad range of careers and encouraged to make their choices that leads to beyond the traditional service and care options to jobs in industry, public service, and science. The career of women in research is an important subject for which we need to enhance their talent in the years to come if we are to successfully develop a knowledge-based economy and society. We need women to have successful careers who can act as role models for young generations. We must enable young women to pursue careers in science and technology. An example of dynamic scientists and attractive careers that will draw young people to the science. India has experienced rapid growth and development in the past years in many spheres. Development at any phase is always linked with the technology, and technology happens when there is advancements in science. For any successful economy, particularly in today's quest for knowledge-based economics, science is the basic requisite. As our economies have become more knowledge-driven, they have become more dependent on science and innovation for growth. It goes with a saying that a nation's development and prosperity is judged to a large extent by the status of science and technology of the nation. Steps should be taken to strengthen science education for women, and scholarships to encourage young women to take up research need to be increased. Special attention should be paid to better infrastructure and teaching methods for science in high schools. The importance and benefits of teamwork, networking, and being proactive should form an important part of soft skill training offered for women. Today, women are in the mainstream of science, and many of the world's top scientists are women. In fact, the face of modern science would be unrecognizable without the major contributions made by women, including more than a dozen Nobel laureates. This year's Nobel winners for physics and chemistry are women researchers. Success stories of such women need to be propagated and shared with young girl students. Large number of top rankers at SSLC and HSC level and in all our board exams are girls. We need to ensure that by proper support at undergraduate and PG level, an equally large number of women excel in science. Science and technology is an essential tool for the rapid development, and it is the most effective means to enhance the growth and socio-economic development of the country as a whole. Technological development has a profound and long-term impact on income distribution, economic growth, employment, trade, environment, industrial structure, defense, and security matters of the country. The importance of science and technology to modern societies and the role of technologically educated population in promoting social and economic developments has been long recognized. Educational institutions and teachers play a major role in giving adequate support and motivation to the girl child. An example, the Executive President of Maharashtra Academy of Engineering Educational Research, MIT's group, Sri Rahul V. Karad, is an enterprising educationalist at the forefront of 72 institutes, 55,000 students, and 4 universities who envisioned the setting up of a unique institution, the School of Government, National Teachers Congress, National Women's Parliament, and so on. Platforms like National Women's Parliament bring together leaders, policymakers, and experts to discuss conditions for women and propose ways of empowering women and works for the underprivileged and marginalized sections of the society, including lakhs of women. And this socio-economic development has to start from every individual and would spread to the whole nation. The modern Indian woman is passionate about the work she does and is fearless in exploring new dimensions in her life. Women achievers in all walks of life have changed the mindset of the society and made the whole world realize that women are incomparable with their male counterparts or colleagues. The modern woman with a broader outlook is fearless, intelligent, daring, enterprising, passionate, and rightly knows her priorities. She is no longer confined to being in the kitchen to prepare the food for the entire family and accept it as the only duty and stay at home, sacrificing her own rights. Today, women are well educated and are now decision makers, rule regulators, and policy dictators. Society now recognizes and appreciates the significant contribution of women scientists towards the nation building and gives them due respect. Together, we must galvanize the global community to ensure full accountability to advance women in science and technology and innovation for achieving gender equality and all other development goals. Together, we must ensure that women's participation in innovation is not the exception, but becomes the norms of life and work. As told by Mother Teresa, you can do what I cannot do. I can do what you cannot do. Together, we can do great things. So one woman can make a difference, but together we can change the world. Whatever be the situation, however be the opportunities, we should always do it with team spirit, commitment, integrity, and passion, and that itself will make us a true leader. As Archimedes said, the great scientist Archimedes, give me a place to stand and I will move the world. And with every opportunity, one should take up challenges, should be ready to take risk, and taking risk allows you to climb the career ladder and gain experience and knowledge, which makes you a winner. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your motivational speech. It was indeed very enriching to listen to you. And I'm glad to mention that we have been joined by Dr. Diya Kumari ji, who will be speaking after a Srimad Bhagavad Katha exponent, Devi Vaibhavi Shriji. Madam, we are extremely honored to welcome you to the second National Women's Parliament. I request my technical team to play a short film on Srimad Bhagavad Katha exponent, Devi Vaibhavi Shri Madam.
Devi Vaibhavi Shri is a noted scholar of Indian religious scriptures who offers enlightening discourses in Marathi and Hindi on Bhagavad Katha, Ramcharitmanas, Shiv Mahapuran, and the Bhagavad Gita in the context of normal human life today. During her discourses, various projects are implemented such as blood donation camps, free medical checkup camps, free marriages of poor and needy girls, sanitation campaigns, awareness about female feticide, and awareness about farmer suicides. She has won numerous awards and accolades for her services, including the Spiritual Guru Award and the Sant Sheva Shri Award. We are honored to welcome Devi Vaibhavi Shri to the Second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Namaste Devi Vaibhavi Shri. Madam, thank you so much for joining us. It is indeed our privilege to have you here. I now kindly request you to address this gathering. Over to you, madam. I would humbly request you to unmute your mic, madam.
So, आप
Thank you.
सब पिछले कुछ समय से हम आप सबको सुनते आए। बहुत अच्छा लगा कि हम इस इवेंट का एक हिस्सा बन सके और जैसे ही सूचना मिली, पहले तो समय के बारे में थोड़ा सा ये था और अब आप सबके मध्य में आकर स्पेशली इसके पहले जो विशेष रूप से चिंतन यहाँ हुआ, तो हिंदी ठीक है ना? यानी सब ओके, थैंक यू सो मच।
जी जी मैम, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि आप सबके मध्य में लैंग्वेज की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है, ये तो आरंभ से ही हमारे परंपरा में, विशेषतः हमारे भारतीय परंपरा में क्षति की पूर्ति की बहुत ही अच्छी सी टेक्निक बताई है। ऑब्वियसली ये समय, ये दौर जो चल रहा है, ये समय, ये दौर क्षति के पूर्ति का समय है। हाँ, प्रकृति में 2 प्रकार की क्षति हुई है, एक शारीरिक लेवल पर है, एक मन के लेवल पर है, भीतर आत्मा, भीतरूनी लेवल पर। अब क्षतिपूर्ति का समय है, इसके लिए हमारी ओर से हम क्या योगदान दे सकते हैं, हर एक व्यक्ति की जिम्मेदारी क्या है, हर एक व्यक्ति का योगदान क्या है। अगर आपने कभी भगवत गीता का थोड़ा सा चिंतन किया होगा तो भगवत गीता में ही देखो कितनी विशाल सोच हमारी रही है। ऋषि का अर्थ ही है रिसर्च करने वाले, और ऐसा नहीं समझ सकते हम ऋषि ये किसी केवल स्त्री के लिए कहा है या पुरुष के लिए कहा है, नहीं। मुनि यानी क्या? जो मनन करते हैं। एक्चुअली मानव ये शब्द ही मनन से आया है। जो मनन करने वाला है वो मानव, जो मनन करने वाले हैं वो मुनि, जो रिसर्च करने वाले हैं वो ऋषि। ऐसे कई सारे रहस्य प्रकृति में हैं। हम जब प्रकृति के प्रति समर्पित हो जाते हैं तो प्रकृति अपने रहस्य उद्घाटित करती है। ऑब्वियसली हम सब ने देखा कि इतने समय से जो जो रहस्य प्रकृति के गर्भ में छुपे हुए थे वो कैसे उजागर हुए, जब जब हम प्रकृति के प्रति समर्पित हुए और सजग हुए। अगर हमने भगवत गीता की ओर कभी देखा तो भगवत गीता में एक स्थान पे कहा है, यज्ञात भवति पर्जन्य, पर्जन्यात अन्न संभव। अन्न, पर्जन्य के साथ अन्न है, अन्न से मनुष्य, पंचकोशा में एक कोश जो अन्नमय कोश है उससे शरीर यानी हम मनुष्य। अब इसमें से, इस पूरे सर्कल में से एक भी चीज ने, एक भी वस्तु ने अपना रोल निभाने से छोड़ दिया तो जो क्षति हुई है, वो हानि हुई है, वो उसकी पूर्ति संभव नहीं। थोड़ी देर के लिए अगर सोच लिया वृक्षों ने कि नहीं हम अपना कार्य नहीं करेंगे, थोड़ी देर के लिए भूमि ने सोच लिया, थोड़ी देर के लिए आकाश ने सोच लिया, थोड़ी पंच तत्वों में से किसी एक ने भी सोच लिया ना कि थोड़ी देर के लिए हम अपना कार्य छोड़ देंगे, तो जो होने वाली क्षति है उसकी पूर्ति कैसे संभव है? यही है, हम अपने अपने स्थान पर अगर अपना कार्य, अपना दायित्व 100% निभाते रहे तो निश्चित ही क्षति पूर्ति संभव है। बात आती है अब शरीर और मन को स्वस्थ रखने के लिए एनर्जी की। अभी अगर आप रिसर्च करोगे तो पता चलेगा कि कितने सारे लोग डिप्रेशन में हैं, स्ट्रेस में हैं। इसका कारण, हाँ, फिलहाल की अर्थव्यवस्था हो चाहे सभी प्रकार की व्यवस्था हो, केवल एक कारण नहीं है, हम सब जानते हैं। वैसे अनेकों कारण हैं जिस कारण की वजह से टेंशन है, डिप्रेशन है। अच्छा, कभी किसी को पूछा है स्ट्रेस क्या है? किसी बच्चे को पूछो, हाँ, कभी स्ट्रेस क्या है तो वो कहेगा कुछ पता तो नहीं पर मम्मी कहती रहती है वो आया है, स्ट्रेस आया। एकदम सरल सी सीधी सीधी व्याख्या है, जिम्मेदारी ज्यादा है, करने के लिए समय कम है। जिम्मेदारी निभाने के लिए समय कम है, जिम्मेदारी ज्यादा है, समय कम है, और एनर्जी लेवल बहुत कम है। इस समय में जो निर्माण होता है उसी को ही स्ट्रेस कहते हैं। आप खुद कभी ना कभी अनुभव करते हो, और इसके लिए स्त्री पुरुष का ये नहीं होता, एनर्जी होती है, हम सब जानते हैं। उल्टा स्त्री को एनर्जी, कभी कभी ऐसे हम कहते हैं ना, नॉर्मली भले गांव के कहो चाहे एजुकेटेड किसी को भी कहो, थोड़ा सा एक्सरसाइज कर लो ना, थोड़ा सा कुछ नॉलेज के लिए पढ़ लो, थोड़ा विचारों के लिए हमें कुछ सजग होने के लिए कुछ कर लो, तो कहते टाइम नहीं है। तो मैं मन में अक्सर कहती हूँ ये बहाना है, टाइम नहीं है। एक्चुअली टाइम मैनेजमेंट नहीं है, समय का ठीक से नियोजन नहीं है। समय कम है, जिम्मेदारी ज्यादा है, एनर्जी बहुत कम है। इस परिस्थिति में जो निर्माण होता है उसे स्ट्रेस कहते हैं। विचारों की श्रृंखला, कंटिन्यू एक ही थॉट आना, ये स्ट्रेस नहीं है। विचार आएंगे, योग्य हो अयोग्य हो आएंगे। कहते हैं एक मजदूर 4 घंटे जितनी मेहनत करते हैं और एनर्जी जितनी लॉस्ट होती है उतनी केवल 1 घंटे के विचार से चली जाती है। तो आप सोचिए दिन भर में हम कितनी ज्यादा एनर्जी, और पाएंगे कहाँ से? एनर्जी कम है, जिम्मेदारी ज्यादा है, और समय कम है। इस परिस्थिति में निर्माण होता है वो स्ट्रेस। ठीक है, आपने कभी अनुभव किया होगा कि जब आपकी एनर्जी अच्छी थी, बहुत अच्छी थी, तो बड़ी से बड़ी प्रॉब्लम भी आप यूं सॉल्व कर गए, अरे कुछ नहीं हम कर लेंगे, इसे हो जाएगा, कर लेंगे। और जब एनर्जी लेवल थोड़ा डाउन था तो छोटी से छोटी बात ने भी हमें हिला दिया होगा, कहाँ रखा है रुमाल, कहाँ रखा है, कहाँ रखा है, पता नहीं, खोजो। यानी कोई वस्तु या विचार या सिचुएशन, अभी जो परिस्थिति चल रही है वो कभी कभी भी हमें स्ट्रेस में नहीं ला सकती। एनर्जी लेवल, जो भी खेल है वो एनर्जी लेवल का है, ऐसा हमें लगता है। आगे अब जैसे कि हमने देखा कि शरीर लेवल पर और मन के लेवल पर, तो शरीर लेवल पर अगर हमें इस क्षतिपूर्ति को मैनेज करना है तो 100% हमें थोड़ा सा एक्सरसाइज, सूर्य नमस्कार, प्राणायाम, ध्यान, थोड़ा इसकी ओर ध्यान देना ही होगा, ध्यान की ओर थोड़ा ध्यान देना होगा। अष्टावक्र गीता जब हम पढ़ रहे थे तो एक बहुत सुंदर बात उसमें समझिए, कमजोर मन मजबूत शरीर को नहीं संभाल सकता, पर एक मजबूत मन कमजोर शरीर को संभाल सकता है। मेडिटेशन, नॉर्मली लोग कहते हैं कॉन्सेंट्रेशन यानी मेडिटेशन, कॉन्सेंट्रेशन ये मेडिटेशन का फल है, उसका परिपाक है। आवश्यक है एक अच्छे से स्थान से हम इसकी टेक्निक सीखें, कहीं बैठकर टेक्निक सीखें, और अगर आप करते आए हैं तो बहुत ही उत्तम है, बहुत ही उत्तम है। नॉर्मली इसके पहले भी जब चर्चा हुई थी तो इस विषय पे हमारी चर्चा हुई ही थी, MIT में ही हुई थी कि जब जब लोगों को बोलो मेडिटेशन करो 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 तो कहते हैं कि आंखें बंद करके हमें बैठना नहीं होता। तो मैं कभी कभी कहती हूँ कि 5 मिनट खुद के साथ आंखें बंद करके नहीं बैठ सकते तो लोग 5 घंटे कैसे हमारा स्वीकार करते होंगे, है ना? कम से कम 5 मिनट तो हम अपनी खुद के साथ बैठने का एक छोटा सा प्रयास आरंभ करें, और बाकी सब तो होता रहेगा। यानी जो भी हमसे होना है वो निश्चित होगा। हमारे द्वारा नवनिर्माण, जैसे हम सब जानते हैं कि इसे 3 शक्तियां दिखाई गई है, ब्रह्मा, विष्णु और शिव, दिखाई गई है ये 3 शक्तियां, पर हमारे भीतर ये कैसे कार्य कर रही है इसको कैसे समझे? जो लोग नवनिर्मिति करना जानते हैं या फिर नवनिर्मिति अच्छे से कर लेते हैं, अच्छे अच्छे फ्रेंड्स तुरंत बना लेते हैं, समझ लेना इनमें ब्रह्मा शक्ति अच्छी है। जो लोग हाँ भले निर्माण हो न हो, पर मेंटेनेंस जो है उसको मेंटेन करना अच्छे से जानते हैं, तो समझ लेना इनमें विष्णु शक्ति है। कुछ लोगों का काम है तोड़ फोड़ का, यानी पहला जो है उसको डिस्ट्रॉय करना और कुछ आगे की सोच रखना, ये शिवा शक्ति। तो ये हमारे भीतर ही है। कुछ लोगों के देखो फ्रेंड्स अच्छे बन जाते हैं नए नए, कुछ लोगों के बने ना बने पर हैं उतने मेंटेन रहते हैं। कोई कोई कहता भी है ये हमारे बहुत पुराने, यानी बहुत पुराने मित्र है, या फिर कुछ लोगों को तो हमेशा नया 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 प्रिय होता है, पीछे का पीछे छूटता रहता है। कहने का तात्पर्य ये तीनों शक्तियां किसी एक प्रधानता के साथ हमारे मध्य में होती हैं, पर ये तीनों शक्ति कहीं एक स्थान पर अगर वो है गुरु शक्ति। जब हमने अपनी कथा सेवा आरंभ की तो एक महिला होने के नाते थोड़े से चैलेंजेस भी देखने पड़े, क्योंकि गांव की सोच तो पता ही है, कभी कभी ऐसा भी होता था महिलाओं को अधिकार है क्या व्यासपीठ पे बैठने का। तो किसी ने ऐसे ही कहा अरे वो तो व्यासपीठ है ना, उसको व्यासपीठ कहा है तो महिला क्यों बैठे वहां। तो हमने अपनी ओर से एक बात रखी कि व्यास का एक अर्थ केवल पुरुष के लिए व्यास उच्चारण नहीं किया है, व्यास का एक अर्थ है वो बिंदु जहां से सब समान दिखाई दिए। तो वो व्यक्ति है व्यासपीठ पे बैठने वाला जहां से सब समत्व दिखाई देता है। हम अपनी अपनी जिम्मे जब जब कथाएं होती है तब तक बच्चियों से हम मिलते हैं, महिलाओं से मिलते हैं, अक्सर हम एक ही बात कहते हैं कि नारायणी बनो, नारायणी बनो। नारायणी को देखा है, देखो कभी आपने किसी पोस्टर में किसी मूर्ति में अगर देखा होगा वो स्वरूप, हमारे पुराने लोग यानी ऋषि मुनि कितने कितने समझदार थे, उन्होंने हमारे देवताओं को इतना सुंदर रूप दिया कि वो देखकर प्रभावित भी हो, आकर्षित भी हो और कुछ सीखे, बहुत कुछ सीखे। नारायणी का हाथ ऐसा नहीं रखा, मांगते हुए नहीं रखा, लक्ष्मी जी का हाथ सदा ऐसा है, ले जाओ प्रसन्नता मुझसे ले जाओ, प्रपन्नता मुझसे ले जाओ, समाधान मुझसे ले जाओ। और आज ये हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी हो गई है, बन चुकी है। आज जैसे कि हम बाहर से शरीर निरोगी रहे इसके लिए बहुत सारी एफर्ट्स ले रहे हैं, वैसे ही हमारा मन निरोगी रहे इसके लिए थोड़े से कष्ट लेना जरूरी है। बहुत ज्यादा भागते रहेंगे तो प्रकृति इस प्रकार से अपनी क्षति की पूर्ति कराएगी। वेट ना करे, खुद विश्राम कर लिया करे, आवश्यकता होती है, कभी कभी थोड़ा रुकने की भी आवश्यकता होती है। और विश्राम के बाद जो एनर्जी पाएंगे उसको तो यूज ही करना है ना, वैसे भी तो दोनों साथ चलते रहे, दौड़ते भी रहे पर कहीं कहीं ठहरते भी रहे। और कहाँ ठहरना है और कहाँ चलना है इस कला को ही विवेक कहा है। और तुलसीदास जी महाराज कहते हैं बिनु सत्संग विवेक न होई, बिनु सत्संग विवेक न हो, तो थोड़ा सा सत्य का संग करना आवश्यक है। सत्संग यानी केवल वो भजन कीर्तन ऐसा अर्थ नहीं होता, सत्य का संग यानी इस वक्त प्रकृति में जो सत्य है उसके साक्षी होना, और इसके पूर्व उसी सत्य की चर्चा सबने की, अलग अलग प्रकार से की, अलग अलग विचारों के साथ रखी। आप सबने अपने विचारों को सबके मध्य में रखा, हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हैं। हमारी कथा सेवा चल रही है, उस बीच हमने ये समय मांगने के बाद जो हमें मिला इसके प्रति हम कृतज्ञ है। और फिर से एक बार आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हुए हम
थैंक यू सो मच मैम, धन्यवाद, बहुत ही धन्यवाद। और मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी कि ऋषि को अनुसंधान से जोड़ना वास्तव में एक नवीनता है। आपने आपके विचार द्वारा हमें सभी को बहुत ही ज्यादा प्रभावित किया और हम सभी के तरफ से फिर से आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। Dear delegates, it is now indeed my honor to welcome our special guest of honor, Dr. Diya Kumari, Honorable Member of Parliament of Lok Sabha, BJP, Rajasthan. I request my technical team to play a short film on Dr. Diya Kumari ji.
Dr. Diya Kumari is a member of the royal family of Jaipur and is currently serving as the Member of Parliament from Lok Sabha representing the Rajsamand constituency in Rajasthan. She is also a custodian of the immense cultural, artistic and architectural heritage of the erstwhile Kingdom of Jaipur and a modern-day businesswoman heading numerous business ventures. She studied at the Modern School New Delhi, at Maharani Gayatri Devi School for Girls in Jaipur, and later did a decorative arts course in London. Dr. Diya Kumari is the only child of Maharaja Savai Bhavani Singh and Maharani Padmini Devi of Jaipur, and her eldest son Savai Padmanabh Singh is the current Maharaja of Jaipur. She is the secretary and trustee of the Maharaja Savai Man Singh II Museum Trust and the Jaigarh Fort Charitable Trust. She also runs two highly prestigious schools, the Palace School and Maharaja Savai Bhavani Singh School. The Princess Diya Kumari Foundation was established by her in 2013 and is aimed at empowering women and girls. Dr. Diya Kumari is appointed as BJP State General Secretary of Rajasthan and has also served as an elected member of the Legislative Assembly of Rajasthan from Savai Madhopur constituency. We are truly honoured to welcome Dr. Diya Kumari to the second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
It's indeed our privilege to have you here, madam, for this session. I humbly request you to now address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to the event. It's an absolute pleasure and an honor being with you all this afternoon, albeit virtually, because I think, unfortunately, I would say in a way, I would say it's been a year of introspection also, but it has been a year where we've all seen each other on these screens, on through, of course, virtual mediums, virtual platforms, but no physical interaction. So, of course, I'm with all of you this afternoon. I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me the honor of being there with you all, also to be able to speak to the students, the faculty, the team. Absolutely honored, and thank you so much. What I would like to share today is some of my thoughts and experiences, and I hope it encourages the young women who are at this event to play a role. I hope a huge role, a bigger role, but definitely a role in participatory democracy. Coming from somebody like me, who 7 years ago had no, I did not even think that I'll get into politics, but somehow or the other, I have got into it, and I must say I'm enjoying every bit of it, every moment of it. I would say I'm enjoying it more because it gives me an opportunity to, help another human being, and especially women, in whichever capacity I can. So, but of course, I think all of us, today know and realize that being a woman comes with a lot of course, responsibility, but at the same time, a lot of shackles, a lot of, things which hold us back, whether it is society, whether it is the perception everyone has that if you are a woman, you have to behave a certain way. You are a homemaker, you have to first bear children, you have to get married at a certain age. So why should you be getting into a role which is so much in the public domain? A lot of things hold us back. And that is not only people, I think it happens to women from all walks of life, from all kinds of backgrounds. It has nothing to do with which background you come from, what kind of education you have. It's just the general perception, unfortunately, and the mindset. So as a woman, I think first we have to battle that part and win that somehow. We have to come out of that first, and then of course there is no end to what we can achieve. So of course I'd like to thank everyone, and I'd like to begin with as a child, of course, I grew up in a certain background, of course, from being from the erstwhile royal family of Jaipur. I realized my responsibility, and I had a legacy to carry forward. It's not, everyone looks at it as a very luxurious lifestyle, but I'd like to say, of course, it's very nice, it's luxurious, but at the same time, it comes with responsibility, with taking the everything forward, passing it down to the next generation, and I'm doing my part as much as I can in that regard. Also, I would like to say that when I was my children were younger, even I, of course, faced a lot of pressure from people that, oh, you got into politics. How? Because I started off like 7 years ago, and my youngest son was still very young. So I'd like to start with saying that even for me, it wasn't easy, to deal with that. And somehow everyone thought, oh my God, she's getting into politics. She's taken upon all this, I entered politics. I became an MLA that time. And everyone thought, oh, she has young children. How will she, give her time to the family? But I would like to say that I've tried to balance that. And what I would like to say today is that women are all about that balance. I think we, much more than men, we are, we do all this multitasking, which men are not great at doing. So we, I think, have this great ability to be able to balance the home and balance the professional, life that we have. So, but public life, of course, is very different because you end up with no time for yourself. So here I would like to say that, but even if you don't have time for yourself, you need to take out time for the family and for yourself. But at the same time, I think you need very, very committed to this role. If you want to get into participatory democracy, you want to get into some kind of a public role, public life, I think you need to be extremely committed and focused. Most importantly, and your time will majorly be taken up by that. That has to be the main, So of course that is important. That I would like to tell everyone listening to me this afternoon. Also, I would like to say that for me, when I became an MLA, I saw all these ladies in my constituency, which was Sawai Madhopur. They used to come to me, and they were from very economically backward backgrounds. They used to come to me. They used to say that our husbands beat us up. We are not treated well in the family. Please help us. And I saw that of course they had no education. They had nobody to encourage them. They were really in a very bad way. So that's the time I thought I must do my part. Now I've become an MLA. I have achieved something as a woman. What can I do to help these other women to also do something with their lives? If nothing else, at least they will get some self-confidence, and they will at least get respect in their own homes. We are talking of major roles, participatory democracy, but firstly, we have to, at least unfortunately, in many areas, many, societies, many different places also where women are not even respected in their own homes. So I think for that, it's very, very important that these women, we help these women. So on my part, what I did was that I started this foundation where we were, helping women. We were giving them financially. We were helping them. We gave them a lot of skill development training. Also, we did a lot of, we focused a lot on children's education, girl-child education, and then providing them with skills and platforms to, do something, create products, make something out of their own lives, get financial literacy, firstly, because they don't even know how to sign properly. So, we did a lot of programs on financial literacy, on digital literacy, on getting their girls into schools, how to keep them in schools, how to make these women, get something in the home. So through that, of course, they got a lot of respect in their own homes, they got more confidence, and they became financially independent. So that, I think, was the first step towards that for me when I started this whole, thing of helping other women, how I can do my bit in helping other women. So that's how it started. And of course, now I would like to say that all of us here, all of us, I think in this program are in a position where we can help other women, do something with their lives. And many times I have seen that, women sometimes don't encourage other women. Somehow we see that also as a competition. So I think we need to also move out of that mindset and do whatever we can to get the women who are not so privileged as we are, to be able to make move them, do something for them, so that they achieve something in their lives. Our society has had, I think we are such an ancient society. We have had gods, goddesses. We pray to goddess Durga, Lakshmi, Parvati, Saraswati. And in our own, unfortunately, now I think we don't regard our girl children and our women, and we don't give them the respect. We don't, it's just so such a hypocritical society, unfortunately. So, we need to get out of that. And as women, we need to play a big role in encouraging other women. And I would like to tell all the young ladies today, if you feel you want to make a difference, you want to make a change happen, you want to see something, you want a lot of things to change, you want the mindset to change, then I think we need to begin that from ourselves. We need to start ourselves. We need to set the example ourselves. So also, I'd like to here talk about how the government and the Prime Minister has started so many schemes to encourage women. And like we all know, PM Ujjwala Yojana is such a huge scheme where, the women who used to be cooking and they used to be, poor things, used to be crying while they were cooking, has, of course, given these free gas cylinders to all the women in especially the villages. And it's really gone a long way in making women, they've got more self-confidence, their health has improved. So all these things, the support to training and employment program for women scheme has also been very, very beneficial for women, especially young women. And from amending the maternity bill to launching Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matri Abhiyan, which aims to provide free antenatal care universally to all pregnant women, or the Pradhan Mantri Matra Vandana Yojana, which is a direct cash transfer provided to pregnant women and lactating mothers. The government is truly, I would say, is truly committed to, changing things to including women and making life for women much, much better. And I think also the government is very conscious and inclusive and making positive legislations to cater to the needs of women at every stage of life. Lot of legislation has also been passed in the recent years that are very positive to, for women, and will go a long way in getting them, their rights, in giving them the respect in society that they truly deserve. And also the government's new notification to increase the number of elected representatives will greatly benefit women. I think it's so important that we have more women parliamentarians representing the voices from every community in every corner of this country. I think, being a female politician myself, I can vouch that with all odds that we may have to face as women in public life, of course, being financially independent is very, very important, I would say. And also, I think if we get the, if we get somehow or the other, if we get a platform, whenever women have got a platform, if a woman has been given an opportunity, I think we do far better than men in every field. So I think kudos to all of us. We have nothing that is less in us. In fact, I think women are far better in every way than men. So, and I'm saying it with so much happiness that I see all the smiling faces of the ladies on the screen because who also believe in this. It's just that I think somehow men also fear that and they know that. So they somehow try to block us, try to stop us however much they can. But even in parliament, I have seen whenever a woman stands up and speaks, there is no stopping her. All the women parliamentarians, whether they are from whichever party, they always, when they speak so strongly and they make their point known and heard by everyone. So I'm very proud of being a woman. And I think it's so important that we have more and more women representatives in every stage, right from the panchayat to the parliament. We have to have more and more women because we need to have numbers. I think our voice is as it is very strong. And I think if we have the numbers, if we have, unfortunately, physically somehow, we are not as strong as women. We have to concede, to that. We need to acknowledge that physically we are not as strong as men are, but mentally, emotionally, we are more stronger than them. And it's just that we are not given the opportunity. So as a MP, I of course will do my best to encourage more women to hopefully we get equal representation in every stage, and I'm going to do my bit in whichever way I can through the government and even otherwise personally to encourage women to make sure that from the school itself girls are educated because it's so important. Unfortunately, what happens, I have seen, in financially weak families, what they do is they put their sons in private schools and they send the sons, of course, to the best college and to university. But the daughters, they will send, and of course, our government schools, unfortunately, are not up to the mark as, as good as the private schools, which hopefully will improve, of course. But of course, it's not the same everywhere in every state. So they will send the girls, of course, to a government school or a very small school where the fees is not much. Then, of course, they will make sure the girl, they will not even educate her till class 10. They'll pull her out. They'll make her do housework. Then they will get her married. So that whole mindset needs to change. So we need to get the awareness right from the bottom. Of course, it has to start. And awareness takes time. Of course, Modi ji, through Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, the Prime Minister has made this such a flagship scheme. And, everybody, I was also the ambassador in the previous government for Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao in the state of Rajasthan. And I tried my best to participate in campaigns to prevent female infanticide, female feticide, which is a lot in Rajasthan. Also to ensure that girls are enrolled in schools, they complete their education, and later they're given an opportunity to make something of their lives if they wish to. If they don't wish to, it should be their decision. So I tried my best, of course, and I think our government is hugely focused on that, and they encourage ladies and they encourage girl children to, move ahead. There's so many schemes. Earlier, no one even thought of these things. But now the government is thinking and going in the right direction. Change will happen, but change will happen with time. This is a mindset which has been there for the last few hundred years. For that to change, it will take a while. But I think we need to not stop. We need to make sure that the awareness is created. The awareness is, in every kind of opportunity we get as women, we should make people aware that no, we must educate the girls. We need to give them the same opportunities. I'm not saying if the girl is, of course, brilliant, give her more opportunity than your son, of course. But why should there be a difference in how you bring up your boy and how you bring up your daughter? There should be no difference, I think. For me, I have 3 children. Of course, I have my son, who, of course, my parents adopted, my eldest son. And I've got then I have a daughter and I have a son. But I give them equal opportunity. Whenever my daughter wants to study abroad, she's encouraged to do it. If my son can do it, so can my daughter in everything. Why should it always be that, girls are not regarded the same way. So this is my point. I needed to say this, and I think it's thank you. I would like to thank the organizers once again for allowing me to speak, for giving me the opportunity. I think we should have more and more of these discussions, and so that I just hope and wish that things improve for all of us women and for the next generation of young leaders, young women leaders. It'll be great to have a huge women force leading our country. It would be so wonderful. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Diaji. This is Shaileshri Haridas. I'm the Director of MIT School of Government and the National Coordinator for this National Women Parliament Foundation. Thank you so much for taking out the time. Thank you. Even your life mission is always, you have taken this as a mission of your life about the women empowerment, especially in the vocational education and all. You have done a lot of work. Yes. I really would like to connect to you, later. I'll personally speak to you on this, because we also have a couple of projects in our hand. And in case if MIT School of Government and, if you can do something together, which will be mutually beneficial and towards the nation development is something which is the vision which even the School of Government has in the mind. So thank you. Thanks a lot for taking your time out. I wish you come to my campus once. We are located in Pune, and please come to my campus once and guide all my students and the young girls so that they are taking you as the role model of the day today. Thank you. Thanks a lot for coming. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. It was a pleasure listening to you. And I am glad to mention that we have been joined with Miss Daisy Thakurji, the chairperson of Himachal Pradesh State Commission for Women, who will be addressing this gathering after Srimati Preeti Bharadwaj Dalalji. So, dear participants, it is indeed my pleasure and honor to welcome a renowned persona, Srimati Preeti Bharadwaj Dalalji, the chairperson of Haryana State Commission for Women. I request my technical team to play a short film on Srimati Preeti Bharadwaj Dalalji.
Srimati Preeti Bharadwaj Dalal is the officiating chairperson of the Haryana State Commission for Women. Under her leadership, the Commission is committed to achieve best social, economic, political life for women in Haryana and a state where there is minimal crimes against women. She has laid out policy suggestions and recommendations to government on all the laws affecting women, girls in the state and sought its implementation at all levels. As an attorney and litigator with diverse experience and international taxation as professional and educational background, in her recent roles she has provided technical support to tax professionals. As a legal researcher, she has also worked with premier government as well as non-governmental institutions and conducted varied trainings and workshops. We are honored to welcome Srimati Preeti Bharadwaj Dalal to the Second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
It's indeed our privilege to have you here, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. I would humbly request you to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. बहुत बहुत नमस्कार, आप सभी का वंदन, आप सभी का अभिनंदन। MIT यूनिवर्सिटी और सहयोगी पार्टनर्स का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी। आपने मुझे इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर दूसरे नेशनल वुमेन पार्लियामेंट में आप लोगों ने बुलाया। I think मैं हिंदी इंग्लिश बीच में कुछ बोलना चाहूंगी। Please bear with me and I hope it's okay with everybody.
It's absolutely fine, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Friends, I would just like to say that the name of 3 days National Women Parliament itself is a proof of research and innovation. Research and innovation for the reason that never ever I have Googled it and I could not find any other word National Women Parliament, not even World's Women Parliament. So it is, as an attorney, as a legal person, I would recommend strongly that it may be patented and copyrighted after this conference. Friends, for the quality of owning, it freezes you forever into I and cuts you forever from we. I to we to us. For me, it's a form of Advaita Vedanta, that is two but not two. So, one is the concept, which is an idea. Two is a concept and idea. Unity is a concept, it's also an idea. Separation is a concept and idea. But when there are no concepts, what is there? It is. There is no being this or that, being this way or that way. There is only being. And this is what we should stress. Science, technology and innovation, जो अभी का विषय है, I feel that it plays a crucial role in effectively facilitating equitable and sustainable development, ensuring the concerns, situations, challenges, abilities, capabilities of women when we should be formulating such policies. Therefore, gender lens needs to be emphasized, applied, and integrated. A kind of gender perspective into the STI policies to effectively address the social, economic, and the developmental challenges. I was reading elsewhere when I was researching for this. 3 areas have been identified as the entry points for applying those gender lenses. And they are: 1, science for women, means developing science and technology which supports women development and livelihood activities like agriculture, water, energy, transport, so on and so forth. Now it has its problem in its application. 2, we have women in science. They're promoting gender equality in science, technology, engineering, education, in careers and leadership. And 3, we have to support and encourage the role of women in innovation systems, where not only at the arena, at the state level or at national level, but at the grassroots level also. When we talk about all 3 of the gender lenses, the grounds through which we should seep into, it is important to highlight the recent government initiatives of the Ministry of the Department of Science and Technology, that is Kiran, knowledge involvement in research advancement through nurturing. It is a scheme of the Ministry of Science, particularly Curie, that is consolidation of university research for innovation and excellence in women's universities. It provides various career opportunities for women scientists and technologists, and it aims at bringing about gender parity. I'm so happy to share with you all that so far 8 universities, women universities, have been accorded Curie status. And then in the 9th university, women university, is from the state of Haryana. That is Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Sonipat, Haryana. My friends, since I'm representing my state of Haryana, it is imperative on me to share with you all as to how our government has been responding to different areas of science, technology, and innovation with specific reference to women and girls. Way back in 2015, Haryana government, in all its 22 districts, we had impacted an innovative policy of intervention in our state through all women-led police stations, using an identification strategy which exploits the staggered implementation of women police station across 22 districts of Haryana, and the representative data on various measures of crime and deterrence, our Haryana State Commission for Women, we found that the opening of women police stations, it increased the reported crime against women by more than 20% in the recent years. And that is through the proactive participation of the women inhabitants and against whom the crime against women has been committed. We are talking about innovation. Every kid in India knows Kalpana Chawla. Being the first woman in the space, her journey has inspired millions of girls from across not only India but the whole world. We have Nishtha Dudeja. She won in the specially able category, that is Miss Deaf Asia Crown, and she clinched the title. We have Sharmila. She's a differently abled mother from Rewari in Haryana district, from the district of Haryana. And she's the first woman bus conductor of Haryana Roadways. We talk about beauty, that is important, and it's a part and parcel of being a woman. We have Miss World 2017 from our state. She's a medical student, and she's an inspiration to thousands of girls all over the world. Friends, it is the constant, consistent will of the state of Haryana, the government, to deliver its best for the people who are domiciled and otherwise who are residing in India, in Haryana. Now, I would like to share the few of the feats from the fleet that has explicit relevance to today's session. We have Chief Minister's Good Governance Associate Program, which is a strategic collaboration of government and a private university to improve governance in the state and which is driving mass impact on the ground. The CMGGA program, the associates here, majority at times, the number of women associates, they have been directly assisting the Chief Minister's office, and thereby they are promoting and streamlining the implementation of the state's flagship program in the field of education, women's safety, health, sanitation, higher education, and e-governance. Now, at the grassroots level, the punches like Shushma Bedu, she has managed her village she had made her village a model village. And when it comes to the right of women and survival of the daughters, when we talk about Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao campaign, it was started from the heart of Haryana, from the state of Haryana by the Prime Minister way back in 2015. Primarily because of the fact that Haryana has been known for its skewed sex ratio. A number of research innovative policy have been adopted by the government in all those years. And yesterday only, our Chief Minister, Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar, he committed that this year, the child sex ratio, it would be, for women, it would be 927, which is a remarkable feat which we plan to achieve. We already have achieved a number of that. Friends, when we talk about education, Haryana has come out with the Super 100 scheme of Haryana government, and the main target of this scheme is to provide it to the meritorious students of the government school and to provide them with the free coaching program so that they can prepare for courses for competitive exams like JEE, IIT, NEET. And I'm happy to share that as many as 23 out of 37 students of Super 100 program of Haryana government have cracked JEE. A number of them are poor girls who are meritorious, and they have got scholarship under this scheme. We have an innovation with female women driver, and she was the first women driver who from Karnal only, and she was recruited on contract basis by Karnal Municipal Corporation. When we talk about sports, it's not about running and it's a curricular and an extracurricular activity. Haryana, it's known as the sports hub of India. And important too, it is mentioned that we have a very well-defined Haryana sports and fitness policy. Everyone knows that Rani Rampal, she hails from a very conservative town of Haryana and is the captain of Indian hockey team. Friends, our sports policy is committed to promote participation, inclusion through excellence, and with the highest ethical level and values, including doping-free sports, treatment of all persons with fairness and respect. And participation of women in sports is a priority, and they are being given higher scale incentives for women who win tournaments at national and international level. This is how the will of the government is being implemented. We have all women coaches for girl and women in all state-run sports academy, so that women and girls, they feel more secure. If they have women coaches and managers, their families will be also less anxious during their travel. There are many examples. We have in Haryana UN Innovation Lab for Women Entrepreneurs, and it emerged as an integral instrument for social change. While we have women entrepreneurs who have demonstrated their potential, the fact remains that they are capable of contributing much more what they already have. I'm happy to share that the richest women in India and the best entrepreneur is Savitri Jindal, and she hails from Haryana. A lot of things need to be done, like the working capital, channel distribution, sales promotion, electricity, human resource competition. These are the fields where women entrepreneurs need to be trained accordingly. Haryana government has signed a lot of pacts with UN Information and Communication Technology. Friends, since the studies have been conducted on adoption of health and sanitation technologies among rural women, which is a very important area, it was found that with an increase in the size of land holding, Pakka drainage system was adopted by most of the families. Soakage bridge technology, it is a recommended technology. It was found in small percent of rural families which have medium or large land holdings. So what I mean to say that when these
due to paucity of time, I would kindly request you to
sure, I'll just wind up.
Thank you.
I'll just wind up, give me just 2 minutes.
Sure.
When we are talking about the size of land holding, it determines the level of scientific temper of the rural population. Studies have been conducted to that effect. And with the increase in the land holding side, adoption of, when we talk about female hygiene, sanitary napkins by rural women, it increases. We have Google's Internet Sati program, which is run by women who have been trained by Google to help women in villages to understand internet and how it can be used to better their lives. Now, in the hindsight, and because of the paucity of time, I would like to put certain recommendations at the level. It is important to incorporate gender dimensions in all the national science, technology, and innovation policies, and link these policies to food, agriculture, water, energy, infrastructure, and industry. It is also important to conduct the impact assessment of all these policies so that both the men and women are equally benefited. Then we want to promote, it is recommended that women participation in decision making at all levels through temporary special measures be adopted. Then women to be having equal access to resources, education, extension, financial services, as I discussed, land and markets, as the overall support of science, technology, and innovation in gender-related activities. Lastly, I would just also want to mention that has to be the capacity building. It has to be increased further of women and girls at local level through appropriate information and education, which is both formal and informal training and technical support system. And since women, they constitute as the soul of the nation, let's become the stronger soul, each one of us from now together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was indeed a pleasure to hear you, especially how you have creatively commented on the disparity between I and we. And you've provided some interesting workable solutions, which we'll definitely take further. Thank you once again, indeed, madam. Dear delegates, it's my honor to welcome a reputed personality, Ms. Daisy Thakur, the chairperson of Himachal Pradesh State Commission for Women. I request my technical team to play a short film on Ms. Daisy Thakurji.
Ms. Daisy Thakur is currently serving as the chairperson of the Himachal Pradesh State Commission for Women. She completed her schooling from Loreto Convent, Tara Hall, Shimla, and did her BA Economics Honours from St. Bede's College, Shimla. She has completed her MA, MPhil, and PhD in Psychology from the Himachal Pradesh University. She is a 4-time councillor in the urban local body of the Municipal Committee of Parwanu in the Solan district of Himachal Pradesh. She has been associated with various NGOs and has extensively worked in slums and has also worked for women empowerment in both rural and urban areas. She has always been a helping hand to the underprivileged and downtrodden masses of society. We are honoured to welcome Ms. Daisy Thakur to the 2nd National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
It's indeed our privilege to have you here, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. I would humbly request you to now address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
It's an honor and a privilege to be a part of this National Women's Parliament Foundation's program. I'm so happy to be here because through you, I'll be addressing my brothers and sisters and also be able, I've been in a wonderful sharing with you. I've been watching the speakers before me and this wonderful seminars that you've been having. I think you're doing a great job and kudos to you. I would like to introduce myself. I'm Daisy Thakur and I'm heading the Commission, HP State Commission for Women. And just to give you a little short story of my my journey in this field. I'm from a family where there are only daughters. And I was born to parents who are educated and liberal and who have never made any difference between a girl and a boy. And the topic of having a son never arose in our household. So I'm very privileged to be a part of that family. And it really does pain me to see this kind of gender discrimination. Now, the gender discrimination or working towards gender neutrality is going to be a very big effort from the society and all the people, all the young and the educated society. Now, what is happening is, I think the onus of changing, of bringing out a change in the mindset is on the next generation too. But our efforts in this generation will give a level playing field to the coming generations. And the HP State Commission for Women, if I'd like to give you a little brief about it, was constituted in 1996 and started working in 1997, December. And ever since has been working for the welfare of women. And the objective of the commission is to protect the constitutional and legal safeguards for women, facilitating redressal of grievances and advising the government on all policy matters relating to women. Also, the commission takes suo motu cognizance of all cases relating to women. And we have also roped in several NGOs to assist us in our work because our endeavor is to be able to reach that woman who needs help at the panchayat level in the rural areas. And for that, we have also given out our numbers in our website through which women in the rural areas are able to contact us. It's very disturbing sometimes to see how a woman suffers and she has no recourse. She's not able to even call up the local police station because she's not aware of where she's living, what is the number of the thana. But thankfully, we get calls from them and we are able to kind of speak to them and get help to them through the police. And in fact, it's so important in this whole setup that we have the assistance of the police, because to be able to help a woman who needs help is a network of police that is available to us. And for that, from the commission, we've been holding gender sensitization programs for the police as well. And in these gender sensitization programs, we are able to reach out to the police and to be able to make them understand how important a phone call from a helpless woman is who needs help at that time. And in this process, we've seen that in the exchanges that we've had with the police, we're able to understand their problem as well, because they are also sometimes at a loss on how to deal with a woman when she needs help or she needs to be hospitalized. And there we have brought in NGOs who will also help the police in helping the woman. For instance, the police has no funds where they have to take, say, a lady to a hospital. The person is now the policeman, the constable, who's now in charge of that woman, has to take her all the way to the hospital, which is, say, 70 kilometers from there. Then who will stay with that woman? Where will the funds come from? So these are small issues that we actually face, because I'm talking about these issues that are happening daily and what we are dealing with day to day. So gender sensitization, because what happens is normally police tends to think that the domestic violence is not a problem at all. If a woman has suffered violence at the hands of any of her in-laws or her husband, they feel that a slap doesn't really matter. So what? These things keep happening. To be able to make them understand that this will not be accepted, any violence against women should not be accepted, is a big task, And any woman will tell you this. Anytime she enters a police station, this is how she's taken very lightly. And thankfully, the women police stations have really been a big help to the women who are in need of help. Similarly, we've been reaching out to universities, to colleges and students there, trying to talk to them and trying to gender sensitize the youth of today. Now, the whole change of gender has to come from the upbringing, from the home, from how the child, how the girl and the boy are brought up, how we bring them up and how we make them understand that the difference is just in the bodies. It's just that we are made differently. The women are made differently and the boys are made differently. Otherwise, the capabilities are the same. जितना एक महिला में एक योग्यता है, जितनी एक पुरुष में योग्यता है, उतनी ही एक महिला में योग्यता है. और योग्यता जो जेंडर है, वो श्रेष्ठता का आधार बिल्कुल भी नहीं है. So it doesn't matter whether you're a woman or a man, you have the same capabilities. So given the same environment, given the same education, you can do the same jobs. So it's not that a woman is better than a man. I would say they're both equal and they have to work as equals. To make a family work, to make the society work, we have to work as equals. Excuse me. So also we have been holding digital literacy programs for women to make them understand how to manage the social media, how to manage, because women are a prey to cybercrimes a lot. And we have faced that, especially during the pandemic. Now, what has been happening is the children have mobiles, children have computers. They are exposed to a lot of predators there. So for that, we have been holding digital literacy programs for the women so that they know how to handle and how to safeguard themselves from the predators that are there at the cyberspace. Also, we've been holding seminars to make women aware, for empowerment of women, skill development, and also helping them to be able to stand on their own feet, start their own units. If they're farmers, to be able to buy more stock, to be able to, and in the general awareness, we also have different departments coming and making the women aware of the schemes and what they can do and how the government schemes can help them. So in that sense, the Commission has been working a lot for the women. And also, I would say the Himachal Pradesh government, under the leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister, has started a number of schemes like Beti Hai Anmol Yojana, where the family gets one-time money at the birth of the child. And then there is the Mother Teresa Matri Sambal Yojana. You have the government has started Saksham Gudiya Board for women. Then there is Mahila Kalyan Board, as well as Mahila Shakti Kendras have been started by the government. So a lot of stress has been on the women and the empowerment of women. Overall, I would say the women, the status of women in Himachal is good, because and the violence against women is much less compared to the country. But I would say we at the Commission think of the policy of no tolerance of violence against women. There should be no violence. There should be an equal opportunity everywhere. There should be safe spaces for women everywhere, for her to be able to go anywhere, to realize her dreams, to be able to, what is more important now is for women to be at the decision-making levels, at the policy levels, from the panchayat levels up to the legislative assemblies, to the parliament. If the women are there, then the policies and the decisions will be made in their favor. The women will be able to mold their own future. Another thing I would like to say is, if we have more social security for the senior citizens, I think the stress on having a boy will go down. Why? Because what a normal person thinks is, if he has a son, the family thinks the son will look after them in their old age. So if the state looks after the old, then there is no difference between a girl and a boy. So I think there are a number of things to be done in this field. And the coming generation, I think soon we'll have this gender neutrality, where it won't matter whether you're a girl or a boy. It doesn't matter. You have the same capabilities. You will be able to do the same jobs, the same work. It makes me so happy to see women at petrol stations. It makes me happy to see women at the toll stations. It makes me happy to see women, because women are everywhere in every field. So it's really, really a pleasure. And soon there will be no tolerance, no violence against any woman, and a woman will not have to pay for being a woman. So I think we are working towards that. And like I said, the onus is on the next generation, and let us work towards a society where there is no gender discrimination. It was a pleasure, and I'm so thankful to National Women's Parliament and to Shri Rahul Karat for creating a platform like this. And all the best to you in your next and all your endeavors. And it's been a pleasure to be a part of this seminar. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. It was indeed a pleasure to listen to your words of wisdom. And we all would like to express our gratitude towards all our dignitaries who have joined us on this online dais. Time for the resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed a plethora of sessions in which we have taken some really, really great steps and initiatives. And now I would like to request my technical team to please display the resolution of day 4, session 8 to all of us, where we all would like to vote for something and pledge for an important concept together. The resolution will be passed online. You will be able to access it through your chat box. I will humbly request all the participants to please vote for the resolution of this session, which says, we, the participants of the Second National Women's Parliament, urge the Union government to establish National Women's University for Research and Innovation through public-private partnership, and we also appeal to the Union Education Ministry to earmark sufficient funds for research and innovation in higher education for girl students. I request everybody to kindly vote for this pledge that now will be shared with you very soon in this chat box. And I will really request all the participants to go for a nod, since it's an important decision that we'll be passing on as a team to the higher authorities. This link will be open for next 30 seconds. And I would like to give a snapshot, a glimpse of all the sessions that we have had till now. The most important deliberations that we have witnessed till now have been on corporate leadership, rebooting womanhood, reshaping world order, NGOs with a focus on healthcare, political leadership, corporate governance, corporate leadership, winds of change, creativity, media, film, sports, acing with grace, research and innovation, the session which is very soon going to come to a close, and we will be witnessing another valuable session in the next few minutes. I hope you all have voted for this resolution, and now what we witness is a very important result. The result is also shared, and we can see that 99% of people have given a nod for this resolution and have said yes. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I now request Dr. Shubhalakshmi Joshi ma'am, the Associate Dean of Faculty Science from MIT World Peace University, to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Very good afternoon to one and all. On this special day, first I would like to wish you all a very happy Makar Sankranti. Respected virtual dais, it gives me immense pleasure to express vote of thanks for the session on research and innovation. We have with us eminent speaker, Mrs. Rashmi Udvarje, who is a recipient of Nari Shakti Award and former director of ARAI. Madam, you have enlightened us with the knowledge on major trends that have influenced technology and innovation. Thank you so much for your guidelines. Today we are fortunate to have a presence of Honorable Minister of State Women's Welfare, Srimati Swati Singh from Uttar Pradesh. ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर, आपने बहुत सही बात की है कि महिला हर दिन अपने घर में कोई ना कोई इनोवेशन करती है. आपने हमें संबोधन करने के लिए बताया है कि दो विशेष सब्जेक्ट जो चर्चा करने के लिए रिसर्च में महत्वपूर्ण है, उसमें से एक आपने बताया है कि हम हमारे समाज में सोच को बदलना चाहते हैं, और दूसरा विषय आपने बताया है कि महिलाओं की काम करने की सशक्तता. हम आपसे पूरी उम्मीद से कहेंगे कि आपका आग्रह हम पूरा करने की जरूर कोशिश करेंगे. ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर, मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करना चाहती हूँ. I wish to extend wholehearted vote of thanks to Dr. Tessie Thomas, scientist and director Journal Aeronautical Systems DRDO, for sharing her thoughts on women in STEM education and hallmark of science and to contribute towards research and innovation. You have also mentioned success stories of women achievers and scholarships that will definitely help them for promoting the growth of the society. Thank you so much, madam, for your encouraging and motivational speech. We have among us देवी वैभवी जी. आपने शरीर और मन को स्वस्थ करने के लिए बहुत अच्छे से विचार से हमें प्रभावित किया है. थैंक यू सो मच मैडम फॉर दैट. देन वी हैव विथ अस डॉक्टर दिव्या कुमारी. मैडम, आपने in your address you have told us about the commitment towards the roles and responsibility, and we all women will follow the same path in future. We have also with us Srimati Preeti Bharadwaj Dalal, Chairperson, Haryana State Commission for Women. Madam, thank you so much for your thought-provoking words for women empowerment, and will be motivating for all women in this conference. We are also delighted by the address of Ms. Desi Thakur, Chairperson, Himachal Pradesh State Commission for Women. Thank you so much, Madam, for throwing light on women empowerment. I would like to express my wholehearted vote of thanks to Ms. Sonia Duhan, National President, National Spokesperson. Last but not the least, I would like to propose wholehearted thanks to all the organizers of National Women's Parliament. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Archana ma'am, over to you.
Over to you, Archana ma'am, for the next session.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pronima. On behalf of MIT World Peace University, I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and the participants to the 9th session of National Women's Parliament. The theme of this session is Women and Spirituality. Spirituality leading to wellness and excellence. As said by Swami Vivekananda, the union of science and spirituality alone will bring harmony and peace to the humanity. In spite of all the great progress that humanity has done in all the areas leading to better lifestyle and luxuries, it has been observed that the highest level of anxiety, depression, nervousness, frustration, mental trauma, unrest, etc., are still prevalent across the world over, and in fact are increasing day by day. This has an impact on everyone's well-being. Human race is considered as very intelligent as compared to other species on this earth. But the same intelligent human race is the reason for creating problems not only to humanity, but also the other species and non-life. This is mainly because of the lack of spiritual literacy. Spiritual literacy is a need of an hour in today's times. To know more about this theme, I request my technical team to play curtain raiser video about the session. Over to you, technical team.
As stated by Swami Vivekananda, that union of science and spirituality alone will bring harmony and peace to the humanity. In spite of all the great progress that humanity has done in all the areas, leading to a better lifestyle and luxuries, it has been observed that the highest level of anxiety, depression, nervousness, frustration, mental trauma, melancholy, and unrest are still prevalent across the world over, and in fact are increasing day by day. This is mainly because of the lack of spiritual literacy. If the required awareness for spirituality and ancient techniques like yoga and meditation is created, this will lead to emotional intelligence and stability, leading to wellness. At MIT World Peace University, world peace simply means an ideal state of happiness and freedom within and among all people and countries. A broader perspective would include a state where there will be no violence, no crime, no inequality, and no suffering. Let's discuss this now.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Now I request all the panelists to switch on their cameras. We want to capture this beautiful moment.
And a smile on the face we always wish.
Done, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Today, we are honored to have with us Ms. Sonpreet Bhatia Darade. She's the founder of Mindful Living AI. I request the technical team to show a short film on her. Over to you, technical team.
Srimati Sonpreet Bhatia is an entrepreneur and innovator whose prior roles include co-founder and partner at venture capitalist-backed companies building AI conversational interfaces, vice president of a Wall Street firm, and scientist at IBM's DJ Watson. She is currently working on the intersection of AI and wellness. Srimati Sonpreet has received awards and recognition from the Wall Street Journal, Advertising Age, and Business Insider magazine. As a speaker, she addresses topics in technology, women's leadership, mindfulness, innovation, artificial intelligence, wellness, ethics, women empowerment, and more. She has been published in various books and magazines. We are honored to welcome Srimati Sonpreet Bhatia to the Second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Welcome, welcome, ma'am. Today we are honored to have with us Sister B.K. Shivani, ma'am. We welcome you, ma'am, to this Second National Women's Parliament. Welcome, welcome, ma'am. Now, may I request Sonpreet Bhatia Daradi, ma'am, to address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. I'd love to share one of the quotes that I really admire. But the future is a mystery, the past is history, now is a gift, and that's why it's called the present. You know, there's a beautiful story where a stranger is walking by a beggar, and the beggar says that, could you please share some change? And the stranger says, I don't have any change, but what is this box that you're sitting on? So the beggar says, I don't know. I've been sitting on this box for ever I remember, for a long, long time. So the stranger says, can I request you to open the box? And the beggar says, fine. He opens the box and it's full of goods. It's full of money. It's full of everything that he always wanted in his life. So is our inner peace. Everything that we're looking for outside is actually inside us. Goal of life is really peace of mind, not money, not things from outside. Although everything is happening from the outside, success comes to you in different forms. Everything that you need in the world comes to you for sure in the outside world. But true success is really happiness, peace of mind. You know, we have 60 to 80,000 thoughts a day, 2,500 thoughts in 1 hour. And all those thoughts are either of the past or future. Past, of course, brings anxiety, brings, regret, all these emotions. And future brings a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety about what's going to happen to you in the future. But life is really happening now in the present moment. So can we live our life in this present moment and be happy? Now, is that a possibility? Yes, it is. It absolutely is. It seems like stress is the new norm. I invite you to really open your eyes and look around, and you'll see that everybody is stressed about something or the other. But if you live your life in this moment, there is nothing called stress because everything is perfect the way it is supposed to happen. You know, our mind is full of impressions and conditionings. What we call as stress or we call as depression is nothing but a deep impression. And that deep impression starts with just a thought. And when that thought comes to us, it starts to us.
I think there is some technical problem, ma'am. We are not able to hear you. Sonpreet, ma'am, we are not able to hear you. Sonpreet, ma'am, we are not able to hear you. I think there is some technical problem from your side.
The office will coordinate. Maybe
yes,
someone can call. It's going on.
Yes, yes, ma'am. We have already conveyed it to them.
Yeah, we'll wait for 30 seconds.
Yes. Yeah, Sompreet, ma'am, are you able to hear me? No, we are not able to hear you, ma'am, at all.
And some network issues from her side, madam. We are coordinating. We can go ahead with the next speaker. Right.
Sure, sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. So today we are honored to have with us Sister B.K. Shivani, motivational speaker and spiritual teacher, Brahma Kumaris. I request my technical team to show a film on her. Over to you, technical team.
Sister Shivani is a teacher in the Brahma Kumari spiritual movement in India. She completed her undergraduate and postgraduate in electronics engineering at the Savitribai Phule University, where she was an academic gold medalist. Then completed a master's degree in computer engineering from Maharashtra Institute of Technology. Her TV series of conversations with Suresh Oberoi was adapted into the 2015 book Happiness Unlimited, Awakening with Brahma Kumaris. Sister Shivani travels in India and abroad, appearing at charitable events ranging from the promotion of organ donation to parenting programs, as well as Brahma Kumari events. In 2017, she was named as a Goodwill Ambassador of the World Psychiatric Association. She has a YouTube channel called B.K. Shivani. She received the Nari Shakti Award in 2019. We are honored to welcome Sister Shivani to the second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Thank you. Sister Shivani, ma'am, we are really very, very honored to have you here with us, and we all are eagerly waiting to listen to you. Over to you, ma'am.
Om Shanti, and thank you so much, and good evening and namaskar. It's very beautiful to see that when we talk about leadership, we have spirituality as one of the pillars that we are discussing here. Because truly, spirituality is something that sometimes is misunderstood, and we find people saying, oh, I'm not spiritual. So they believe that spirituality is something that is a different part of life, but which is not the truth. Spirituality is actually the seed of life. Spirituality means taking care of the mind. So I, the being, the soul, the mind, the creator of every thought, feeling, and emotion, that's the seed of life. From there, my every thought affects my body. So it creates my physical health. My every feeling and emotion creates my emotional health and thereby influences my mental health. And then, as is my thought and feeling, so are my relationships. And so they create my social health. And of course, as is my thought and feeling, so is the work that I do. So that creates my professional health. So the I, the creator of every thought and feeling, is creating the emotional health, the mental health, the physical health, the social health, the professional health, and then of course it influences the environment and creates the world. And so to say that I'm not spiritual would be a huge mistake because each one of us is spiritual. Spiritual means that taking care of who I am. Last year, 2020, saw many of us saying that fear and anxiety is normal. And it was something that we were saying even before COVID, so it's not something that happened because of COVID. Even before 2020, we were saying stress is normal, anger is normal, fear is normal. So really, when we come together on platforms like this, it's very, very important to rethink what is normal. Because if I don't have the right definition of normal, I may live my life with a mistake. Because what is an emotional illness, we're calling that as normal. So whether it's stress, anxiety, fear, jealousy, comparison, competition, complaining, not being able to forgive people, hurt, rejection, long, long list. That's actually an emotional illness. And what is normal, what is emotional health is calm, stability, gratitude, compassion, cooperation, self-respect, acceptance. This is normal. But a little mistake that we made is we called the emotional illness as normal. And what is normal, we are saying, I want happiness, I want love, I want respect. It's not I want. I cannot want health. I have to create health. I have to create health. I have to be healthy. So what spirituality does, it gives us the power to create every thought and feeling of our choice. A big change that is needed is to shift from being emotionally dependent to becoming emotionally independent. Atmanirbhar. What Atmanirbhar Bharat? We can create Atmanirbhar Bharat only when I am first Atmanirbhar. So Atmanirbhar means Atma, I the soul, is dependent only on myself for how I feel. So Atmanirbhar, self-reliant, self-dependent. We cannot live our life saying, I'm angry because of, I'm upset because of, I'm hurt because of, I'm worried because of. That is situation nirbhar. That is people nirbhar. And that will always make me a victim in life. And I will wait for the world to be perfect so that I can be happy. And while we were living our life like that, came COVID. And everybody said, oh, fear and anxiety is normal. If there is a crisis, how can fear and anxiety be normal? It is calm and stability which needs to be normal, because only then we can face a crisis. And then we were waiting, when will 2020 end? Because when we thought when the year will end, my life will become perfect. And we said, okay, 2021 has started, now everything will be perfect. We cannot depend on situations and people for our mind to be perfect. So let's promise ourselves today that from today I'm going to be Atmanirbhar, which means I'm not going to blame anything and anyone for how I'm feeling. I am the creator of my every thought and feeling, word and behavior. I have to take personal responsibility. As women, we said we want physical independence. We got it. We said we want financial independence. We got it. We said we want social independence. We got it. But emotional independence, we can't ask anybody else for it. We have to create it. We have to create it, that I am the creator of every thought and feeling. And then whatever may happen outside, I choose my right response. So a daily practice of meditation and spiritual study strengthens the soul to create the right response in every situation. So there can be a crisis outside and we can choose calm inside. Somebody can behave wrong with me and I can choose respect and dignity as my response, because when I strengthen myself, I have the choice how to respond. I cannot live like a life of a victim saying, but the world was not right to me. The world doesn't create my sanskars. So spirituality gives us the power to create the right sanskars. And sanskars are very important because it is our sanskars which create our Sanskriti, the culture. And it is that which creates our sansar, the world. So sanskars create our sansar. Everyone's looking for a beautiful world. Ye duniya kab achhi ho jayegi? When will this world be a beautiful place to live in? How can the world be beautiful by doing anything outside? It has to be done here. Let's work on our sanskars and we will be able to create a very beautiful sansar. And a woman plays a very powerful role in sanskars of society, not just of her as an individual, but of society. Two very, very important roles that a woman plays. One role which only a woman plays, and that is of giving birth to a child. When you carry a child in your womb for 9 months, you have the power to give sanskars. It's called Garab Sanskar. Garab Sanskar is a power. It's a power to give the right sanskars to the next generation right there in those 9 months. Only a woman has this power. Only she has this. So we really don't need to go into this thing like we as women are equal to men. We don't have to be equal, not less, not more. We are different. We're just too different. Soul is the same, costume is different, role is different, responsibility is different. So we don't need to get into less or more. We just need to realize what power I have and take responsibility for that power. So one is through the womb. Every mother gives sanskar to the child. So if a mother during those 9 months is leading a life of purity, of peace and power, calm and dignity, self-respect, she's going to give birth to a leader. She's going to give a birth to a leader. So that's the power we have. And second, is in most houses, it's the woman who's cooking. So through the food that we cook for the family, we can give power and sanskars to the entire family, because jaisa anna vaisa man. So if the food is nourished by the love and the blessings and the sanskars of the mother who's cooking for the family in most houses, then the mother has the power to give those sanskars through the food to the entire family and change the minds and the mental health and the emotional health of the entire family. So there is amazing power that we have with our sanskars. So let's not wait for the world to change. It is the sanskar which needs to be taken care of, and to remember that there are only two things which are our responsibility, our sanskar and our karam. And spirituality always tells us to be aware of the law of karma, that as is my karma, so will be my destiny. To be a leader, we need to be ethical. We need to be standing for the truth, even if we are the only one and nobody is there with us. The whole world can be on another side and we have to stand for the truth. It requires power. This requires spiritual power. To be a leader, you need to be selfless. Selfless, niswarth, no desire for the self. Only then you can serve the world. The power to give. So when you nourish yourself with spiritual study and meditation on a daily basis, you are so contented that you are not going to look for happiness in some achievement outside. You will achieve with happiness, not depend your happiness or not depend your happiness on achievement, because contentment, santushtata, is the prime quality that will come when you nourish your mind on a daily basis. And then whatever role you play, whether it's a role of a mother, a wife, a professional, a politician, a leader, whatever role you play, the role will be only to give to the world. Seva, only to give, not to want from the world, only to give to the world, because you are energized here. You don't need anything from the world. You're only here to give to the world, because that's the nature of every human being, is to give. प्रकृति में कुछ भी देखो, everything is for giving. सब कुछ देता है. So it's our nature is also only to give. We forgot our nature, and instead of being a giver, we're always saying, I want, chahiye, chahiye, chahiye. Not I want, I give, I give, I give. This is our human nature, because who are our ancestors? Devi Devtas, deities, which means only giving. Only giving. And when you're a giver, then your aura, your energy field is divine white light. And that's leadership quality. Leadership quality. So a leader is one who has to be always contented, and contented will always be stable. And stable and contentment means niswarth, selfless, no desire, only one purpose, to serve everyone in whatever role I play. Whatever role I play. But for that, at least give 30 to 45 minutes to nourish the soul on a daily basis. And take care. Emotional diet is based on what we watch, read, and listen. One thing that we all need to take care of today is the content we consume. The content we consume. Because what we watch, what we read, what we listen is who we become. So if I watch, read, listen content of lust, greed, ego, jealousy, ridicule, rejection, I will start creating similar emotions. So at least 30 minutes in the morning, spiritual study means absorb content of purity, faith, compassion, and we will start becoming that. Use technology, but don't get dependent or addicted to it. Don't get dependent or addicted to it. We have to use everything like a master, not that our mind gets dependent on our phone, that if it doesn't work for 1 minute and our mind goes like this, then we become a victim to technology. Just experiment with one small habit. Do not use your phone for an hour in the first thing in the morning. Just experiment with it. Do not consume the world onto your mind for the first hour in the morning. The first hour, the mind is like a blotting paper. Whatever we put, it will just absorb completely and put it into the subconscious. That's not the time to check emails and messages and social media handles. That's not the time. The first hour of the morning is to energize that inner battery, connect to the higher power, pranayam, yoga, meditation, spiritual study, 1 hour to water the seed, the tree will be taken care of the rest of the day. But if I say I don't have time to water the seed, then the one epidemic that we all have is we're always short of time. I'm too busy, mere paas time nahi hai, because we don't water the seed. We keep nourishing the tree without watering the seed. So just experiment an hour, not connecting to the world first hour, but nourishing the mind with spiritual practices. And then we have the power to change the world simply by working on changing ourselves. Because when we change, the world will change. And we have to create a very beautiful world. This Kalyug has to now change to a very beautiful new world called Satyug. It has to. It has to happen. It's certain. And all that we need to do is create our Satyugi sanskars of giving, 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 and giving. Always remind yourself every day, I am the diya of my house. You know, we all light diyas and we say if the diya is ignited, it's always auspicious. Diya means the power to give. Become the diya of your house. Become the diya of your organization. The one who gives and gives and gives unconditionally. It's like charge your battery every morning and throughout the day only give the power to the world. Then our sanskars will create a very, very beautiful sansar. And that is truly leadership quality. Thank you so much. Om Shanti.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I think someone has rightly said that we are not human beings having spiritual experience, but we are spiritual beings having human experience. So follow your intuition and it will always lead you to the right destination. So thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening us with your kind words. And we will definitely remember and practice whatever you have said today in our day-to-day life. Thank you so much again, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Shivani ji. This is Dr. Haridas. I am the Director of School of Government. You have blessed us last time at the time of the Bharatiya Chhatra Samsad. You know, you had come to Vijnan Bhavan, and whenever your presence, your guidance, your support, it always motivates us to do more and to spread more energy as such. So this National Women Parliament also, you know, the Bharatiya Chhatra Samsad and then the National Women Parliament now. These are the platform which is created by School of Government only. I wish to have the continued association with the people like you, and the blessings on National Women Parliament should continue from the people like you. So nice of you that you have taken the time. Thanks a lot. We have Professor Group Captain Apteji, who is the advisor to MITWPU. Sir, you would like to say anything? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Sister Shivani ji. While I was listening to you, it was like experiencing a peace or experiencing getting a charge from whatever you are given, which you are given the exercise that morning 1 hour. You nourish your mind and charge yourself, and after that, that charged mind you can use it for giving peace and expressions to the world and people around you. You have talked about inner world and outer world. The outer world changes inner world that we are experiencing all the time. But inner world can also change the outer world because both worlds are connected. And you have talked about sanskar and meditation. These are the two methods where you can actually make your inner world nourished and then use it rather than being at mercy with the outer world. If you can change your inner world, you can do whatever you actually are interested in. So rather than saying, I want this, you can actually give something. You can more you give, that is a joy of giving, will give you more happiness, and it will be more lasting happiness. Thank you very much for all the information or talk you have given. Plus morning 1 hour definitely should be a good trick for all of us, those who are working at various areas, so that we remain happy and spread the happiness around us and remain more effective. Thank you very much. It was a really wonderful talk.
Thank you, Chi. Shanti.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Krishnakant Pathak ji and Dr. Elizabeth Denley, they have joined the session. I welcome you to this second National Women's Parliament. Miss Sonpreet Bhatia ji, she due to technical problem, she had lost the connectivity, and now she is back. So I request you, ma'am, to give your message in the next 2 minutes. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, so anything is possible with inner peace. I invite you all to awaken with and awaken the inner peace inside. We also have a tool called mindfulliving.ai, which is a science-based partner for you to help you with affirmations, to help you with wisdom from the East and science from the West. A true partner to you for your physical and mental well-being. As far as gratitude is concerned, gratitude is actually an attitude. So how do we come to that place where we're always in that gratitude, in the highest vibration, and always contributing to the world? But our inner journey is the most important. It doesn't even come in ladders. It is the most important thing in our life. And with mindfulliving.ai, this is a tool for us to experience that as a true friend by your side to help you with your inner journey. It's personalized. It uses AI, artificial intelligence as well. So I welcome you to join us in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. We are honored to have with us Dr. Krishnakant Pathakji, IAS, Honorable Secretary, Women and Child Development Department, Government of Rajasthan. I request my technical team to play a short film on him. Over to you, technical team.
Dr. Krishnakant Pathak is an IAS officer of the 2001 batch of Rajasthan cadre and is currently serving as the Secretary of Women and Child Development Department in the government of Rajasthan. He has received his Masters and PhD from the University of Allahabad. He has also been a Junior Research Fellow for UGC. During his illustrious career, he has served as the Secretary to the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Commissioner of Industries Department of Rajasthan and Secretary of the Rajasthan Lok Seva Ayog, Ajmer. He has won the Seth Surajmal Mehta Sahitya Award in 2011 and has won state-level awards for his work in administrative structure and e-governance. He has a keen interest in literature and has written extensively. We are honored to welcome Dr. Krishnakant Pathak to the Second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
We welcome you, sir, to this session, and I request you to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
नमस्कार मैम, क्षमा करें मैं थोड़ा विलंब से ज्वाइन किया. मेरी आवाज पहुंच पा रही है मैम?
हाँ बिल्कुल, हम आपको सुन पा रहे हैं सर.
बात स्त्री और अध्यात्म की है. जितनी दूर तक अध्यात्म है उतनी दूर तक स्त्री और पुरुष भिन्न नहीं है. जितनी दूर तक संसार है उतनी दूर तक स्त्री पुरुष जीव जंतु पशु पक्षी सजीव निर्जीव सबके भेद विद्यमान रहेंगे. आत्मा के स्तर पर अगर भेद हो जाए तो फिर वो अध्यात्म रह ही नहीं जाता. फिर वहां भी अगर स्त्री पुरुष खड़े हो जाएं तो इसका मतलब अभी अध्यात्म का केवल व्यावहारिक जगत विद्यमान है. हम जितनी दूर तक मनुष्य हैं उतनी दूर तक आधे हिस्से तक तो अगर देखा जाए, अगर गुणसूत्रों के हिसाब से तो आधे से लगभग उसके एक छोटे हिस्से के बराबर जीन्स में जरा सा परिवर्तन है और हम स्त्री और पुरुष बन जाते हैं. एक बड़ी प्रसिद्ध लेखिका थी सिमोन दे बोवार, द सेकंड सेक्स नाम से उनकी किताब है. बड़े प्रसिद्ध दर्शन शास्त्री जॉन पॉल सार्त्र की पत्नी भी थी वो. उनका कहना था कि इस समाज में स्त्री जन्म नहीं लेती बल्कि स्त्री बना दी जाती है. स्त्री इतनी भी स्त्री नहीं है जितनी बना दी गई है. उसके भाव से, भाषा से, संस्कार से, संसार से, सभी चीजों से ये रूप दे दिया गया. एक छोटी सी चीज जीवन में कितना परिवर्तन कर जाती है. हमारे और चूहे के बीच या हमारे और वानर के बीच मात्र 2% जीन्स का फासला. एक कहां पशु में रह गया और हम कहां मनुष्य में आ गए. ठीक यही बात एक छोटे से एक्स क्रोमोसोम से ही जुड़कर चली आती है. कुछ बायोलॉजिकल बातें जीवन के हिस्से के रूप में आएंगी। एक स्त्री, अगर जितने लोग शोध करने चलते हैं तो बार बार ये प्रश्न उठता है कि पहले मुर्गी हुई या अंडा। ये प्रश्न हमेशा विवाद का विषय बना रहेगा, लेकिन जो लोग भी बायोलॉजी पढ़ते हैं उनके लिए बड़ा सरल सा उत्तर है कि जब भी के जीवन में कोई आएगा, सृष्टि में कोई आएगा, तो एक कोशिकीय जीव पहले आएगा। अंडा एक कोशिकीय है, यूनिसेलुलर है, इसलिए वो पहले आएगा। स्त्री पहले आई या पुरुष, ऐसा ही जटिल प्रश्न है। एक्स क्रोमोजोम पहले आएगा क्योंकि वो सभी में विद्यमान है, वाई क्रोमोजोम बाद में आएगा क्योंकि वो उत्परिवर्तन से। स्त्री का पहले आना उसे आदिशक्ति बनाकर जाएगा। जीवन की तमाम ऐसी गतिविधियां, तमाम ऐसे सूत्र जो स्त्री के साथ बचे हुए हैं वे हमेशा बने रहेंगे। लेकिन कुछ जो संसार जिस ढंग से बना, बड़े प्रसिद्ध दार्शनिक रहे हैं और क्रांतिकारी विचारक, एंगल्स नाम सभी ने सुना होगा, मार्क्स के सहयोगी थे। उन्होंने कहा है कि ये संसार में पहला जो श्रम विभाजन शुरू होता है वो स्त्री पुरुष के कार्य विभाजन के साथ ही शुरू होता है। और स्त्री पुरुष का कार्य विभाजन न केवल पहला वर्ग विभाजन है बल्कि पहला वर्गीय शोषण भी होता है। उसके कार्य की, जिस कार्य को वो निष्पादित कर रही होती है, उसका मूल्यांकन कर पाना बड़ा कठिन होता है। और जैसे जैसे अर्थपूर्ण जगत होता जाएगा, उस अर्थपूर्ण जगत में इन चीजों की वैल्यू सृजित कर पाना बड़ा कठिन है। कुछ छोटी बातों से शुरुआत करें। पहले तो मैं ये जान लूं कि मेरे पास जो समय दिया गया है उस समय के भीतर मुझे कितनी देर बोलना है, मैं उसके बाद अपनी बातों को उसमें समेटने की कोशिश करूं। मैम,
सर यू हैव 10 मिनट्स।
10 मिनट्स, तो मैं इतने के भीतर ही बात को समाप्त करने की कोशिश करूंगा। जो भी हम आज जो स्त्री का रूप दिख रहा है, जिस अवस्था में दिख रही है, ये हमेशा से नहीं रहा होगा। हम समय के साथ विकसित हुए हैं और इस समय के साथ जो विकास हुआ होगा, इसमें मनुष्य पहले आहार संग्राहक अवस्था में था, फूड गैदरर अवस्था में था, और उस समय स्त्री की भूमिका महत्वपूर्ण होती थी, केंद्रीय हुआ करती थी। जैसे ही वो आखेटक युग में प्रवेश किया, अचानक स्त्री, क्योंकि वो शिकारी नहीं बन सकती, अच्छी शिकारी बनने के लिए उसकी प्रवृत्तियां शायद बेहतर रूप में कारगर न हो, और अचानक वो पृष्ठभूमि में जाने लगी। फिर जैसे ही कृषि की शुरुआत हुई, स्त्री फिर से केंद्रीय भूमिका में। कृषि की शुरुआत ही स्त्रियों ने की, और उसके बाद फिर एक नई शुरुआत हुई। जैसे ही कृषि का घनीकरण हुआ, स्त्री हाशिए पर जाने लगी। फिर जैसे जैसे उद्योग आने लगे, स्त्री और भी जगत से बाहर होने लगी। उस जगत में, प्रतियोगिता में वो उतनी सफल नहीं हो सकती थी। लेकिन जैसे ही सर्विस सेक्टर बढ़ने लगा, सेवा क्षेत्र बढ़ने लगा, स्त्री फिर से अपनी भूमिका पाने लगी। ये संसार के अपने नियम है। तो स्त्री की जो शक्ति है, ये समाज के लिए भले ही अंतर्निहित शक्ति के रूप में हमेशा से विद्यमान रहे, लेकिन समाज की जो व्यावहारिक चीजें हैं वो हमेशा कहीं ना कहीं अपनी सीमाएं तय कर रही होती। संसार धीरे धीरे और पूंजीवादी होता जाएगा। हम चाह कर भी वे मूल्य सृजित नहीं कर सकते, वे संस्कार सृजित नहीं कर सकते जो किसी अन्य युग में विद्यमान थे। धीरे धीरे पारिवारिक व्यवस्थाएं छिन्न भिन्न हो रही हैं। आधे से ज्यादा परिवार या तो टूट चुके हैं या टूटने के कगार पर हैं। दीवारें इतनी मजबूत हैं कि उनके आगे से आवाज नहीं जा पाती। और ये ठीक विषाद का वही क्षण है जिस विषाद के क्षण में हम खड़े हों और एकाएक या तो हम धर्मयुद्ध की ओर चले जाएं, या तो हम छलांग लगाकर परिवर्तन करके इतनी ऊंचाई पर पहुंच जाएं कि हम आत्म रूपांतरण कर लें, या फिर हम आत्महंता बन जाएं। इस संसार के भीतर यदि प्रति वर्ष 2 लाख से ज्यादा आत्महत्याएं होती हैं और उन आत्महत्याओं में एक बड़ी भूमिका वैवाहिक मामलों की होती जा रही है, ये स्पष्ट बताता है कि आप इस संसार के लिए कहीं ना कहीं अपात्र रह गए हैं। एक बड़े प्रसिद्ध विचारक थे, समाजशास्त्री इमाम दुर्खिम, कहा करते थे, आत्महत्या का कोई अलग से वैयक्तिक कारण ढूंढना ठीक नहीं है। ये सारी कारण इस बारे में जुड़े हुए होते हैं कि हम ही समाज का सामना करने में कहीं ना कहीं असमर्थ हो जाते हैं। हम समाज की छवि के साथ अनुकूलित नहीं कर पाते। अध्यात्म भीतर से कुछ परिष्कृत करता है। बाहर जिस रूप में हम जिन चीजों को देखना चाहते हैं, उन्हीं चीजों को ठीक देखने की दृष्टि दे जाता है। अगर कोई एक सरल रूप में पूछे कि अध्यात्म क्या कर जाता होगा, बस इतना कर जाता है कि अगर भीतर की ओर जाएं तो आप ध्यान के लिए जाएं, बाहर के लिए जाएं तो सेवा के लिए जाएं। इतनी सी बात अगर समझ में आ जाए तो सीधे सीधे सारी बातें कहीं ना कहीं अपनी दिशा सही पकड़ने लगती हैं। स्त्री जिन भी कारणों से, कुछ जो व्यावहारिक कारण होंगे, कुछ जैविक कारण होंगे, उसके कारण उसे बहुत दूर तक की यात्रा करने में कठिनाई होगी। वो दूरदर्शिता उसके लिए कहीं घातक बन सकती है। उसे निकट के परिवार को सजाना है, निकट की चीजों को और बेहतर करना है, नींव सुदृढ़ करनी है, तो वो पहले निकट की ओर देख पाती है। और ये निकट दृष्टि कई बार उसके लिए बाधा बन जाती है। कई बार वो हो सकता है कि अध्यात्म की ओर वो ऊंची उड़ान बढ़ना चाहे, वो पाना चाहे, और उसके लिए वो सीमाएं उसी से तय हो जाती हैं। तो जो मार्ग, 3 मार्ग कहे जाते हैं, कहा जाता है ज्ञान मार्ग, भक्ति मार्ग और कर्म मार्ग, तो इनके भीतर जो ज्ञान मार्ग है बेसिकली ध्यान मार्ग है। अगर उसे कोई समझता हो कि शास्त्र पढ़ने की बात है तो वो निरर्थक है। जो कर्म मार्ग है कृष्ण के हिसाब से, वो कोई कृष्ण कहते हैं कि ये पुण्य के मार्ग, जो नैतिक मार्ग हैं, वे तो उचित होते ही हैं, लेकिन उसका एक और आयाम है कि कोई भी हम कर्म करें उसमें हम उसके फल की आकांक्षा के विषदंत हटा दें। और भक्ति मार्ग वो कि हम सीधे हृदय के आधार पर आप्लावित होने लगे, प्रेमपूर्ण बन जाएं, जगत के प्रति समरस बन जाएं। सबकी प्रवृत्तियां भिन्न होंगी, सभी तरह के मार्ग वाले सब में मिलेंगे, स्त्री में भी मिलेंगे, पुरुष में भी मिलेंगे, लेकिन स्त्री के लिए शायद ये जो भक्ति का मार्ग है, जो कर्म का मार्ग है, वो ज्यादा सार्थक दिखे। ज्ञान के, ध्यान के मंच पर कहीं ऐसा नहीं कि कोई भेद हो जाए, लेकिन वहां पर उन दिशाओं में जाकर केवल आत्मलीन होकर अपने भीतर ही देख पाना कई बार उसके लिए उतना सहायक नहीं हो पाता, लेकिन मार्ग स्वयं को ही चुनना पड़ता है। एक बड़े प्रसिद्ध सूफी कहानी है। सूफी कहानी के भीतर कहा गया है कि हम रास्ते नहीं चुनते, रास्ते हमें चुन लिया करते हैं। आप अगर ऐसा मानते हैं, अध्यात्म का प्रस्थान बिंदु क्या है? पहला ही प्रस्थान बिंदु यही है कि जीवन में आप मान लें कि कोई ना कोई चीज ऐसी है जो हमें प्लान किए हुए है, कहीं ना कहीं कुछ नियत किए हुए है, और उसी के माध्यम से हमारा परिष्कार है। तो रास्ते अगर आप चुनना चाहते हैं, ये आपका संकल्प स्वतंत्र होना चाहिए, लेकिन एक और हिस्सा है जो कहीं दिव्य से जुड़ा हुआ है, कहीं परात्पर से जुड़ा हुआ है, जो आपको या हमें कहीं अपने आप उस रास्ते पर लेकर चला जाता है। शोपेनहावर थे, बड़े प्रसिद्ध दार्शनिक थे। उनसे किसी ने कहा कि आदमी जो चाहे वो पा सकता है या नहीं पा सकता। उन्होंने कहा आदमी जो चाहे वो पा सकता है, लेकिन जो चाहे वो चाह नहीं सकता। ये बिल्कुल सटीक सी बात है। जो चाहे हम वो चाह नहीं सकते। हमारे भीतर अगर हमें भी, अगर सचिन तेंदुलकर बहुत अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलते हो, मन में इच्छा जगेगी कि मैं भी वैसे चौके छक्के लगाऊं। शाहरुख खान अगर अभिनय कर रहे हैं तो हमें भी मन में आकांक्षा जग सकती है कि हम भी वैसे ही एक्टिंग करें। लेकिन जो अभिप्सा शाहरुख, अमिताभ बच्चन के मन में या अन्य के मन में जग पाएगी, वो अभी हमारे भीतर पैशन की तरह नहीं जग पाती। अध्यात्म अपने भीतर की संभावनाओं को भी तलाश पाना है, अपने भीतर की भावनाओं को भी जगा पाना है। तमाम लोग रहे हैं, अलग अलग दिशाओं से चलते रहे हैं, और अगर नामों की सरणी देखना चाहें, हिंदू संस्कृति में देखें मीरा होंगी, अगर उत्तर भारत से देखें लल्ल देव थी, कश्मीर से, दक्षिण भारत से गोदा थी, आंडाल जिनका नाम था, जैन धर्म में मल्लीबाई जिन्हें दिगंबर मल्लीनाथ के रूप में मानते हैं, बौद्ध धर्म में उत्तपल वर्णा है, मारिया वोल्ट्रेटा है, ईसाई धर्म में, सभी धर्मों में ये चीजें कहीं ना कहीं भीतर से विद्यमान रही हैं। लेकिन जो संसार उनको पतंगों की तरह उड़ने से रोकता है, जो संसार सीमाएं बांधता है, उसके भीतर हर चीज की सीमाएं रुकती हैं। कोई ऐसा नहीं कि उसकी सीमाएं केवल कार्य क्षेत्र में ही रुकती होंगी, अध्यात्म जगत में भी बाधित होती होंगी। ये आज जगत है जिसमें इतना अवकाश मिलता है। एक जगत वो भी था जहां पर एक स्त्री के कम से कम 5 से 6 या 8 बच्चे होते थे। पूरा जीवन बच्चों की जन्म और परवरिश में बीत जाता था, लकड़ियां लाने, चूल्हे जलाने, खाना बनाने, भोजन बनाने। अगर कोई चीज तकनीकी रूप में कुछ जीवन में समृद्धि आती भी थी तो वो समृद्धि पुरुष के लिए होती थी। आज स्त्री थोड़े अवकाश में है, और अवकाश के भीतर अगर वो अपने भीतर के सृजन की संभावनाओं को तलाश पाए तो अध्यात्म की ओर जा सकती है। लेकिन सृजन की हमारी ज्यादातर संभावनाओं को मान लिया गया है कि वो बहिर्मुखी होंगी, और बहिर्मुखी जगत एक सीमा के बाद भीतर लाने को विवश करता है। हमारे भीतर वो उद्विग्नता लाएगा ही, कहीं ना कहीं हमें भीतर की ओर छोड़ जाने के लिए अभिशप्त कर देगा। तो कहीं भीतर की तृप्ति अगर हम नहीं तलाश पाए, अपने नाभि की कस्तूरी को नहीं देख पाए, तो ये संकट आना है। क्योंकि मेरा समय 10 मिनट का समाप्त होने वाला है, तो मैं सभी को नमन करूंगा और सभी से क्षमा याचना चाहूंगा कि मैंने विलंब से ज्वाइन किया। मेरी समस्त को शुभकामनाएं।
यस, धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद सर। हम आज हमारे साथ मिस्टर रविंद्रनाथ पाटिल है और वो कुछ 2 शब्द कहना चाहते हैं। रविंद्रनाथ पाटिल जी।
Jai Hind, sir. This is Ravindranath Patil. I am a former IPS from 2004 batch, sir. And sir, in fact, I was quite nostalgic because I had a great honor of working with Shrikar Pardeshi, sir, and Prashant Lokhande, sir. In fact, I had an honor of learning a lot from Shrikar right from the academic preparation days. And I'm always a fond of 2001 batch because I always believe that that batch and these my seniors have shaped my career. Sir, today, in fact, it was so mesmerizing that a serving IAS officer uh, who is at the helm of administrative affairs as holding a very senior position is talking as a spiritual exponent. It's a music to ears to everyone, and it's so both surprising as well as inspiring to each one of us that you have explained so many complex uh, things of philosophy, and I know that you had a background of philosophy and you have been a follower of Bhagavad Gita and as well as the karma theory. Sir, it was really heartening for all of us that you enlightened us with your great thoughts. And because of COVID, sir, we are having this discussion in an online mode. As School of Government, we have been scheduling many classroom sessions for our students as well as for active citizens. I would also like to tell you, sir, that what is the value differentiator of MIT is the world peace. And the world peace concept is embedded in the name of university as well as in the philosophy. And we also fondly celebrate World Peace Day. We also have an endowment series lecture and as well as a lecture series on world peace, which transcends religious boundaries. And that's what we are always proud of. And I would really love to invite you, sir, also to enlighten us during our World Peace Series lectures next year. And we look forward to be in continued association with you, sir. Thank you so much.
So many thanks.
Thank you so much, Patilji. And sir, we are really thankful to you. आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा कि अगर जीवन में सफलता लानी है तो ज्ञान मार्ग, भक्ति मार्ग और कर्म मार्ग, ये तीनों चीजों का हमें जीवन में हमेशा याद रखना चाहिए और अध्यात्म की भूमिका बहुत अहम है. Thank you so much again.
So many thanks, ma'am.
Hi, now I welcome Pravrajika Divyanand Pranaji. She has joined the session. I welcome you, ma'am, to this second National Women's Parliament. Welcome you, ma'am. We are honored to have with us Dr. Elizabeth Denley, Editor-in-Chief, Heartfulness Magazine. I request my technical team to play a short film on her.
Dr. Elizabeth Denley is the Editor-in-Chief, Trainer and Curriculum Development at the Heartfulness Education Trust and Heartfulness Institute, as well as Editor-in-Chief of Heartfulness Magazine. She received her PhD in Biology from the University of Sydney. An experienced writer with a sound history of working in the publishing industry, Dr. Elizabeth is a talented educational professional skilled as a non-fiction writer and interviewer. She is also a certified facilitator and trainer in entrepreneurship, conflict resolution, and editing. She has been a volunteer at the Sri Ramchandra Mission for over 31 years. We are honored to welcome Dr. Elizabeth Denley to the Second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
It's our privilege, ma'am, to have you here with us. I now request you to address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you and namaste, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here for this event. And I want to focus very practically on our role as women and how we can fit spirituality, spiritual practices into a daily life. Because as Sister Shivanaji beautifully said, we're all spiritual beings. But what is it for women that makes it so difficult to try and integrate this into our life. It's a blessing and a curse at the same time, in the sense that often we are mothers. I'm also a mother. I have 2 grown-up children, hopefully soon to be a grandmother. And so there are always, even when your children are adults, there are always things that you're responsible for with your children. Your husband, your extended family, your in-laws, your own parents when they're alive. Mine have passed away now, but we have a lot of, as Sister Shivani said, giving, 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 day in, day out. Many of us are also now, somebody has their audio on, so it's making it echo. If you can turn it off, thank you. So we're also often working women. I've been a working woman since before I was married, a career woman. And then after marriage, I had children. I stayed at home. I started to do volunteer work. And then I went back into the workforce as a managing director of companies, international companies, trying to balance all this. And many of you are the same. All the women I see in front of me on the screen are all working women. And you are trying to manage all this and at the same time, give time, give attention to your spiritual life. How to do this? This is something that I look back on, and I'm very, very grateful that over 30 years ago, I was able to start a practice, the practice of heartfulness, that allowed me to integrate spirituality into a very normal, everyday life. And how to do this? It means waking up a little earlier in the morning, giving yourself that time. It may be an hour, but if you're a normal mother, working woman, wife, daughter, daughter-in-law, etc., you may not find an hour. It's okay. Find whatever time you can, first thing in the morning, to connect with your soul, connect with your source, the wellspring of your existence. Learn to do this through a meditative practice. If it can only be 5 minutes, that's also okay. But make that effort to connect, to listen to your heart, to learn to ask yourself, what is my inner world telling me today? What am I feeling especially? And how will I go out into the day in a centered, balanced condition? For that, we need to go inside. It's worth taking this time. It's worth getting up a little earlier, having that space by yourself before everyone else in the house wakes up, connecting prayerfully into the heart and finding that center so that you go out into the day centered, balanced, and able to face whatever challenges come. But is that enough? Well, it would be in an ideal world. But unfortunately, many of us are living in cities, in urban environments where the stresses are not only from inside us, they're also external. You know, we have polluted cities, we have lots of traffic, we have so many things that environmentally create a stress reaction in our systems. And worst of all, of course, is thought pollution, which means that the negative thinking patterns that evolve in our system and have evolved biologically over millions of years make it hard sometimes to feel peaceful. We want to. We all want to feel peaceful. We all want to feel happy. But how to do that when you're dealing with so many things at once? You've got deadlines at work. You've got worries about your children, so many things. So what happens is after that morning of calm, we go out into the day, and sometimes that calmness gets destabilized because of events, because of situations. We need a practice, we need a simple method to remove that tension from our system, to remove the emotional charge, what Sister Shivani called samskaras very beautifully, the overlays, the knots of energy that form in our field of consciousness that stop us from feeling peaceful all the time. There's nothing wrong with them. We have to react in the world. But just like we take a bath or a shower to clean our physical system, we need something to clean, to remove the accumulated baggage in our emotional and our mental systems. So at the end of the day, what I do, what many people do, is a practice of cleaning to do just that, to let go of that charge, that tension. And even during the day, you can stop for a couple of minutes and do that. Just close your eyes, or even not close your eyes, because you can't even always do that. But just let go of the tension in your system. The third thing that's really critical is that we find a way to connect as deeply as possible with the soul, with the Atman, with the center of our being, because this is our source of joy. This is our source of real happiness, not external things, not the wants and desires that our speakers have spoken about already, but the inner source of happiness that is permanent and that can weather all the storms going on outside. You imagine like a hurricane or a tornado. Everything is whirling around like this, but the center is still. That's the center of our existence too. And when we learn to connect with that and go inside, even just for a second, we're reminded that this soul is part of our existence. It's the cause of our existence. It settles everything down. It takes us back into that peaceful space where we're able to balance ourselves and go out and face whatever's coming. We can't cotton wool ourselves from the world, nor should we. We're not here for that. We're here to contribute, to give. And the blessing that we have as women is that our natural ability to love is already our foundation. It's given to us as a gift. The Prakriti energy of nature, of the universe, the feminine energy is giving, it's nourishing. And this we have as our natural state of being. We don't really have to develop that capacity, it's within us. It just gets covered over. But as well as that, what we tend to do, and we all know this, those of us who are mothers especially, is that we tend to direct it into those that we own, that we hold as our own children, our spouses, our extended family members, our parents. The love gets directed there, or to our close friends, but not necessarily to everyone. So one of the challenges, and I guess the work for women, more so than for men, is to learn how to expand this lovingness. We are blessed with the lovingness. How to expand that so that it encompasses everybody. It encompasses the whole universe. It's not that we love our own families any less. My experience over 30 years is that with a meditative practice, I love my own family members more, and I also love others much more. I develop a tolerance and acceptance, not even tolerance, because when you have to tolerate somebody, it means there's something wrong already, right? If I have to tolerate you, it means that I'm struggling a little bit. Whereas when I accept you, when I accept that you are my sister or you are my brother, and that love flows from heart to heart, then automatically we will have harmony in the world. And in this time, in this era, when we've had basically a few hundred years of a very male-dominated colonial mentality of conquer, of competition, etc., the role of the feminine energy in society today is more important than ever. Because this is where you all know it, those of you, you all know that it's the mother that holds, right? The women are the glue in family life. Doesn't matter. You love all your children the same, no matter what they do. There's unconditional love. You bring family members together through your loving. This is what will bring humanity together also. This is what will unify humanity. It's a vital contribution, a vital ingredient. As women, we don't need to be at the forefront. We work from behind more often than we're at the forefront. We support from underneath. We hold children, we hold families, we hold our workplaces, we hold societies from underneath. And this is the spiritual way. Spirituality is about, as Sister Shivani said again, about seva, about serving, not as servants, but as really serving with humility, with love, with giving. And this is the role of the feminine in spirituality. It's a wonderful thing. It's something we can celebrate, and we can nurture it, we can nourish it through a spiritual practice. The practice that I do is called heartfulness. And it is, again, in harmony, in unison with any other religion, any other spiritual practice. It's heart-based. It takes us to the core of our being. And I genuinely wish for you all to experience this opening of the heart, this opening and expansion and you can say developing excellence in loving. So thank you very much. I wish you all a wonderful, wonderful 2021. Of course, it will be hard. The problems are not over. But together, if we come together with this lovingness, we can solve everything and rise above everything. Thank you and namaste.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ma'am, we women sometimes find it very difficult to have work-life balance, definitely, and a lot of stress and a lot of unhappiness is created. But yes, I think the primary cause of unhappiness is never the situation, but rather our thoughts about the situation. So we all really need to work on that. So thank you. Thank you so much again for your kind words. We can see that Srimati Sunita Lakshma Reddy, she has joined our session. I welcome you, ma'am, to the second National Women's Parliament. Today, we are honored to have with us Ms. Pravirajika Divyananda Prana, monastic member of Sri Sharada Mutt and Sri Ramakrishna Sarada Mission. I request my technical team to show a short film on her. Over to you, technical team.
Sadhvi Pravarajika Divya Anand Pran is a monastic member of Sri Sarada Mutt and currently editor of the English journal Samvit, published from New Delhi. She has been principal of Nivedita Vidya Mandir School from 2014 to 2019. She specializes in the areas of Yoga Vedanta. Her additional areas of interest include the Brahma Sutras with Sankara's commentary, works of Raman Maharishi, and the Bhagavad Gita. A gold medalist and topper, Sadhvi Pravarajika has a unique combination of knowledge in conventional sciences and traditional yogic and Vedantic texts. Internationally, she has traveled to hold classes or deliver lectures in South Africa, Ireland, Great Britain, UAE, USA, and recently to Canada. We are honored to welcome Sadhvi Pravarajika Divya Anand Pran to the second National Women's Parliament by MIT World Peace University.
It's our privilege, ma'am, to have you here, and we are really looking forward to listen to you. So I request you to address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaste, everyone here, and I hope I'm clearly audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
So it's a precious moment for me also, because I heard the last speaker, Dr. Elizabeth, and I was really touched by her words. Such beautiful expressions of deep spirituality. And so it's an honor for me to participate in this parliament. And thank you for having me here. Essentially, being a nun of a monastic order, I found my greatest joy and peace in spirituality. And I also understood at a young age that it is spirituality that generates life skills. Today, whatever we are concerned about, considering the present situation of the pandemic, a whole lot of us are concerned about depression, the various changes and vicissitudes of the economy. We are concerned about all of this just now, worried, fearful. So the only way to handle these situations, to develop life skills, to develop a positive mindset no matter what is happening around us, is to dive into spirituality, to unfold the essential strength of our soul. And that is why it is so very important. The very topic of this seminar, that really inspired me, because you wanted to know about spirituality for wellness and excellence. So this is what spirituality actually generates in our everyday lives. It is the way to wellness. It is the way to excellence. In 2008, there was this very important experiment on the meditative minds of Tibetan monks. I'm sure many of you have heard of it. It took place in New York University. So some of the observations of that experiment I would like to give you here, just to help us understand the level of wellness and excellence and competence that spirituality can bring into our lives. So these were Tibetan monks sent by the Dalai Lama, and a whole lot of experiments took place on the meditative state, and with lots of electrodes fixed on them. And it was found that these monks, who were used to long periods of meditation and over many years, so they were not novices, they were well-trained monks in the meditative process. As they gradually entered the meditative state, they were asked phenomenologically what they felt, and they said intense clarity of mind, progressive clarity of mind, which they could rate on a rating scale. So phenomenologically, that was the experience. Intense clarity and quietness of mind. And what were its effects? A high level of awareness. No worries, no fears, no negativities. The mind is bouncing with joy generated from itself. The mind is extremely calm. And the mind understands what wellness genuinely means. It does not lie in objects. This is pretty obvious. The more we interact with objects, things external, we will understand that they are limited. They are meant to teach us something. But the essential joy is right within us. We are spiritual beings having a human experience, and not human beings having a spiritual experience. That is the fact about us. So this high level of clarity and intense awareness generated in meditation, they concluded that this is the sanest state of existence, the happiest state of existence. And unless we touch this state, unless we get at least a glimpse of it on a regular basis, mind management itself can be such a big problem. And all problems proceed from that, our inability to properly handle our own minds. Because whether you call it time management or ambiguity management or anger management, whatever you call it, essentially it boils down to mind management. I am not able to manage the emotions in my mind, the thoughts in my mind, the attitudes of my mind. So that leads to all of this. So if I am able to manage mind, the rest follow. I will be able to manage my time. I will be able to manage my relationships. I'll be able to manage my boss. All of this, I will easily be able to manage. So it leads to a level of wellness and inner, you can say, balance, which has really no parallel. The gamma radiation waves that meditation sets up will actually influence the person in front of you also. This is pretty obvious. people of great meditation have a totally different aura around them. And that is what influences. So essentially, manufacturing a mind which is in touch with the soul. This is spirituality. And all of what we are calling wellness, excellence will naturally manifest if this state of mind is practiced and if we are able to establish ourselves in it. What is the effect of this state? The positivity radiated from the state. Because you see, you have become deeply conscious from within, not conscious of something, just conscious. The meditative state leads to this. You become deeply conscious, which means deeply aware, not of something, in itself deeply aware. So then you get the ability to subdue the unnecessary thought world, the anger and the disastrous emotions and all these shadripus, what are called. You naturally get the ability to put them down because you are deeply conscious. Your awareness overpowers thought, as it were. So this is the state that generates deep inner wellness, and it gives you intense focus as you wish. So we will not be focusing on the wrong things in life, which is the cause for all our problems. Because we are constantly focusing on things which don't matter actually. A lot of cooking occurs in our minds. So all of these unnecessary self-generated problems will vanish if we take our minds into our hands. And the meditative process is the means to do this. It generates a level of sharpness, intelligence, and focus, which will give you excellence anywhere. A man or a woman of meditation is excellent everywhere, not just in his or her particular field, because it's the mind that generates, that creates. It is the mind that is responsible for your perception and interpretation of the world. Without working on that mind, see, today we know everything from quarks to quasars in the external world, but we don't know about our own mind. We don't know the essence of our soul, of our being. This is a real tragedy, if there was one. And that's why, the next pandemic they are predicting is the mental health pandemic. Because we don't know these basic elements. Now, I'm very happy when educational institutions like yours take up this challenge of bringing spirituality into your academic institutions, into your academics, into the sensitivities of your faculty, and so that they are able to transmit this enthusiasm to their students. So whenever educational institutions approach me, I don't refuse them, because educators are at the helm of change. It is educators alone who can bring about vast changes. They are the torchbearers of change, I would say. So if you can bring it in some way into your curriculum, into your, see, the number of education institutions, let me tell you, are doing this. And if they are able to do it, it means everybody is able to do. Finally, it's our enthusiasm and our deep felt experience that gets transmitted to students. So let us hope and let us pray that something of this comes into our institutions and gets transmitted into the next generation, so that it is a sane generation, so that it is a generation which knows what to focus upon, which is able to best handle the body-mind complex and achieve great success in life and peace within themselves and in the world. I pray that this institution of yours, which is organizing beautiful programs like this, is able to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pravrajika ji. You rightly said that spirituality is the way to excellence, and the joy is within us. So the happiness cannot be traveled to or owned, earned, worn or consumed, but happiness is the spiritual experience of living energy, minute with love, grace, and gratitude. So yes, thank you so much for gracing the occasion, and thank you so much for sharing the kind words.
Thank you.
Here today, we are honored to have with us Srimati V. Sunita Lakshma Reddy ji. She is the chairperson, Telangana State Commission for Women, former Minister for Women and Child Welfare, Government of Andhra Pradesh. I request my technical team to play a short film on her. Over to you, technical team.
Srimati V. Sunita Lakshma Reddy is currently serving as the chairperson of the Telangana State Commission for Women and previously served as the Minister for Women and Child Welfare in the government of Andhra Pradesh. She completed her BSc from Vanitha Mahavidyalayam in Hyderabad. She started her political career in 1999 and was elected as a member of the Legislative Assembly from Narsapur constituency in 1999, 2004 and 2009. She served as a cabinet minister for minor irrigation in 2009 and Minister of State for Indira Kranti Yojana, pensions, women and child development and disabled welfare from 2010 to 2014 in the government of erstwhile Andhra Pradesh. She also served as the Mahila Congress General Secretary and as the district convener and district Congress committee president for Medak district. In 2019, she joined the Telangana Rashtra Samiti party. We are honored to welcome Srimati V. Sunita Lakshma Reddy to the Second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Welcome, welcome, ma'am. And it's our really privilege to have you here for this session. Now, I request you to give concluding address for this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, one and all. I appreciate the efforts of Maharashtra Academy of Engineering and Educational Research Mid Group of institutions, Pune especially, Karak, who have put forth many programs in educating the society in different fields and especially programs on empowering the women in the country. I have been told that first National Women's Parliament was held in 2017 in AP and now in Maharashtra. Firstly, I was appointed as first Telangana State Chairperson for Women Commission, and I thank our Honorable Chief Minister KCR Garu for giving this opportunity to be among all us today evening. And I also thank very much in inviting me to this webinar and women spirituality to give my concluding address on a special topic, spirituality leading to wellness and excellence. With the support and cooperation of my family, I got an opportunity to serve the society as a state cabinet minister in the combined state of Andhra Pradesh, as you said, as a minister for minor irrigation and women and child welfare department, IKP, pensions, juvenile welfare and disabled welfare. I believe that if the woman gets an opportunity, either in science and technology or even in serving the society through any political platform in right manner. Today, 21% of the women force in the world are occupied as an entrepreneurs in corporate sector. Even the aviation sector, recently from our country, women crew members script history by flying world's longest route between San Francisco and Bangalore. In our state, women holding two important constitutional posts. One His Excellency Mrs. Tamilisai Soundarya Rajan as Governor and Honorable Justice Hima Koili as Chief Justice of High Court. But I am not satisfied with this number. It must be emerged in part with the population ratio of women in the society in near future. I believe that if they got an opportunity in any field of activity, even international studies demonstrate that when the economy and political organizations of a society change, women take the lead role in helping the family and adjust to the new realities. We see the central role of women in the society has ensured the stability, progress, and learning. This pandemic has put the world in a puzzle and it teaches us many lessons in dealing with the things, the problems in the system now. This is the real-time challenge to think about in dealing with the things in a positive manner without any panic. Today's topic is on spirituality leading to wellness and excellence. It is rightly apt to the present situation in the world scenario. As quoted by the Swami, that the union of science and spirituality is solution for well-being of humanity. Even though women are making their mark in all spheres of life, leading better lifestyle and luxuries, it has been observed that anxiety, depression, nervousness, frustration, mental trauma, conflicts, etc., are still prevalent across the world. This is because of spiritual literacy. Spirituality alone will bring harmony and peace to the humanity. I believe that the time spent on the spirituality is equal to the recreation and even relaxation. It is totally different, distinct, and transparent beliefs in spirituality. Especially, most of the people they don't know how to manage the temperament. Meditation and yoga when they practice spirituality in their own belief. By practicing the means of spirituality, struggling to overcome pressure can get through easily and in getting a source of power and knowledge, and even they can manage to control complicated things very effectively. And this brings balance in the lives and improve hormonal balance, body strength, self-acceptance, and calmness. I believe that healthy spiritual practice may change the person in giving all aspects such as voluntarism, social contribution, optimistic, forgiveness, and expressions of kindness. It provides us with systems of faith, beliefs, values, ethics, principles, and morals. As we know that many components play a vital role to our overall health and well-being that includes physical, mental, and emotional things. A spiritual person have clearly defined ideas and she can judge which is right and which is wrong and can able to act positively. The spiritual wellness may not be something that you think much of, yet its impact on one's life is inevitable. The basis of spirituality is decisive, a sense of meaningfulness in one's life in achieving the target goals. The human spirit is the most neglected aspect of our lives. Just as we exercise to condition our bodies, a healthy spirit is nurtured by purposeful practice. The spirit is the aspect of ourselves that can carry us through anything. If we take care of our spirit, we will be able to experience a sense of peace and purpose even when life deals us a severe blow. A strong spirit helps us to survive and thrive with grace even in the face of difficulty. I hope that let the spirituality go on and you may see the transformation in one's life in every aspect, especially those who are suffering mental, physical, and work pressure. Women can empower rightly by eradicating the literacy and educating them, improve status socioeconomically, equality, and protection of their rights, and by implementing the laws forcibly for the safety, creating awareness among them. I once again thank the organizers in address on spirituality leading to wellness and excellency. Few words I conclude by saying Amartya Sen saying that if a man is educated, he is educated individually, and if a woman is entire society is educated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sunita ji. Thank you so much for expressing your views on this theme. Yes, women really, they have very important role to play, and it's very important for her to have a balanced mind. And spirituality will bring harmony to humanity, balance to life, and healthy spiritual practice will change the personality in positive manner. Thank you so much again. Now I request Professor Madhu Jagdish, Faculty of MIT WPU Peace Studies, to propose vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected all the members, it's really on the behalf of National Women's Parliament and MIT World Peace University, I take this opportunity to convey our heartfelt thanks to all the eminent speakers of this divine inspiring session, Women and Spirituality, theme being Spirituality Leading to Wellness and Excellence. We express our gratitude to we're really mindfully grateful to Ms. Sonpreet Bhatia Daradeji, using technology, how we could be mindful. And it's a great combination of AI and mindfulness, and hats off to that initiative. We express our gratitude to Sister B.K. Shivani ji, wonderfully explained the definition of becoming Atmanirbhar by becoming Atmanirbhar, that is emotionally independent, and how sanskar creates samskar creates sanskar, samskar creates the sansar, and what can I give, that attitude, and actually importance of consuming high vibrational content. It's thanks to all the eminent members that today, this session is really high vibrational content. We express our gratitude to Dr. Krishna Kant Pathak ji. It's also it was wonderful to listen to such spiritual depth coming from respected sir, who is an IAS. And he spoke about 4 parts, and also about how at a spiritual level, he made us think and rethink about at the spiritual realm, there is no division in terms of gender. We're very thankful to Ms. Pravrajika ji, and it's great that we could have her in the week of the National Youth Day being celebrated in the memory of Swami Vivekananda on Jan 12th. So she mentioned about spirituality generates life skills. We are all spiritual beings having a human experience, and how meditation leads to progressive clarity of mind and can lead to mind management leading to excellence. We are very grateful to Dr. Elizabeth Danliji for sharing the practical heart-based heartfulness meditation approach that she's been practicing since 30 years, and how that can help us to listen to our heart and also to evolve our consciousness. She also spoke about the feminine energy, which ultimately makes us, give. So ultimately, I would consider that we just need to increase the feminine aspect of it, energies, whether it's in the male or the female. We just need to have those qualities to help us in the world. Thank you, Elizabeth, Dr. Elizabeth. And we express our gratitude to Srimati Sunita Lakshma Reddy ji, ma'am, for your inspiring message. And also you mentioned about spirituality will alone bring harmony and peace to humanity. And how you also mentioned about how yoga and meditation can help us get that balance. Thank you very much for that inspiring message, ma'am. Thanks to all the participant members who are here today, and also for all those who may watch this session, as well as all the other sessions of National Women's Parliament in our Chhatra Sansad YouTube channel. This vote of thanks is not complete without expressing a heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Vishwanath Karad Sir, Shri Rahul Karad Sir, Dr. Ela Ben Bhatt ji, Ritu Chabra Madam, VC Sir, and the tireless efforts of all the members of the NWP. Indeed, spirituality is the key solution for human empowerment, which includes women empowerment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Announcements for the panelists and the participants. Soon we are going to start the valedictory program. So stay tuned. Do not leave the platform. Have a good day and I wish you a very, very happy Makar Sankranti. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Archana Chaudhary. It was indeed a beautiful session, and last few days of Second National Women's Parliament have been amazing and full of, I would say, thoughts that probably we will need some time to digest. And now we are gearing up for the valedictory session of Second National Women's Parliament. We still have a few minutes to go before we actually begin with the valedictory session. So I request everyone to please stay tuned. Please do not go anywhere. Of course, you can take a break of few minutes, but then yes, please do not leave this Zoom session. We will continue with the valedictory session in few minutes from now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, if I may request my technical team, if they can please play a small film which is dedicated to National Women's Parliament, uh, that would be a great addition to this spare time. Over to you, technical team.
India is the world's largest democracy and is poised to become a superpower soon. However, it is no secret that without equality, our dreams of becoming a superpower will not be realized. Drawing from the rich cultural legacy of our land, we find multiple examples of equality between men and women, concepts that have sadly not been followed by us in the last few centuries. This needs to change, not only for moralistic reasons, but also due to practical ones. It is this thought that made the executive president of MIT WPU, Shri Rahul Karad, envision a parliament centered around women and which discusses the various challenges that women face in fields as diverse as politics, sports, business, research, social work, and more. Consequently, the National Women's Parliament was initiated in 2017. It was attended by nearly 12,000 girl student leaders who had participated from across the nation to establish a direct connect with the policymakers, leaders, and other women of eminence, and deliberated about grassroots challenges faced by young women in India. The parliament was graced by more than 400 women members of legislative assemblies and nearly 90 women members of the Parliament of India. NWP aims at creating a conducive environment for women empowerment and nation building. The first NWP was a 3-day conclave held at Amravati, Andhra Pradesh on the 10th, 11th and 12th of February 2017. Several eminent women from all walks of life interacted and deliberated with them. By a conscious deliberation by Shri Rahul V. Karad, founder and convener of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, the seed thought of NWP was conceived. He was well supported and guided by the then Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Chandra Babu Naidu. The 3 days of the NWP were thoughtfully divided into 5 different sessions with different topics to discuss. Along with the main function, a special event with the theme Run for Women Empowerment was organized at the Swarajya Maidan. The event was inaugurated by the youth icon Miss P.V. Sindhu. Young student leaders participated in the run with a lot of zeal and enthusiasm. A unique concept of Youth Connect to strengthen communication among the participants was also executed on the first and second days of the parliaments. The participants exchanged their views and thoughts in a closed group, increasing the bonding between them. The National Women's Parliament provides a platform for women from diverse backgrounds to highlight and discuss their gender-specific issues. Women from politics, the social sector, education, sports, the corporate sector, media, arts and culture, judiciary, and aspiring young girl students come together to share their experiences and also share knowledge and research in the areas of women's social, economic and political empowerment. The National Women's Parliament is the way to achieve it. This is not a cultural revolution. Rather, it is a return to our culture of yesterday, which values women and men equally. The dream of becoming a superpower can only be realized by empowering the women. The National Women's Parliament is the only way to achieve it.
Indeed, that was the video what actually gives us not just the information but shares with us the core thought of National Women's Parliament. In last few days, during the sessions of Second National Women's Parliament, the discourse of knowledge that we all have seen was just amazing. I mean, if I have to take you through how exactly these sessions were, the inaugural session of National Women's Parliament had the presence of Sushri Debashri Chaudhary ji, who was the Honorable Minister of State for Women and Child Development, Government of India, Dr. Mallika Sarabhai ji, Padma Bhushan legendary dancer, founder of Darpan Academy of Performing Arts, Srimati Renuka Singh Saruta ji, Honorable Minister of State for Tribal Affairs, Government of India, Right Patricia Scotland QC, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Her Highness Srimati Anandiben Patel ji, Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh, Kailash Kher ji, Sushri Uma Bharti ji, Vasundhara Raje Scindia ji. So the inaugural session was just amazing for this second National Women's Parliament. Then we had many sessions in last few days. We had session 1, corporate leadership, rebooting womanhood. We had second session, NGO, talk about her too, which was followed by session 3, political leadership, women 2.0, power, passion, and politics. We had session 4, corporate governance. Theme was breaking the class ceiling towards achieving gender diversity. Session 5, corporate leadership, heroes of India, winds of change. And I mean, if I just go on, session 6, creativity, media, film theme, feminine fields, masculine dominance. So all these sessions actually had a wonderful discourse of thoughts from legendary personalities of India and abroad as well, who participated in Second National Women's Parliament. And now it's time that we begin with the valedictory session of this Second National Women's Parliament. Before we actually begin with this session, I would like to request my technical team, and before I do that, I would like to request everyone in the audience to rise in their seats because we will be beginning with this session with national song Vande Mataram. So I would like to request everyone in the audience as well as in the panel to please rise in their seats, and I request my technical team to kindly relay national song Vande Mataram.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam, Sufalam, Malayaj Sheetalam, Shasya Shamalam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Shubhra-jyosna pulakitayamini, Phulla-kusumita drumadala-shobhini, Suhasini, Sumadhura-bhashini, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Thank you very much. My friends, any auspicious event, any auspicious occasion, we start with a special art form. Art is the only thing probably we all would agree to that connects entire humanity. Art does not have language. Art does not have gender. Art does not have national boundaries. India is the land of various art forms, and today we celebrate one such art called Kathak. Kathak is an art form which is famous, renowned in entire world, and that is one of the I would say identifiers of India. Today, for us, there's a small performance of Kathak presented by Sri Rishikesh Pawarji, who is the artistic director of Center for Contemporary Dance, which is in the city of Pune. He is a contemporary dancer, choreographer. He has studied Kathak with Pandit Rohini Bhatiji. His collaborative work was featured at various art festivals such as Fringe Festival, Canada, Documenta Kassel, Germany. At present, his work was featured at the Kochi Biennale in 2018-19 with 68 live performances. He has also been speaking at various TEDx conferences. He was awarded the MacArthur Fellowship for 2015-16, and he believes dance must bring communities together. The only way we can expand art and make it accessible. I would request my technical team to share with us the creation of Sri Rishikesh Pawarji. Over to you, technical team.
Namaskar. My name is Rishikesh Pawar. I'm the artistic director to the Center of Contemporary Dance. Dancer, choreographer, and a dance pedagogue based in Pune, India. What an absolute honor and privilege it is to get this platform to present my work, my young dancers, and every inspiring story that I've had a privilege of witnessing unfold right in front of me. It is also important for me to stress on why performing arts is important. We've been working with different communities, from red light areas to some villages, to some slums, to some privileged international schools. And here is an opportunity for all of us to get together and look at why performing arts helps us build a skillful, mentally healthy, and a hopeful, happy community. As the ritual goes, here is presenting the Ganesh Stuti. Invoking Lord Ganesha, the Lord of wisdom, the Lord of education, the Lord of music, and of course the Lord of dance. We have the celebrated Kathak dancer and my colleague, the artistic director to the Laheja School of Performing Arts, Miss Abha Auti, along with her senior dancers, presenting the Ganesh Stuti.
Pavan क्वणित नूपुरे कुळ 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 बाणे भाग्य पदि कुं 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 करि नाग बंध कटि लळ 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 ललित कुंडले चप 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 न्यस्त पावने किणि 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 क्षुद्र घंटिका धन 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 उठति कुंजरव गुं 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 भ्रमर गुंजति खण 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 ताल वाजति धिक् धिक् धिलांग मृदंग रव धिमि 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 किट सस सस सरि किट सरि गम पदनी विधव मगरे सा सप्त स्वर मुखि भेद अलापित स्वर वर्तुनिया भेषज संगीत कननं कननं राग रागिणी ध्रुपद त्रिवट गति गद्य पद्य विपुलस्य सत्य चरि प्रबंध निबंध जगनल लजपद विसरुनि तटस्थ मौन मुद्रा गुरुनि सागर समुदाय सवे आयत तो आनंदे वंदामा गणनायक तो मंगलदायक आनंदे
Indeed, beautiful. And I'm sure we all must have got lost, I would say, in the performance, which was so beautifully performed. My friends, I would like to quote here, Rashtrasya Shvaha Nari Asti, which means women is nation's tomorrow. Nari Rashtrasya Akshi Asti. Women is the eye of the nation. Nari Asya Samajasya Kushala Vastukara. Women is the perfect architect of the society. Yatra Narastu Pujyate Ramante Tatra Devataha. Where women are worshipped, all the gods they rejoice there. This has to be the mantra of this century, and National Women's Parliament is putting all the efforts together to bring this thought to reality. I'm sure the culmination of all the thoughts and the wisdom of all the wise people together will make this thought a reality. Thank you very much. And with this, I would now like to request the Associate Director of MIT School of Government, Professor Dr. Shailashri Haridas, to kindly propose welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Babat. Namaskar to one and all. It's indeed my pleasure to welcome all the dignitaries on this virtual dais to this National Women Parliament, the Valedictory program. The 4-day deliberations on Women Leadership 4.0, where we have spoken about the power, progress, and change, which is organized by MIT School of Government, the only school to train the future political leaders. The school, which is envisaged by Sri Rahul Kararji in the year 2005, under the guidance of late Sri T.N. Sheshanji, the former Chief Election Commissioner. The first National Women Parliament was hosted in the year 2017 at Amravati in association with Andhra Pradesh Assembly. And now you all have witnessed the second edition of National Women Parliament. We all have carried the wonderful experience and the values of leadership from this particular conclave. नारी के सम्मान में लंका दहन और महाभारत करना हमारी संस्कृति है. एक क्यों और कब मोमबत्ती चलाने का रूप पे बदल गया हमें पता नहीं चला, लेकिन अब NWP इस नारी के सम्मान में नारी के सशक्तिकरण करने के लिए उनको मेंटर्स कनेक्ट करके देने का एक प्रणीति कर रही है. I'm happy to share with you all that many leaders, those who spoke at this particular conference, have agreed to be the mentors for young girls till they reach the leadership position. I wish and I invite all the young girls, those are attending today, to be associated with this particular foundation forever and use the opportunity created for all of us by Sri Rahul Karad. I welcome Madam Ritu Chhabria ji. She will be joining us, and her daughter is also here on behalf of School of Government, who took the responsibility of being the chief officer for the second National Women Parliament. She joined the mission of empowering the women further. Madam, I welcome you from the bottom of my heart. I also welcome all the dignitaries, including the Honorable Governor, who will be joining us in some time. I welcome the young girls who aspire to be the future leaders, be it politics, corporate, NGO, sports, or art. Mentoring the young girls to accept the leadership positions in the future is a duty of the society. And School of Government would like to contribute in the nation development by contributing in the area of education. This NWP Foundation will work towards empowering the women in different areas, including social, educational, economic, political, and psychological. आप नारी को कुछ भी दे दो, मोहब्बत, रिस्पेक्ट, ममता कुछ भी दे दो, वो डबल करके आपको वापस देंगे. Let us do join hands to make this double. देवी और सज्जनों, जीवन की कला को अपने हाथों से साकार कर नारी ने सभ्यता और संस्कृति का रूप निखारा है. नारी का अस्तित्व ही सुंदर जीवन का आधार है और ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि एनडब्ल्यूपी फाउंडेशन इस काम के लिए समर्पित है. बराबर हम एनडब्ल्यूपी के साथ आए, बराबर हम एनडब्ल्यूपी के साथ आए, महिला अब आगे आए. थैंक यू, थैंक्स अ लॉट. जय हिंद, जय भारत. थैंक यू.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haridas. Thank you very much for those beautiful thoughts, and I'm sure they would inspire everyone in the audience. My friends, now it's time that in this session I invite the person who played a massive role in making the second National Women's Parliament, the chairman of Organizing Committee of National Women's Parliament and co-founder and managing trustee of Mukul Madhav Foundation and former chairperson of FICCI FLO Pune and director of Finolex Industries Limited, Srimati Ritu Prakash Chhabria ji. But because of her ill health, unfortunately, she could not be here today with us. But we have a very, very special person who would be sharing the thoughts on her behalf with everyone in the audience. We have the trustee of Mukul Madhav Foundation, Gayatri Prakash Chhabria, who is the trustee of Mukul Madhav Foundation and marketing and communications manager at Finolex Industries. She is the third generation problem solver and social change maker. An alumna of Warwick Business School, she is driven towards building corporate partnerships, marketing strategies, and fostering long-lasting brand partnerships. She is focused on making a social impact by bridging the inequalities and improving the lives of those marginalized and left behind. We invite her to present her thoughts and encourage the young girls on behalf of Sri Ritu Prakash Chhabria ji. Over to you, Gayatri.
Good evening, respected guests and students. Wishing you all a very happy Makar Sankranti. My mother, Mrs. Ritu Prakash Chhabria, unfortunately is unwell, and due to her ill health, I am here to say a few words on her behalf. It has definitely been a stupendous 3 days. Indeed, a treat to witness various industry stalwarts address young women and girls, and in turn empower them to enhance their skills and holistic leadership development. The speaking sessions have truly been enlightening, and I'm sure each one of you have imbibed and inculcated teachings which will enable you to soar to greater heights. It is remarkable to see a healthy engagement of audience online, which I think is the only success matrix today in this virtual world. It is inspiring to see the vision and patronage of revered Sri Vishwanath Karatji and Sri Rahul Karatji, under whom this NWP began and is now a successful movement. The management and the organizing committee have been truly on their toes to put together a successful program and ensure there are speakers from across industries. I thank MIT for inviting my mother, Mrs. Ritu Prakash Chhabria, to be the chief in their organizing committee. I have been with her, watching and being a part of some of these wonderful sessions. Truly honored and privileged to be a part of the National Women's Parliament. Over the last 3 days, I am sure you have concluded in simple terms what empowerment really is all about. Empowerment is to educate yourself. Empowerment is to be confident. Empowerment is to look for avenues to scale to greater heights. We are aware of the harsh realities of the past, wherein women were not respected, they were suppressed, and did not really have a voice in decision-making. Focus on women empowerment has assisted to bridge this gap and have both genders viewed shoulder to shoulder, not only in the corporate world, but also in sport, arts, and so on. This change surfaced years after struggle and sheer resilience of individuals across the world. The transformation has broken the glass ceiling, and women are no longer seen as only homemakers, but as efficient and successful multitaskers who are well able to balance and manage their family and work life. I encourage all women to aspire to hold top leadership positions. It may seem a faraway dream, but it is not impossible. We must support one another to battle cultural and societal norms. We must create avenues for learning and sharing knowledge and experiences. Each woman must be able to realize there are opportunities, and it is about taking the step to work harder and have an ever burning fire in their belly to get to where they dream to be. The world is ever changing, and we see more men standing up for women's rights and supporting them. Let us realize it is a journey of sensitizing more men and women to realize gender is not a discriminator of potential, talent, and capability. Needless to say, all the women here on the panel in the audience, we are here thanks to the vision and empowerment of our grandfathers, our fathers, and other male members of our family and friend circle who have pushed us to ensure that we can be shoulder to shoulder with them in today's day and age. Let me conclude by reminding every one of you that your voice matters. Voice it. This is our world. This is our space. Ask for it, you will get it. Claim it, enjoy it, live it. Transform to be transformed. Together, we can shake the universe so that not one woman, not one girl anywhere should ever be restricted, held back, and denied her rights. So that no woman, no young woman like you, should ever be told again, she cannot, she will not, she dare not, and that she should not. I once again thank MIT Pune, the management, Sri Rahul Karajji, for having my mother as the chief of the organizing committee and making her a part of the National Women's Parliament Edition 2. All my best wishes. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Madam Gayatri, and such a beautiful selection of words. Thank you very much for that. And I personally have noted the education, confidence, and looking for new avenues should be the mantra for the young girls out there, all those who are listening to you. Thank you very much for that thought. And I'm sure this thought would find its seeds in the hearts of many out there. Thank you very much once again. And now it's time when I invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Professor Dr. N.T. Rao, to express his thoughts. I would like to request him to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Gautam. Good evening to all the participants. I'm once again here to congratulate National Women's Parliament. I'm so happy that as the Vice Chancellor of this great institution, that we have made a mark towards life transformation. This is what we say, we are a university for life transformation. So these 4 days are examples. How, look at the number of people who came and look at this, what the messages that they have given from every sphere of life, whether it's philosophers or scientists, or even from entertainment or industry or political leaders, every sphere of life, if they shared their life experiences with us, what does it actually mean? That is, we are trying to inculcate those values. These are the women who have achieved something in their lives. We would want all those who are here, all the women, all the girl students and all the women to take these messages and make your way forward with the support of all those men who are here. You need men also, but I would not say you need men, but men should take the messages from all these women to support all our girl students and all those youngsters and all those aspirants to move forward so that they begin the life transformation journey. I'm happy that MIT WPU is providing that platform. I'm really, some of the messages, some of the speeches that I was listening to, and when we hear their stories, some very humble stories to very big stories, and every sphere. So this is what life is. Not everybody's example would be same. There's so many speakers. Each one of you could draw experiences from any one of them. Every one of them who spoke, there was some message to take. I would request all the girl students, especially, and all the women who are present here, and work towards transforming your life. And MIT WPU will be there for you, will be there with you all the time. We'll come back to us. We'll be providing that platform, not only through this event, but even beyond that event. Come back to us anytime you need any time of any sort of support. This institution, this organization is there for you, where every woman, we would like to see all the women in the leadership positions. And whatever the leadership, need not be political leadership, need not be industry leadership, whichever or whatever field that you choose, you should be a leader, setting an example and leading by example. So I would like to once again reiterate what I said in my inaugural speech. Maybe in the Vedas, what they said was Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara. I would say Sri Brahma, Sri Vishnu, Sri Devi Maheshwara, Sri Sakshat, Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri, Striya Namaha. So with these words, I think these are the words that we should be speaking and dedicating to all the women. I once again thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you also.
Thank you very much, sir, and indeed, thank you for supporting this endeavor, because any movement, any initiative of a university should not lose the academic dogma. And I'll be happy to share with you in due course of time. You will see what is the academic outcome of this National Women's Parliament. And I'm sure as the leader of the academic fraternity, as Vice Chancellor of the university, you would be delighted to see the output. Thank you very much once again, sir, for your guidance as always. My friends, any thought, any movement would always have its roots hidden somewhere. This platform, which is in its second edition, National Women's Parliament, also had its roots hidden somewhere. I'm really happy to share with you that the entire story started not one, not two, but more than a decade back. This all started with a small thought that Sri Rahul V. Karad had in his mind. He thought that we have schools for almost everything in the world. We have School of Chemistry, we have School of Engineering, Physics, Biology, Medicine. For everything we have school. For making good doctors, for making good teachers, we have school for all. Why we do not have school for making good politicians? Which would actually, who are the torchbearers, the future of the country in true sense, in executive sense. With this thought, Sri Rahul V. Karad conceived an idea to create a school that would create or make or train the future political leaders of India. But of course, this thought was also laughed at in the beginning. But the continuous perseverance and commitment of Sri Rahul V. Karad made this thought not just a reality, but a grand success for last more than one decade. The School of Government, which was one of its kind, not just in India, but probably in Asia, that creates such kind of talent for the nation. The school created a platform which slowly transformed into a movement called Indian Students' Parliament, Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, with the sole motive of bridging the gap between young Indians and the politics of the nation, because there was a gross thought that politics is a bad place. Sri Rahul V. Karad and his entire team took relentless efforts to make Indian Students' Parliament not just an event, not a platform, but a movement now. I would like to take this movement, this event of Second National Women's Parliament, to share with you the thought and concept of School of Government as well as Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad through a small film. I would like to request my technical team to please kindly relay the film.
MIT School of Government is the first institute to initiate the leadership program in politics and government. After the independence, there was a need to have an institution to train the aspiring politicians or the young leading generation of the country. In 2005, MIT SOG was conceptualized by Rahul V. Karad, the executive president of MIT World Peace University, Pune, with a vision of creating ethical, spirited, and committed political leadership for the country from the grassroots and from all walks of life. Rahul Karad, the founder of MIT School of Government, says that in order to strengthen the democracy, educated young generation must lead the politics. To support his ideology and expand the horizon of the School of Government, he initiated the largest platform of student leaders of the country, called Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, or Indian Students' Parliament. A large number of selected student leaders across the country represent in Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. Till date, more than 2 lakh student leaders are directly or indirectly benefited or are associated with the Students' Enclave. This 3-day program is witnessed by large number of eminent guests from politics, social field, industry, science, spirituality, journalism, etc.
That's how I look at this, this very concept of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. What way the country can change. I can tell you very few people, this is not a very small number. This number can play a very big role, my dear students. You have a great future, and Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, the MIT School of Government, India's first school to develop the future politicians, it will go a long way.
Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad can be said to be the largest classroom of politically motivated students. This is a small contribution of MIT School of Government towards the nation building.
Thank you very much for that film. And we are really, I would say, I'm so excited because now we have the presence of the managing trustee and executive president of MITES MIT, and executive president of MIT World Peace University, and chief initiator of MIT School of Government, the first school of India for political leadership, and the person who envisioned and created the platforms like Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, National Teachers Congress, Sarpanch Sansad, and this very National Women's Parliament. I would like to request Sri Rahul V. Karad to share his future roadmap and vision for National Women's Parliament. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Gautam. Very elaborately, you shared my profile, my biodata, and even my vision also. I must say that what I think, where we want to go, so far what we have done. Thank you so much for that. And you being a professor, I think very meticulously you covered all the aspects. So I'm really thankful for this wonderful introduction. And I also appreciate your effort. Last 4 days on and off, you have contributed in inauguration also. So first of all, let me compliment Dr. Haridas, and all other team members, including the institution relations team and various other members, the promotion communication. Very successfully we have today, of course, in this particular valedictory program, Dr. Haridas, with the support of Captain Apte and all the people, I think, and your School of Education and other team members. I don't want to take each and every person name here, but it is my duty today that I am a little emotional that the second edition of National Women's Parliament, we are concluding this in this valedictory program. And what a great fortune that with the efforts of Madam Ilaben Bhatt, the chief patron for this very initiative, the very first National Women's Parliament she supported, the second edition she supported. I don't know whether she's going to come, but she has sent a wonderful message today for the audience, and she's a great inspiration. And her grassroots effort, I think we all know what she has contributed for, and a great woman. And I really respect her from my bottom of heart. So thank you so much, Madam Ilaben Bhatt, to support this idea. And of course, the young woman, from Hinduja family, from Chabria family, Madam Ritu Chabria, who is basically the chairman of the organizing committee, and very graciously for the second edition for this National Women's Parliament, she said, I want to be a part of this activity. And last 2 months with the team of MIT World Peace University, MIT School of Government, they all were working together. Thank you, Rituji. Today you are not here, but your daughter Gayatri, am I right, Dr. Shalashri? I think Gayatri, na?
Yes, sir.
I think,
Gayatri.
it was
Gayatri
a
Prakash.
that she, every word she spoke from her bottom of heart. So thank you so much for her participation. So behalf of Madam Ilaben Bhatt and all the organizing committee members and my Vice Chancellor, Dr. N.T. Rao, and of course our beloved founder, the man who created this education empire. Empire is not a right word, but in that sense, that institution, the knowledge center, I can say the temple of knowledge, with some 60,000 students of higher education and school education put together, 3-4 universities and various institutions, and MIT World Peace University as a flagship university, which talks about unification of science and spirituality, how to unify these two very important aspects by which we can create a great human beings through this journey of education. So our beloved founder, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, I want to pay my respect on behalf of all the other organizing members and everybody. And what little opportunity, and the responsibilities given on us, and very consistently various such efforts, like Indian Students Parliament, which is the first such idea which was born through this idea of MIT School of Government, India's first school to develop the future politicians. And, during the discussion with Honorable Chandrababu Naidu ji, the former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, he came to the MIT World Peace University and he said, Mr. Karad, I also wish to do something like this in my state. And I said to him, sir, that in this country, there are another 3-4 areas where we should focus on. One is, the backward classes. How do we really empower? And how do we eradicate the caste system so that, we become really one unified nation? The second thing I said, the Hindu and Muslim, the religious conflict, what we all the time we discuss about. And third important issue is the women empowerment. And he said, Mr. Karad, it is a great idea. And I said, instead of Indian Students Parliament, can we conduct the National Women's Parliament in Amravati? And very enthusiastically, he said, Mr. Karad, that I want to organize this in Amravati. And if you can support this and conduct this National Women's Parliament in my state, Vijayawada, Amravati, it will be a great. And that's how Dr. Kodala Rao, the former Speaker of Andhra Pradesh Assembly, who is no more, he and myself, and we worked very hard, and all the Andhra Pradesh, various IS officers, various other team members there, the police machinery, and it was a huge success, the first edition of National Women's Parliament, my dear friends. And after that, some small chapters and small ideas, the discussions, seminars we conducted. But this is now today through this online medium, this is a mega event which we are conducting here today, the second edition of National Women's Parliament with the support of all my team members. I'm very, very emotional today that one small thing, how it starts and, how it builds up, the School of Government in the year 2005. Later on, the Indian Students Parliament, the National Teacher Congress, another platform like National Sarpanch Sansad, Rashtriya Sarpanch Sansad, and the National Women's Parliament. All such efforts, and today, the second edition of National Women's Parliament in this pandemic also, we are conducting here very successfully. Last 4 days, this is the 4th day. So many variety of speakers, my dear friends. Nobody can imagine in the world that in such a discussion, in such a forum of 3 to 4 days, so many speakers can participate and create such a wonderful knowledge, which can be utilized for the further enhancement of the human life, So I'm very, very glad. So today, on behalf of all the organizing members, I want to welcome the most respected, the Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, Draupadi Murmu. Madam, we are grateful that you have accepted very graciously as we know that currently she's serving as a governor for the state of Jharkhand. She's the first woman to hold this office. She has had an impressive political and social career spanning almost 2 decades. She is a 2-time member of Legislative Assembly of Odisha and also served as a minister in the government of Odisha. Madam Murmu started her political career in 1997 and was elected as a councillor and later became the vice chairperson of Rairangpur NSC. Soon she became the vice president of Bharatiya Janata Party and for the ST Morcha and later the president. And so many other positions she carried on. In 2007, she was awarded Neelkantha Award for the best MLA by the Legislative Assembly of Odisha. Madam, thank you so much that in this pandemic, you are going to be with us later sometime. So on behalf of Madam Ilaben Bhatt, I want to welcome you. I also wish to welcome the Honorable Minister, Shri Anil Deshmukhji, who will be in the later part. He will be joining here. The Cabinet Minister of the Home Affairs, a very strong man and consistently is in the politics of Maharashtra. And as Home Minister, he feels that the women empowerment idea, when we shared with him the National Women's Parliament vision, he said, Mr. Karad, I want to be a part of it. So today he will be also addressing the audience. I also wish to welcome Madam Anupriya Singh Patel. We were quite curious last 2-3 years for Indian Students' Parliament that she takes part, but I'm so glad that today in National Women's Parliament, Anupriya Singh Patel ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, Mirzapur, Uttar Pradesh, and President of Apna Dal, very independent thinker. And we all know, we all have seen her speeches in Lok Sabha. Very, very impressive. Thank you so much for strengthening this cause of National Women's Parliament. I also wish to welcome Madam Preneet Kaur, Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, Indian National Congress, Patiala, Punjab. In the later stage, of course, when the speakers will come, we are going to show the films on all these respective speakers. It's my duty as the convener and the chief of this activity to welcome each one of them. So they are all great women and they have great contributors for the society, I must say. Thank you, Madam Preneet Kaur ji. I also wish to welcome here, Madam Rajeshri Birla ji, who will be who visited MIT School of Government long back, and she's aware about what little this exercise of first school of India to develop the future politicians, Indian Students' Parliament, various other initiatives. So she is like a very well who is supporting our various ideas regularly. So Madam Rajeshri Birla ji, Aditya Birla Foundation and Birla family, we all know that you are such a gracious woman and your family has contributed for the country so much, and you are continuing that legacy last over 100 years and you are supporting this idea. Thank you so much for taking the part in this. I also wish to welcome Madam Ritu Karidhal Srivastava, the rocket woman, the senior scientist and Indian Space Research Organization. Will be going to listen to her also, Madam Dr. Ritu. Thank you so much. Also, another, the chairperson of DPS schools, Jammu, Nagabani, Katara, Udhampur, Ladakh, chairperson of Ashok Kapoor Foundation, vice chairperson Maharaja Hari Singh Trust, Madam Ritu Singh. So she will be also here. And of course, Madam Ravina Tandon, she will be speaking through some video message or something like that, I was told. So she's a great actress, and all such very important, successful women, they are going to be here. I have a great satisfaction, my dear friends, that in my first inaugural speech, I also said that some thoughts like how the woman empowerment, like in our Indian ethos and Indian value system, how different we are compared to the Western world. I think it is in our, I see it is in our DNA, that these very things, the Western world look at the womanhood little differently. That is my feeling. In India, we should not borrow that the feminism concept from the West. That is my feeling. We have in it, as we know, when the West was fighting for the women's voting and other for the women's voting and other rights. India already celebrated Rani Lakshmi Bai, Jizabai, Ahilya Devi, so many women, and today also I was, discussing with some people today that in the Northeast, as we all know, that the complete society is led by women. And, here in this idea of National Women's Parliament, our thought process goes like this, that we have ambition to establish various chapters across the country in the various cities of India. And we have already identified some, socially active women who are committed for the cause, not just because our motto is empowering women for participatory democracy, and democracy, good governance and leadership is a mission of this MIT School of Government. And with that spirit, we have ambition to establish very sustainable such activities, wherein some leadership program for the women, some other such ideas wherein, in a true sense, the practically we can really reach to the grassroots. It is not a corporate exercise wherein there are various such forums are there in the five-star hotels, in the big other cities, various such, the conferences, seminars, various groups, they organize it. I compliment them for their hard work and commitment. But here is the National Women's Parliament is little different, my dear friends. Not just as a pride or a ego, I'm telling this, but we want, we are, if you see the little profile of people who are steering this very concept from day one, by which also you can understand that what exactly the aim and objective we carry in our mind. So soon we want to come up with a beautiful charter, through which, and with that design, I think many such, unsung women, they will come forward through this exercise. That is my belief. And through that design, we can attract and engage many such committed, honest women who have contributed in their past, and they can further enhance their contribution in the area of women empowerment. So without taking too much of time, I compliment each and every member here. My team, I compliment wholeheartedly for their 4 days effort. And our beloved founder and his support, I thank him also today, because of his efforts and his strength. We could establish many such ideas with his blessings. So I request Dr. Haridas and all her team members to take this program ahead. Today, though it is a valedictory program, but because of online medium, it is quite a lengthy program wherein various people can take a benefit, in a natural course. When we organize something in 1.5 hour, 2 hour program gets over. But because of the technology medium, I think we'll be able to rather, conduct in much better manner, and that knowledge creation, true knowledge creation for the society, and and overall the development for this agenda of women empowerment, we can do much better. That is my feeling. Thank you so much, my dear friends. So I say best of luck, Dr. Haridas, and I have great hope that you and your other various team members, you will take this mission with much more rigor and enthusiasm in the days to come. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for laying down the vision of National Women's Parliament. And as you rightly said, the charters and all the activities that are lined up for in time to come from the platform of National Women Parliament would help translate the message and culmination of all the wisdom that we had in this second National Women's Parliament. Thank you very much, sir. And as Shri Rahul Karat rightly mentioned in his speech, that Padma Bhushan, the patron of National Women's Parliament, noted Gandhian and founder of Self-Employed Women's Association, SEWA, Dr. Ela Ben Bhaji, was to come in this session. She's been the patron of National Women's Parliament, but unfortunately, because of her ill health, she could not join us today. But I have a very special message which we have received on her behalf. I would be more than happy to share that with you. But before I do that, I would like to request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on life and work of Dr. Ela Ben Bhatji. Over to you, team.
Padma Bhushan Dr. Ela Ben Bhatt is an adherent Gandhian and the founder of the Self-Employed Women's Association of India, a trade union representing self-employed female textile workers. She was a member of the Rajya Sabha from Gujarat as well. She is also the current Chancellor of the Gujarat Vidyapeeth. A gold medalist in law, Dr. Bhatt joined the legal department of the Textile Labour Association in Ahmedabad and soon headed its women's wing in 1968. She is a co-founder of the Women's World Banking, a global network of microfinance organizations that assists poor women. In 2007, she joined The Elders, a group of world leaders that was founded by Nelson Mandela to promote human rights and peace, and became its emeritus member in 2016. For her dedicated work, she has won the Ramon Magsaysay Award in 1977 and the Right Livelihood Award in 1984. We are honored to welcome Padma Bhushan Dr. Ela Ben Bhatt to the second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
And it is indeed my honor and privilege to read the message received from Padma Bhushan Dr. Ela Ben Bhatji. And I quote, "Let me say, the world today needs more feminine leadership because we face one of the most challenging tasks of transformation of our times. Feminine leadership is needed to save the planet from our greed in a way that enough natural resources remain for our children. Feminine leadership is needed today to develop solutions by opening spaces so that the poor can find solutions that they own and that have a meaning for them, and respecting the time that it will take to get there. Feminine leadership is needed to balance every masculine model that abound, which not always produce the world we want. For me, a feminine way is deeply rooted in simplicity, non-violence, dignity of labor, human values which are relevant to our world today more than ever before." And I unquote. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. Though we missed you and your presence here in this session, but your words must have reached every heart. Thank you very much once again. And now it's time when I invite the chief guest of honor for this session, Padma Bhushan Srimati Rajashri Birlaji, chairperson of Aditya Birla Foundation and Aditya Birla Management Corporation Limited. But before I request her address through the PTO recorded message, I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on life and work of Srimati Rajashri Birlaji.
Padma Bhushan Rajashri Birla is a renowned philanthropist and is the chairperson of the Aditya Birla Foundation and Aditya Birla Management Corporation Limited. She sits on the boards of her family businesses in India and abroad and heads the Aditya Birla Center for Community Initiatives and Rural Development. She is also involved in activities related to assistance to rural poor and physically disabled people, widow remarriage, and activism against dowry. ABCCIR assists in the running of 42 schools and 18 hospitals and pays for the education of around 18,000 students. We are honored to welcome Padma Bhushan Rajashri Birla to the second National Women's Parliament, hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much for that film. And now, unfortunately, she could not be here with us today in this session live, but she has sent us her video message for this entire union. So I request my technical team to kindly relay her message.
Padma Bhushan Ela Ben Bhatt Professor Vishwanath Karad, Shri Rahul Karad, distinguished faculty, and fellow students. What an honor it is to have Ela Ben spearheading this movement along with Shri Rahul Karad, admirably inspired by his father Vishwanathji. Let me begin by congratulating MIT World Peace University for the second National Women's Parliament. I look upon it as a celebration of women power. I see it as a forum that recognizes the potential of women to become great leaders, center staging them as parliamentarians. My interpretation of this forward-looking move is that it is a great platform for the promotion of societal consciousness on gender-related matters. It gives voice to young girls, encouraging them to rise to their optimal potential, to be uninhibited, to think decisively, and to contribute significantly to the process of nation building effectively. The focus I'm given to understand is rightfully on gender equality and representation in the parliament. Even as more women than ever before are becoming parliamentarians globally, gender equality in its true sense has not yet been achieved. World over, parliaments are male-dominated. The Interparliamentary Union, which ranks countries based on the percentage of women in the parliament, reveals that most of the countries show less than 50% women as parliamentarians in the lower house. For instance, in Sweden, Finland, Switzerland, France, it is slightly over 40%. In UK, USA, Germany, Australia, and Singapore, the percentage ranges between 25 to 35. In India, the number of women in parliament has crossed 100, with 78 women out of 543 parliamentarians in the Lok Sabha and 25 out of 245 in the Rajya Sabha. This is a far cry from gender equality. Regardless, this has happened for the first time and is reason enough for celebration. That said, unless political parties undertake the process of self-enforcement with voluntary quotas or a minimum of 30% women in their list of candidates, things will not change. To resolve the imbalance that we see today calls for definitive purposeful interventions. In any democracy, including ours, it is important to factor different viewpoints and hear the voice of women on legislation and policy matters to ensure a balance in the interest of the progress of the nation. At the end of the day, the fact that women constitute almost 50% of mankind cannot be contested. Women constitute a huge resource, and everyone must have this thought on their radar and help leverage it. At a different level, MIT's academic wing has desired that I share our narrative. So let me address the issue of gender diversity and inclusiveness straight from the heart. I want to dwell a bit on the genesis of this unnatural divide between men and women. Far too long, many parents have treated sons and daughters differently. In thousands of families, daughters have been relegated to a subordinate status, ingraining in them that their wagon is hitched as a footnote in the family hierarchy. In most cases, sons can, by and large, get away with their mistakes lightly. Such archaic thoughts need to be trashed. I, for one, believe that we need a systemic change. We need a mindset revolution. I feel most fortunate and blessed in our parents. They were far ahead of the time. We were four sisters in a Marwadi family. Our parents taught us to believe in ourselves, to respect every person, to have courage of conviction, to pursue the righteous path, and to do one's best. They goaded us to think big and be ambitious. I recount Shirley Sandberg's words: "We will never close the achievement gap until we close the ambition gap. But if all women start to lean in, we can close the ambition gap right here, right now, if every single one of you leans in. Leadership belongs to those who take it. Leadership starts with you." They also impressed upon us the need to have abundance of love for the family and to have compassion towards all fellow travelers in this journey of life. Not once did they feel accursed for not having a son. And as I share this very personal emotion with you, I feel that every family must position sons and daughters on the same pedestal. Yet another narrative with an important lesson runs like this. After my husband Adityaji's demise, Kumar Mangalam, my son, suggested that I took after a few units. A couple of meetings later, in this unknown domain, very quickly I realized that I was not cut out for business, and I told him so. I found that my involvement in our CSR projects endowed my life with a higher sense of purpose. Kumar Mangalam understood from where I came. The point that I wish to drive home is that in those days of yore, there weren't even a handful of women in business. But this did not deter him, because he had no distinction between capabilities of men and that of women. And this brings me to my next point, which is the celebration of women power through commitment to gender equality. Let me rewind to 1995, when my son Kumar Mangalam took over. Then women comprised less than 1% of our management cadre. Today it stands at 16%. He firmly believes that women bring in a lot in terms of creativity, commitment, and performance. Processes have been put in place, a gender diversity vision has been articulated, and we have accelerated progress to mainstream gender diversity through a 7-point agenda co-created with business leaders. Kumar Mangalam's aspiration is to have 20% women in the management cards and 10% women in top management in the near future. I want to leave behind a personal ask. You are all super smart, super connected, and serious about your dream of becoming a parliamentarian. Some of you will, of course, make it, but all of you must remember that education and being born into privilege has been a vantage point for you. It behoves upon you that you move the needle. You must take on the responsibility of trying to provide a semblance of a level playing field to those not so privileged. Reach out to them, mentor them, train them to be self-reliant and self-confident as yourselves. It might interest you to know that in our CSI engagements, we have helped spawn over 2,000 women sarpanchs or village heads, and this is their first step towards becoming politicians. It will amuse you to learn that in the beginnings, their husbands would not allow them to take decisions and would join them in the panchayat meetings as Sarpanch Pati. Over time, they were elbowed out as the women sarpanches became increasingly confident. These women sarpanches are doing very well for their villages. I earnestly hope that soon there will come a day when women would stand shoulder to shoulder with men in all parliaments across the world. Their numbers should rise to 50% so that there is an equal playing field on what will benefit the country. After all, remember Anne Patchett, the famous American writer, who said, and I quote, "Lives of men are built on the shoulders of the women who carry them around." Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rajashri Birlaji. Thank you very much for your words. And I'm sure your words would motivate and inspire many in time to come. Thank you very much for that. Well, of course, we missed your presence live in this session, but nevertheless, your thoughts reached us thanks to technology. And it is indeed my honor and privilege to share with you that we now have the presence of Her Excellency, Honorable Governor of the state of Jharkhand, Srimati Draupadi Murmuji. Thank you very much, Madam Governor. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for taking your time out. We also have the presence of the member of the House of Lords of United Kingdoms, Mr. Sandeep K. Vermaji. Thank you very much, sir, for taking time out and joining us here in this session. If I may take this moment to capture a picture-perfect moment, I request everyone to please put on their cameras so that we can grab a snapshot, a picture of this session.
Done, sir.
Thank you very much. And now it's indeed my honor and privilege to request Her Excellency for her address. But before I do that, I would like to request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on life and work of Her Excellency, Honorable Governor of the state of Jharkhand, Srimati Draupadi Murmuji. Over to you, technical team.
Srimati Draupadi Murmu is currently serving as the governor for the state of Jharkhand. She is the first tribal woman governor of Jharkhand. She has had an impressive political and social career spanning almost 2 decades. She is a 2-time member of the Legislative Assembly of Odisha and also served as a minister in the government of Odisha. Srimati Murmu started her political career in 1997 and was elected as a councillor and later became the vice chairperson of Rairangpur NAC. Soon she became the vice president of the Bharatiya Janata Party's Odisha ST Morcha and later its president. In 2013, she became the national executive member of the party's ST Morcha. She was the Minister of State with independent charge for commerce and transport and fisheries and animal resources development in the government of Odisha. In 2007, she was awarded Neelkant Award for the best MLA by the Legislative Assembly of Odisha. Being one of the proactive governors, she showed serious concern over various social issues and took serious note of the crimes against women in the state. Showing concern for Panchayati Raj, she honoured farmers under Atmanirbhar Bharat on the occasion of Vivekanand Jayanti. During the difficult times of the pandemic, she appreciated the efforts of connecting socially and economically backward rural students through the internet. We are honoured to welcome the Honourable Governor of Jharkhand, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, to the 2nd National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much. And it is now my honor to share with you that Her Excellency would be addressing her thoughts and the entire audience. But I would like to apologize quickly. I would like to welcome Madam Sandeep Vermaji, the member of House of Lords from United Kingdoms, to this session. I'm sorry. Her Excellency, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Sri Anil Deshmukhji, Honorable Minister of Home, Government of Maharashtra, Member of Parliament, Anupriya Patel Benji, Member of Parliament, Pranit Kaurji, Padma Bhushan Ila Ben Bhattji, UNESCO Chairholder Dr. Vishwanath Karatji, Sri Sandeep Verma, Member House of Lords, England, all distinguished guests, dignitaries, and chair of this evening. Johar, Namaskar, Good evening, everyone. Also, my greetings to everyone connected online with me. I am feeling extremely happy to participate in the valedictory session of the National Women's Parliament Program at Maharashtra Institute of Technology, World Peace University. Before discussing about anything of this session, I congratulate all organizers here who directly or indirectly are associated with this program. It would be gross injustice in my part if I forget to give a brief revisit on the deliberated subjects, topics during this 4 days National Women's Parliament year. The area covered is as vast as ocean, as big as sky, from corporate leadership, rebooting womanhood, NGOs, political leadership, women, power and passion, corporate governance was achieving gender diversity, corporate leadership, heroes of India, film, music and arts, sports, acing with grace, research and innovation, I2E, women and spirituality leading to wellness and excellence. Each one is highly inclusive and need of the hour. I am unable to put any subject behind the other. All are of paramount importance. I am told that during this 4 days hectic Amrit Manthan, a lot of elixir nectar might have come as result produced. Please make dispersing of it amongst all stakeholders across the country and let's enjoy this. Amrut Pan, make Nari Shakti Vishwa Shakti. As you all wish to know about my antecedent, it's really unbelievable, unthinkable journey of a village tribal girl to a echelons of ministerial birth and gubernatorial position in any state, as shown in my introduction video. Born in a tribal hamlet inside the interior dense forest of the great Simlipal forest range of Moyurbhanj, Odisha state, to a family of village chieftain, the rent collected agent of princely kingdom of erstwhile Moyurbhanj princely state under British India. I come from culture whose roots are synced with the nature. The 5 vital elements which constitute the life: Khiti, Jal, Paak, Gagan, Samira, the earth, the water, the fire, the sky, and the air, being the essence of tribal life. As a governor, I have traveled several times more to the government-run schools than as a chancellor's visit to universities and colleges. The reason is known but the deprived mass whose children go to government-run schools only. Rarely a well-to-do family child goes to a government school. That's the reason I traveled far and wide across the state to know the situation of students who come from very normal and humble backgrounds. The most important thing I would say is don't forget own culture, tradition, heritage, and lifestyle. We need to preserve it for good. This is the identity we should be proud of. Foreign scholars are making research and adopting our rich cultural traditions, and at the same time, our people are in the blind race of urbanization, putting those traditions in oblivion. Everyone should be proud of his own origin. According to Bhagavad Gita, the nature of your thoughts, work, in the professions decides the caste which you belong to. Another important aspect is that every citizen have right to get opportunity equally. Those who have been devoured since generations together due to their neglected origin, they should be promoted and be given due attention by the administration and must be brought to the mainstream. Similarly, women in our society have been neglected from time immemorial. They are required to be brought forward. Swami Vivekananda has said that the welfare of the society and the country is impossible without bringing improvement in the situation of women. Imagining development by eliminating women is exactly the same as thinking of the birds flying with support of one wing only. Women and men are like the same organ for family, society, and country's progress. But unfortunately, it is said that even today, the situation of women in our society is not in accordance with men's position. To keep us healthy, to strengthen our society, to maintain the importance of our culture, we must inspire women to come forward. They should be given due respect and their due authorities only when will be basic values of society by preserved. In this era of women's empowerment, where commitment to work for all-round development of women is seen throughout the country, on the other hand, serious crimes such as girl feticide, witchcraft, dairy practice, and girls trafficking are also occurring. It is a matter of stigma for our civilized society. Witchcraft, female feticide, and dowry practice are such social evils that the society that will exist will never give the society the right to say. There are distinguishing and inhuman elements. Platforms like National Women's Parliament can help in creating a world where the girl child is celebrated for what she is, where she has access to equal opportunities to study, to grow, and to prosper as her male counterpart. A world where the birth of a girl child is celebrated with equal pomp and festivity as that of a boy child. We all have to pay social attention to girl child education to solve all these points. There is a need to focus more on education of girls in our country. There is a need to create an attachment to education with each person. Education is the key to development and its importance can be understood only by the statement that educate a woman, the whole family will be educated. It is widespread expansion of education among women, superstition in our country, and social virtues can also end. The faster the spread of education will increase, the same social evils will be reduced in the same speed. Many efforts are being made by the government to ensure the promotion of education among girls. Social awareness is very much needed to overcome social evils and to educate girls. In addition to the education institution, voluntary organization, the media world must also play a vital role in this area. Our respected Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji is very sensitive in enhancing the position of girls in the society. Important schemes like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao have been launched by the central government initiations of our Honorable Prime Minister. Our respected Prime Minister has initiated Sukanya Samruddhi Yojana in a comprehensive effort in this field, so that no one should consider the daughter as a burden. More and more people take advantage of them. Efforts is needed in this regard. Platform like National Women's Parliament can help in efforts to bring about a change in this situation, which includes creating attitudinal shifts towards gender bias and activities to spread awareness through education and giving voice to various stakeholders. There is need for ensuring state accountability to implement various schemes, policies, laws, constitutional guarantees, and international commitments, encouraging community ownership in preventing violations and based on gender discrimination will help. In spite of all the changes, women have excelled in all fields of life, be it science and technology, corporate world, arts, media, journalism, sports, and even defense services. In our current fight against COVID-19, women have worked in medical system, stretching themselves. women of our country are half of the human capital. They should be nurtured and given the same kind of avenues for growth as the men. Educational institutions have an important role to play in nurturing a more confident and empowered women of tomorrow. Women should benefit from the various government schemes for skill development and ensuring gender diversity. National Women's Parliament is giving voice to those who are working towards having an empowered women. I am happy that along with social organizations, educational institutions are also taking part in it. Such programs will not only encourage these women, but also motivate other women to make their efforts towards it. It is heartening that many women of our country are also making important contributions to social sectors. I appreciate the efforts of Sri Rahul Karat for creating a platform like this for women empowerment. I have been told that the first edition of National Women's Parliament was held in 2017 at Amravati in Andhra Pradesh with the active support of the Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly and Andhra Pradesh government. I am glad to know that thousands of girls, women, mothers, and sisters participated in this parliament and were addressed by a galaxy of eminent speakers. I am happy to be part of this movement, and I am confident that this parliament will achieve all its goals and strengthen the cause of women empowerment and boost the participation of women in policy making and various levels. It is heartily welcome to organizers to make such an event at Jharkhand in future. This platform of National Women Parliament is also supported by the co-founder of Managing Trustee of Mukul Madhav Foundation and the Director of Phenolics Industries Limited, Ms. Ritu Chabariaji, the Chief of the Organizing Committee of National Women Parliament, who has vast experience of working for the underprivileged and marginalized sections of the society, including lakhs of women. Lastly, I would like to say once again that all people should give proper respect to women, daughter, and never discriminate between son and daughter. Yatra najastu pujjante ramante tatra devata. Thank you. Jai Hind. Vande Mataram.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Her Excellency. Thank you very much for taking time out and addressing the second National Women's Parliament valedictory session. Thank you very much from the entire team of organizers. I would like to...
Thank you, Honorable Governor Madam. Thank you so much for your time. आपका पुणे कभी तो आना और मेरी संस्था को आप भेंट जरूर दीजिए, बहुत अच्छा लगेगा आपको जो काम हमने किया है, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है. Thank you so much for your time and participation.
Thank you very much, sir. And now we request Her Excellency to wait for just one more minute, because just 1 minute more, ma'am, because in your presence and in the presence of Baroness Verma, Madam Sandeep Verma ji, we want to unveil a special academic output of this second National Women's Parliament. I request Sri Rahul V. Karat to kindly declare the same.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Gautam. I hereby unveil the declaration and the white paper, the academic outcome of this second National Women's Parliament. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. I request the technical team to kindly unveil. This is the important documentary artifact of Second National Women's Parliament, the declaration and the collection of the white papers, the outcome of all these sessions by the academic team of School of Government, which will stand as an important document for the entire, I would say, fraternity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Her Excellency. Thank you very much, Madam Sandeep Verma ji. Thank you very much for joining hands for this unveiling. Thank you very much. And now it's time that I invite a very, very special guest who's present among here us, the special guest of honor of this session, the member of House of Lords of United Kingdoms, Madam Sandeep K. Verma ji, Baroness Verma, who's popularly known as. But before I invite her to address the gathering, I would like to request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on life and work of Madam Sandeep Verma ji.
The Right Honourable Baroness Verma is a noted Indian-British politician who is an appointed member of the House of Lords. She is the ministerial champion for tackling violence against women and girls overseas, a role who chairs the UN Women's National Committee. Following the 2010 UK general election, Baroness Verma was an opposition whip and conservative spokesperson in the House of Lords on education and skills and for health. She was Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State in the Department of Energy and Climate Change from 2012 to 2015, and then for International Development from May 2015 to July 2016.
As public orator, may I present Sandeep Baroness Verma, a candidate for an honorary degree.
She is a life peer of Leicester in the county of Leicestershire. We are honoured to welcome the Right Honourable Baroness Verma to the Second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and we truly mean it. Thank you very much for taking time out, and it is our honor and privilege to hear to your thoughts. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor, and a very good evening to you all. A very happy Makar Sankranti. I want to first start by thanking the organisers of the Second National Women's Parliament and to all the organisations behind the conference, the MIT WPU and the MIT School of Government. And above all, I want to thank the commitment and the hard work on the real people behind the scenes to get such a conference of this scale organised and managed under such challenging circumstances. So a big thank you to you all and congratulations to your teams. I'm getting an echo.
Yeah, ma'am, I request the team in Mumbai to please take care if there is any echo. There is a bit of echo. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
So I want to congratulate your teams of dedicated people that bring to life your vision, ambition, and content. Many hundreds will benefit from this conference, but in days to come, many tens of thousands more will benefit from the knowledge, the confidence, and the crystal clear message that has been delivered over the course of this important conference. These conferences provide a wonderful platform for us all to take a good look in the mirror and reflect on what more we need to do. We may want to pat ourselves on the back on the achievements that we may have contributed to, and a time to look at the next set of goals and challenges. Nothing has shone a torch more on the challenges of women than the lifting on the lid of the inequalities and barriers that still face you because of your gender or race during this horrible pandemic. Everyone that is involved in wanting to create a more level playing field, each and every one of us have seen and faced barriers and obstacles that the battles are many. But to ensure that we reach our goals, first, we must believe we can. It is important that we explore some of the areas that act as barriers and how we learn to manage and overcome them. The key areas that I would explore as a parliamentarian and as a businesswoman are simple access to opportunities within organizations? Is there a drive with corporations and business to change? Is government willing to change? Let's talk about training and the pipeline planning. How are women and girls' CVs and biographies made to stand out? And how do we make sure that the appropriate skill sets and the technology skills that are required are available to women and girls? So I'm hoping that your technical issues are sorted. I'm looking to see a nod from someone because I think it's really critical of the young people sitting and listening today that in all of the years that I've been in business and in politics, the one thing I know for certain is that the biggest person to stop yourself from developing is you. And I put that as a challenge to everyone, simply because if you're born a girl and told you can't do things, and then accept them as the basis for the rest of your life, you've already committed to not changing the norms of the day. And I've grown up in a country where we've battled hard to ensure that we've had access to opportunities to fight discriminations on gender, to fight discriminations on race, to be able to access all of the things that are available to everybody who is privileged, like many of the students sitting here today, but not forgetting that we have a pipeline of people that we need to pull up with us, because no society, no country, no community will ever improve unless it is utilizing all of the potential of its country. And I, as a minister, and I want to say that I'm extremely proud that I was the first South Asian female to be able to sit on the front benches of Parliament in the history of British Parliament. And that came after my I've spent a long time in politics, but that came because I wasn't prepared to sit back and let people make decisions on my behalf. I wasn't prepared to actually accept that those decisions that were made were in my benefit if I didn't agree with them. And in society, I've been a community activist for as long as I can remember. I think I went on my first campaign to fight racism when I was 13 years old. I started my first business when I was 19. And it has come with the support of the people around me, my family, my husband, because it's really important that they share in your vision, in your mission. And I really do congratulate you, Mr. Rahul Karad, for your family's ambition to not just uplift the few, but to make this a reach out for the many. And politics is a tool that not many utilize to their full extent because they don't know the power they hold in their hands of their own individual vote. We are poorly educated in the strength of politics. We are poorly educated in the strength of knowing what politicians need to do on our behalf. Because once we elect them, we forget that we need to hold them to account. And that is why it is critical that we get people coming into politics, particularly women, particularly a lens that is about nurture, is about creating a softer, much more democratic approach to discussion. And that is anywhere in the world. And, you know, we don't believe, well, I don't believe that we should have it enforced by a coded practice of targets. I think we should be able to say in our own right that we are there because we are able, capable, and often we are ignored. So I would ask you all, the people sitting here today, those listening online, those that this message will go out to many times after this conference has finished. Let us look at how we ensure that when we want to get women. I'm a great advocate of women coming into business. I want to see more women in startups. I believe the technologies around us today enable us to be able to do that wherever we are in the world. I've just started a national chapter with Wiki, which is an Indian organization. And I've done the chapter with Uganda. And it's a Uganda, UK, India chapter of women coming together to actually understand, explore, and support how more women can come and join in the world of business. What does it take to be able to access finance from banks? What are the alternatives? Online banking has been a great benefit to women entrepreneurs because online banking is less discriminatory than the national traditional banking sectors that are often run by very traditional men, predominantly in suits at the senior level. And I challenge all of those institutions to wake up and smell the coffee, because if you want to continue in existence, you are going to have to change, because unless you change and embrace what is going on around you and the strength of women entrepreneurship, women politicians, women academics, you will fall far behind, because your company, your organization is a reflection of you. So I do think that when it comes to barriers, we've got to challenge them. And one of the key things I think through education we should learn is not to just accept. And it has been a tradition in many countries that we never challenge, we never critique the books in front of us. And I think it's important that rather than stand still, we look at what is being offered to us when we are being educated and ask questions. We should never be a blank canvas going in and come out as a canvas with learning without actually being critical of the learning. It may well be that whatever we've learned has been good, but it may well be that we need to change the environment simply because now we know several hundreds of years later that we have impacted on climate change, global warming, that we are destroying the planet. It wouldn't be good for us to just stand still and let it happen. And yet India was the bedrock of sustainability and conservation. And yet it is only now in recent days we're talking about the solar solutions and renewable energy. So I think there is so much more that we need to be able to talk about and learn. And that is why these platforms, these conferences are so critical. Because I believe strongly that together the world has become a much more smaller, much more accessible place, that we share information much more easily, and that technology allows us to be able to reach out and to be friends from far off distant places. But we also need to know that whilst the change is going in one part of the world, it cannot stop in another. The pandemic has demonstrated to us very clearly, it is a global phenomena. It is killing globally. The solutions have also been global. Countries have come together to find out how to combat a pandemic that is killing millions of people across the globe, infecting millions of people across the globe. But who has benefited the most and who will benefit the most will be the things that we will have to discuss later on. Because unless we make sure that every single country on this planet has access to not expensive, inexpensive vaccinations, this pandemic isn't going to go anywhere, because we will still carry on traveling. We will still be mixing with people. So we need to make sure we do not leave anyone behind in our course to combat this global pandemic. And I want to talk a little bit very quickly about my own journey, because often people think that you're born into a particular privilege and that's why you can stand on a platform and be confident. Well, I was born in Amritsar. My father was a customs officer. He came to the UK when I was 9 months old in 1960, so you can figure my age from that. I have had a journey of discrimination because of the color of my skin. I have had a journey on discrimination because of my gender. All of those things. The city I have grown up in, Leicester, is one of the most multi-mixed cities in the UK. Has discrimination reduced? I hope so. Is it eradicated? Sorry to say no. Do we reinforce it? Of course we do. Because by and large, we live on discriminating against others. It makes us feel powerful. And instead of empowering people, we disempower them by making them feel that they are not able to do the job that you can do. Well, let me tell you, I had a conservative father from the Sikh community. He was a customs officer. He came from an army family background. I had a mother who came from a business background. The one thing they inculcated in me was very simple. Do not accept that you cannot achieve and are second best to anyone. I have made a very firm principle in my life that if I don't like something, I don't accept it, I challenge it. I have made two things my best friends: commitment and confidence. Nobody can take those away from you. They are yours. You need to nurture them, you need to embrace them, you need to protect them. Because everything we do in life has a positive or a negative impact on other people around us. I want to be strong for women around me who have no voice. I'm chairman of UN Women UK, a global organization that looks and speaks up for women who have no voice. I am determined that just because I face discrimination, I wasn't going to let it stop me. In fact, it was a catalyst to make me political. It made me strong. And trust me, I'm only 5'2" tall, but my voice is my voice. And I've made it loud and I've made it clear because I want people to know that if you believe in yourself and people around you believe in you, anything is achievable. This baby from Amritsar came to the UK, first South Asian woman on the parliament benches, a minister in her own right. I delivered. But I've got so much more to do because until I see many, many, many more women like me going into politics, changing the course of policy, this world will never be better. Do you think for one moment all of these issues around climate change, around sustainability, around wastage would be any worse off if we had more women? I bet you they wouldn't. Because I'll tell you one thing, what women are good at. They're good at being able to look at what they've got in front of them and make the maximum out of it. So I urge you, and I'm going to leave you with 3 quotes, because I think that today you've heard, over the last 4 days, your sessions have been phenomenal. And I really congratulate you on touching every single corner of discussion, because unless we're brave enough to do it, nothing changes. So I congratulate you on that. But let me tell you one thing, the dial will never change until both men and women change. It is both those that believe they can and need to change that they can. And those that believe that they've got more ability than they think they have need to understand sometimes it's better to make way for the person who has the ability and support them. The 3 quotes I have got are very simple, and I hope you will remember. The potential within you is greater than the obstacles around you. Simple. I used to say, if I find a challenge, I will find a way around it, over it, or through it. So remind yourselves you can do it. Make confidence and commitment your 2 best friends. They will provide you with the belief in yourself and ensure you don't get derailed in your mission. And the final quote I will leave you with is Lord Krishna's quote. The wise aren't deluded by change. Remember, We are all part of today's history, but we need to help make tomorrow's future. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much indeed, I must say.
Thank you, Professor Gautam. Just allow me to just express a little bit very quickly so that you can start the further your agenda. But I think it was extraordinary delivery, madam. We have some perception in India that in the West, the politics is comparatively simple, and in India, the grassrooted, the people, the way they evolve and things like that. But I can tell you that today, the kind of expressions, the adversities and the very situation, how you have evolved in your political career, fantastic way you shared with the Indian audience here and the Indian women and everybody here. So we are very, very happy to, that involvement also we saw that, and respecting this very platform. And, we are committed, me as a man also many times I feel we are quite hypocrite also in some sense. It is so difficult to, to evolve the male dominating society. And all the time I remind myself that, Rahul, how do you really want to evolve as an institution also and as a person also? But yes, that I think in Britain, when the voting right was given to the woman, and India is little faster in that sense, and many good things are happening. But I think those words are truly inspiring, madam. So someday I wish that you visit my institution here in India, and I request all the members here sitting right now, quickly, if you can stand and give a standing ovation to the great lady, I'll be really happy, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Madam Verma. And we truly mean it, because when you were addressing us and when you mentioned that you entered business at 19 and you have achieved what you have, we all were really motivated. It reminded me of the story of Mulan, that the gender doesn't matter if you're committed and if you want to achieve something. Thank you very much, ma'am, for taking time out and joining us today in this very, very important session. Thank you. And it is indeed my pleasure and honor to share with you that we have the presence of the well-known social reformer and the founder member of the Narmada Bachao Andolan, the guest of honor of this session, Madam Medha Patkarji, who's here with this session now. Thank you very much, ma'am, for taking time out and joining us. It is indeed our honor. We also now have the presence of the special guest of honor of this session, Honorable Member of the Parliament, Lok Sabha, INC from Patiala, Punjab, former Minister of State for External Affairs, Government of India. The special guest of honor of this session, Madam Praneet Kaurji. Thank you very much, ma'am, for taking time out and joining us today. But before I request her to kindly address the gathering, I would like to request my technical team if they can please relay a small film made on the life and work of Madam Praneet Kaurji. Over to you, team.
Srimati Praneet Kaur is an eminent politician from Punjab and is currently serving as the Member of Parliament from Lok Sabha representing the Patiala constituency. She is also the former Minister of State for External Affairs in the Government of India. She completed her studies at Chelsea and graduated from St. Bede's College, Shimla. She has been elected as a Member of Parliament of the Lok Sabha for 4 terms, winning in 1999, 2004, 2009 and 2019. Under the aegis of Inter-Parliamentary Union, she became a member of the Women's Coordination Committee of the Asia-Pacific region for 2 years. She is also the chairperson of the Patiala Heritage Society and has been instrumental in starting the Patiala Heritage Festival. She started a social work career in the Red Cross Hospital Welfare Section and received the President's Award for her work. She has created a wide range of rural infrastructure in her constituency, especially in the field of health, road network, drainage, water supply and sanitation. She is a member of the royal family of Patiala and is the wife of Captain Amarinder Singh, the current Chief Minister of Punjab. We are honoured to welcome Srimati Praneeth Kaur to the Second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much for that video. And madam, it is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today. Without taking a single minute, I would now like to request you to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Everyone who's present, I won't take everyone's names, but all the esteemed people who are gathered to address this conference and who are taking part, and especially the people who have got us all together. Good evening to you all. It's my pleasure to be with you all. Anything that has to do with women and women's empowerment has always been, I think, not only close to my heart, but to every woman. And I'm one of the lucky ones that have had the privilege of being able to express and go for the views that women have, and from their point of view, work in a social structure, socially as well as politically. I'm thankful to my party, the Indian National Congress, that has given me the ticket. This is the fourth time I am member of the Lok Sabha and have had the pleasure of being able to serve the people of my state and especially my hometown Patiala and the neighboring district. I'm very happy to note that while our government was there, the Congress government, women's empowerment was definitely very high on the list. We fought for the 1/3 reservation in Parliament, which unfortunately has not taken part, has not borne fruition up till now. But what the Congress government, starting from Rajiv Gandhi ji, did was to empower the women from the local level, that is the panchayat level and the local bodies level, by giving them 1/3 representation of the tickets to fight and to be part of the very basic structure on which our country has done its growth. And now we have in Punjab and all Congress ruled states, the quota for women has gone to 50%. And I'm very happy to say that in cooperation in Patiala, we have 30 municipal councillors, out of which 16 are women and 15 are men. So it's a one-up for women's empowerment in my hometown in Patiala, and I also represent the constituency. I think when a woman is empowered, she becomes very dedicated to the work she's doing. We take things very seriously and minutely. I think that's the basic nature of a woman. So I'm sure that the more empowerment we get, the better we will perform and give our best to society. Here in India, it's been a long tradition of worshipping goddesses and things, and women do have a special place in the homes, but now they are out in every field. Starting from the top, we've had a woman president, we've had a woman prime minister, we have women in the armed forces now, and in the judiciary, in every sphere of life. So slowly the women are coming out. We need at the moment to encourage our women at the grassroots level so that we produce more women leaders to take their rightful place in society. The governments have been very good. They have empowered women by giving equal rights to the girls. And I think that now the time has come for us to very actively, we have women in panchayats and all, is to give them extra training, extra backing, make them feel more comfortable. Because there still is that slight attitude that if, supposing I am an elected member from a panchayat or a Zilla Parishad, that when a meeting is called, my husband must come there, and he calls himself the member. The women sort of take a back seat. It's always the case when the husband is there. We naturally tend not to overshadow them. But I think now in Punjab and other states where there's, besides 1/3, there's 50% reservation, we should all collectively try, have training programs, have programs to meet the women so that we can give them more confidence. And once the confidence sets in, you'll see another sea change. We are already progressed a lot. You just take the recent farmer stir that has taken place. I think there are almost an equal amount of women in the stir that are taking their place to do the work and sit in and be part of the farmers who are asking for their rights. And the women that are left behind are actually driving tractors, looking after the farmlands. So it's not that you cannot do it. And I think that is a great achievement and shows the tenacity of the woman. I don't know how much time I have to speak, but I would like to thank Mr. Rahul Kanad for creating this platform for women empowerment, because they say behind every great man there's a woman, but I think behind every woman who's successful is also a great man. Without your support and the support of our family members, it would be very difficult for a woman to actually get out, leave her household, and get on with other things in life as well. So thank you, Rahul, for this encouragement you have given for this National Women's Parliament. I believe you had a very successful event in 2017 in Amravati, which was supported by the government and all. And you had a lot of people speaking. So I think that was a very big push towards women's empowerment. I know all over the world they are doing it. I had the good fortune when I was a minister to actually bring the hammer down on the formation of a women's wing in the UN. So I think everywhere the role of the woman, besides being a housewife, is being recognized and encouraged. I would like to thank the co-founder and managing trustees of the Mughal Mahadev Foundation and the director of Phenolics Industries, Mrs. Ritu Chabaria, for being the chief organizing committee of this National Women's Parliament and bringing us all on this platform so that we can interact, we can hear about how other areas of the world, of our country, are dealing with this and empowering their women so that we can all take a good place in our society and well-being of looking after our children. Because when we are put into the stream, I think we will naturally, being mothers, being wives, our first thing will be that our children should have a good, healthy atmosphere to grow up in, have all the health. And what is very necessary today is education, because knowledge is the greatest empowerment that we can give anyone. So thank you once again for having me on this program. And I'm very happy to share my thoughts, be part of your program, and I wish you all a great success. Thank you once again for looking after our interests and backing the cause of women. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. We are extremely happy. Rather, you would have taken maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes more, but I think very precisely you expressed your mind and that very passion and the urge for this agenda, it can very well seen by each and every member here. I wish the way Andhra Pradesh government in 2017, they organized with the support of Andhra Pradesh Vidhan Sabha Assembly. Maybe I will pass on the message through you to our Honorable Chief Minister, sir, that if the Punjab government takes the lead, maybe after 1 or 2 years, physically 10-20,000 girls of the country from the various institutions, they coming there, and the similar way the Mr. Chandrababu Naidu ji took quite an effort there in Andhra Pradesh. So, and Punjab can be a great place to convey this message internationally. So thank you so much once again for participating today and boosting our confidence. Thank you, madam.
So much. Thank you for everything.
Thank you very much, madam. And there's one more important thing that I would like to share here, that Madam Praneeth Kaur ji has been a mentor to School of Government, and it's just a few days before the lockdown was declared in the entire country last year. There was a batch of 25 students of MIT School of Government. The entire delegation was there with Madam Praneeth Kaur ji, and she guided, personally mentored that batch, that delegation of School of Government. Thank you very much, ma'am, for being there and mentoring the young students of MIT School of Government. Thank you very much for that. And I'm also happy to share with Madam Medha Patkar ji and Praneeth Kaur ma'am that just a few moments ago that we declared a collaborative effort of the faculty members and the students of Engineering, Peace Studies and School of Government of MIT World Peace University for empowering the women towards nation building. We unveiled the white paper, the academic outcome of this National Women's Parliament. So it is not just a conclave that where people are coming together and parting away and there is nothing behind as an academic reference. So we, the team of Engineering, Peace Studies and SOG have created the same for the future reference. Thank you once again. Thank you very much for your time and the thoughts that you have shared with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And now it's my honor to take the session forward as we have the next special guest of honor, the well-known social reformer and founder member of Narmada Bachao Andolan, Madam Medha Patkar, with us. Thank you very much, ma'am, for taking time out and joining us. But before I invite her to address the gathering, I would like to request my technical team if they can please relay a small film made on life and work of Madam Medha Patkar. Over to you, team.
Srimati Medha Patkar is the founder of Narmada Bachao Andolan that has questioned displacement and the paradigm of non-sustainable, destructive development over the last 35 years. She is also a founder and national convener of National Alliance of People's Movements in India. She has been a part of many battles for human and constitutional rights for farmers, workers, the urban poor, and Adivasis. She is a recipient of many national and international awards, including BBC's Award for the Best International Campaigner, Amnesty International's Human Rights Defender Award, and Right Livelihood, the Alternative Nobel Prize. She is still active in the struggle for farmers' rights and reconstruction work, and is a member of the core committee of the ongoing farmers' movement. We are honored to welcome Srimati Medha Patkar to the Second National Women's Parliament, hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much, and we are truly honored, Madam Medha Patkar ji, for having you here today. Without taking a minute extra, I request you to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am. I just would like to check with the technical team if ma'am is available with us online.
Can you hear me? We can
hear you. We can hear you, ma'am, but we can't see you. I think your camera is not on.
This thing is gone.
Acha, okay. You can speak, ma'am. Your words are truly important for us. You can please. Yeah, now you're visible. Thank you very much, ma'am. Please go ahead. But your microphone has gone on.
Can you see me now?
Yeah. We can see you. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Should I start on my own? Or?
Please, ma'am. Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Rahulji, and all the members of the organizing team of this National Women's Parliament. And it's unfortunate that we are online today, because I remember my experience with the Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, with Shatrugna Sinha ji being there and Chandra Babu Naidu as well. And I know that 10,000 students had attended that, and that was a great experience. I know MIT has been organizing such grandeur programs with the great kind of communication, dialogues, with the messages that you intend to pass on to the younger generation. And today, with the Women's Parliament, I therefore would like to refer to the points you have given to me, but really would be thankful because in the present situation, the gender justice is a very, very, very important aspect in our life and the life of the country as well. I remember when I visited Hathras and the experience of holding a dialogue with that family of the Dalit young girl who was not just raped but almost killed. And the family could not even attend the funeral, was not permitted to. It was a horrifying story. And the same is being repeated in every district of Uttar Pradesh especially. But we also know that the Khairlanji incident in Maharashtra and the family that has suffered is yet to get justice. So my dear friends, when we are for gender justice, we must remember that on one hand, there is a slogan, an expectation, and a commitment expressed by our politicians, our bureaucrats, and even the NGOs of the kind of Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. But at the same time, we know that it's a long way to go. No doubt the girl child has been getting educated in the slums. I am today in one of the slums where the educated girls have really passed through the schools, simple government schools, may it be Telugu, Urdu or Marathi school. And they have been able to cross the barriers and get into some source of livelihood. But I know how they had to fight only to save their houses, their home hearths and communities. So we know that these women and women, they belong to different categories, classes, social classes. And each of that community, those communities really suffer a lot in spite of all that the women in India have earned and gained over years and decades. There is no doubt that we have marched ahead as women, not only in the sector of education, but also various sectors. As Amit Kaurji was saying, that the Punjabi women during this farmers' struggle are showing unprecedented commitment to assert rights and also have taken over the agricultural operations, including driving the tractors. And that has happened in every sector, no doubt. But the women are the worst affected when there is any blow, even today, whether it is of the pandemic, which the earlier speaker was referring to, or a natural calamity, maybe a tsunami or the other, or it may be just the change in the policies and laws, not just the farm laws, but also the educational policy. We know that with the Googleization that is now entered into the sector of education, many children, girl students have been out of school. This increasing ratio of dropouts is affecting the girl children, students the most. And that's why when we are working in the Adivasi areas, we realize that we cannot be online with those communities and families who cannot afford to two Android or smartphones, one in the hands of the boy and another his sister. And hence, the one who suffers a lot and is requested or compelled to drop out is the girl child in the family. Now, these kinds of experiences really tell us that we are on the continuum of tradition and modernity. Somewhere in the traditional way, the women are still considered as either Devi or Dasi. And we do not accept either. We are women as humans, and women's rights are human rights. Not just a slogan, but this kind of an assertion really has helped many women coming forward to even not just assert, but struggle for their rights. And that is the ray of hope. I can tell you my experience about many moments. Within a short time, I would say that the struggle in the Narmada Valley could not have been one to the extent it has without the women coming forward. Those are the farmer women who never used to cross their doorstep. Those are the fish workers, fisherwomen, who really are very strong, as Swami Vivekananda also had referred to them as the main change agents in India. And they also include the laborers, the women laborers who belong to the Dalit to Adivasi families. All of them have special characteristics, including perseverance, including diligence, including creativity, and including a commitment to life and livelihood. And this we experienced whenever we questioned the World Bank. With women, when we reached Delhi and Wilkinson, the then World Bank president, was inside, we had to enter the office with the strength and commitment, come what may. The police to the World Bank officials had to really give way. But when we entered inside, the officers, including one Mr. Blinkhorn, had to face a lot. Not violence, but the non-violent way in which the women questioned him. And I really happened to talk to him, and he still remembered that incident and was telling me, this is the real story, that Medha, I really refer to that incident in my speeches, even at present. So friends, when the women question an official, maybe of the Indian government or the World Bank, their idiom and their medium is always extraordinary. The idiom is really related to their own environs, social to economic. And their politics that gets reflected into their questions and their answers really is one of equity and justice. Women who are related to the natural resource matrix really bring out that relationship between nature and human, which a man can rarely do. I have experienced this. When a woman, fish worker woman, recently, just 4 days ago, when we were at the Gajipura border of Delhi, in the farmers' movement with the Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh farmers camping there, her speech became viral. When Sanobar Mansoori also spoke in the women's parliament that was held on the Sansad Marg, Parliament Street, on the farmers' issues 2 years ago, her speech also became viral. And this viralization is because their idiom and medium was really appreciated. And where that comes from, it is the real relationship and the close relationship between the nature and the humans, out of whom women really make a lot. Matrutva, Datrutva, and Kartrutva. All these three genuine characteristics and contributions to the rest of the society come from women. And that's why they really fight a lot to save land, water, forest, or even the minerals, may it be sand as minor mineral or the major minerals. And this we have experienced everywhere. In our struggle against the Enron company, I remember how the women were so committed to save their communities in the Konkan area that they did not mind other jail inmates. Now, these characteristics come from the motherhood. The quality of motherhood really helps them to link with the rest of the society so easily. And so is the case with the women activists. So if you all become activists, even for a short time out of your whole life, I'm sure you can do a lot. You can reach out to the chulas, which the men activists cannot. You can also deal with the women and men, no doubt. But that approach of yours to the homes and hearts really mobilize the society a lot. Today, when our slum women, whom I just met on this Makar Sankranti day, the issue was how are the three farm acts imposed on the Indian society, farmers' communities, as well as the laborers, the dairy workers, and the Adivasis living on the forest produce, are going to affect the PDS, the public distribution system. And they understood it so well because they are the people from this Annabhau Sate Nagar in Mankur who had fought a lot when their community was totally demolished and they were evicted and thrown on the streets, if not on the footpaths. But they really saved their land and built the houses, beginning with the whole community building one house of the Dalit widow woman. Now, whenever they come with their small children in the rallies, no one else, not the intellectuals, can really understand the strength of this urban and the rural poor who really give the new kind of a different kind of leadership to the mass actions. And that really is special because they are perseverant. They cannot leave a sit-in, they cannot leave a march, they cannot leave a julus, a morcha. They cannot leave their path towards the manzil till they attain what they aim at. And this perseverance really gives us a message that without women, we cannot win any battle, which is for social or economic equity and justice. So, Nari ke sahbag bina har badlav adhura hai. I remember when the battle started in Nandigram, in the very first public meeting, I had said that without women, you men cannot fight and you cannot win. And then came the women's force into the Nandigram movement, into the Singur movement, and they really led the movement. Even at midnight when the meetings used to take place, they wouldn't mind going home late with a small tim tadiya and then cook and then feed their children. Friends, women in this society therefore want special policies with priorities, with preferences given to them. This is not begging. This is asserting the right as not just second sex, but half of the population in India. Whether these are economic rights to right to livelihood or the political rights to have the 50% of positions from the Panchayati Raj to the parliament, it is the right that they have to struggle for. And this cannot only come through education. This comes through mobilization, mass organization, and mass action. So, सीखो, संगठित हो और संघर्ष करो. This is what the women really need to understand and realize, and then they can contribute a lot. They are not just diligent, but also non-corrupt and non-violent. In most of the situations when there is violence around us, the women take a position that we will not address violence with violence. And that non-violent satyagrahi position, therefore, needs to be taken by women in every single battle for justice. We know that in spite of all the modernization and progress around us, the women still face a lot. Now, why is so? We have to really start with the next generation, right from the children and adolescents, where we have to train our boys and empower the men. We talk about women's empowerment a lot, but the real need is to empower men who must learn to have an equality as the value between the two genders, and also the third gender, the transgender. And when the court gives the decisions or the judgments this way or that way, for on the issue of talaq or on the issue of the transgender rights, we know that the judiciary cannot do everything for us. It is the judgment of the society that would really matter. And it matters. And that's why we have to really get involved in our own small little community to the larger society in empowering the society as a whole. With the two wheels, we can carry on the Ratha Yatra towards the gender equity and justice. And that's why we have to not exclude boys when we talk about empowering the society on the gender issues. We, on the other hand, in every activity of ours, have to be very cautious as to whether the women are on the dais or not, whether the women are getting a chance to participate, to raise questions, and to assert their right in every situation, from decision making, planning, implementation to evaluation. And that's what even a non-governmental organization, starting with the new sources of livelihood for the lockdown affected women, have to be cautious of. But we know that in many situations, the men really do not permit it easily. That patriarchism is something that we have to counter and we have to fight. But that fight cannot be violent. It has to be a patient fight, a long-term one, starting with our own family, our own immediate environs, and reaching out to the wider society. Friends, all this requires a special inputs in every sector, whether it is education, health, or otherwise. Recently, we were talking with the Women and Child Welfare Minister in Maharashtra. And when we told her that, look, your women's policy talks a lot about the women's rights, but the basic rights are related to the basic need fulfillment. That is real development progress. And those are related to health, sanitation, housing right, etc. And when the women in the slums, 60% of population in Mumbai is in the slums, mind you. So when we talk about the real disadvantaged sections, they are advantaged in many ways, but disadvantaged because they are peripheralized. They do not get their due right to the due wages when they really toil a lot. And hence, when we start with these basic issues, I know that the women's policy many times, or the women's ministries many times, fail to address those. So many celebrations take place. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, slogans to schemes to celebrations. But the real need is to look at the basic need fulfillment, and that requires not just discrimination, even positive discrimination, but universal policies which would really treat every family with equality as our target, aim, objective, goal, and vision. And then only men and women would march ahead together to really achieve a lot for the future generations. Friends, therefore, I think the women leadership in every sector can really fight corruption, can fight casteism, can fight communalism. We have seen this happening, and they can also fight for the basic human rights. So this present situation where the pandemic has affected a lot, where even the livelihood sources are lost by a large and large population in our country, and the women, including the domestic servants, including the women hawkers, every community for whom we have been fighting width and form, we know have to face a lot. So how can we really approach towards changing the present economy towards more labor-intensive technology, towards cottage industries, home industries, all that Mahatma Gandhi's alternative way of life and economy had really conveyed to us. That is the labor intensivity and the production by masses instead of mass production. And in that, if the women have at least 50% of the space, economic, political, and social, I'm sure this country would really march ahead. And we cannot just talk about globalization and liberalization with the huge corporates coming into every sector, but we have to talk about corporatism and those kinds of cooperatives beyond the self-help groups which are formed in many communities are to be the real units of economy if we want to involve women without compromising on their rights and duties towards their families and the immediate community. They can really do both. घर का और दार का दोनों काम करते हुए महिलाओं की ताकत अगर हर क्षेत्र में आर्थिक, सामाजिक और राजनीतिक सामने आती है, नेतृत्व स्वीकारती है, तो मुझे विश्वास है कि हम जात पात पंथ प्रांत और हिंसा के पार इस समाज को ले जाने में सफल रहेंगे। आज के किसान आंदोलन में 18 जनवरी महिला किसान दिवस है, because women farmers are many times are not recognized. Women contribute a lot, but they do not have right to the property, even to a small percentage. All this in spite of succession rights that we have won, thanks to Baba Sahib Ambedkar, who brought in the Hindu Code Bill, and so on and so forth. But it is necessary that beyond talaq and beyond all traditions, we have to achieve the modern goals which are of equity and justice, not just of celebration of a woman as Devi or Dasi. And hence, this parliament, I hope, will convey all these messages and experiences which would strengthen our commitment to not just women's empowerment, but societal empowerment to bring in gender justice. Thank you very much. I hope I have covered the points you wanted me to cover. And if there are any questions, you can send me. I cannot stay to answer those, but I surely would love to answer all the questions and fill in the gaps because I've given an extemporal, speech one-sided, which I would like to have been a discussion or a debate instead of one-sided communication. But thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would request if Shri Rahul Karar sir would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Professor Gautam. I think, Madam, it was a fantastic, you covered, so beautifully. And here at MIT World Peace University, our quest is that how do we connect our degree programs with the society? All the times, all the time we are thinking that a BBA or MBA or engineering, any student, he or she need to think about how they can be the problem solvers of the society, and we also expect, Madam, that they should not think like a Western world, what the capitalist nations. Here in India, we have still a long way to go, and you are a great source of inspiration, and in our democracy, the kind of role you have played last 40, 50 years, and it is so important and to keep the balance in our society. And we all respect you, we all love you, and your contribution is nobody can ignore, Madam. So today, for this very important day today for the National Women's Parliament, you could find time and convey your mind. Definitely many girls, many other members, rather when we say women empowerment, it is not just by the woman, by the woman, for the woman, it is also it is a responsibility of we all men's and the equality what we talk about. So thank you so much for reminding and giving that the great words.
Thank
of
you,
wisdom,
Rahulji.
the very practical approach, you have practiced that whole your life.
So I
And
would
so I
say
will
that
request Group Captain Apte.
the women and the girls, the youths, young girls in the audience should must really commit themselves to giving at least 1 year after their career, after their education, whether it is graduation or post-graduation, to the real oppressed, not necessarily depressed, but struggling classes, uh, especially the women amongst those.
It's a great suggestion, Group Captain Apte, that you all must think that, if a selected number, you have some 30, 40, 50,000 students, I'm very sure 100, 200 girls and boys can come forward. And if we design some such scheme around it, and, and if we take the help of even Madam also, and 1 year dedicatedly, if they can, it can be a truly life transformation for those people. Tomorrow
They
you can
become
have your
Kadis
own
and
leisure.
Durgas and really lead the change and transformation.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will request Group Captain Apte. All of you, please, I request that to give a standing ovation to Madam. She is a great epitome of,
That's what needed. It's my
we all
duty.
love you.
I have to go to the next room today to hold public meeting right now. So I will take your leave. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your guidance that you have shared with everyone here in the audience of Second National Women's Parliament. Thank you very much for that. And now it's my privilege to take the gathering forward, and I'm happy to share with you that Rocket Women of India, the senior scientist of Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, Dr. Ritu Srivastava, has joined us. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. It is indeed our honor. We are also joined by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Lok Sabha, Apna Dal, Mirzapur, Uttar Pradesh, President of Apna Dal and former Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. The special guest of honor of this session, Madam Anupriya Patelji. Thank you very much, ma'am, for taking time out. It is indeed our honor and privilege. But before I invite her to address the gathering, I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on life and work of Madam Anupriya Patelji. Over to you, team.
Srimati Anupriya Singh Patel is the president of Apna Dal and is currently the member of parliament from Lok Sabha representing the Mirzapur constituency in Uttar Pradesh. She is also the former Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare in Government of India. She earned a bachelor's degree from Lady Shri Ram College, Delhi University, did her PG diploma in psychology from Amity University, Noida, and majors in business administration from Chhatrapati Shahuji Maharaj University, Kanpur. Due to untimely demise of her father, late Dr. Sonelal Patel ji, the founder of Apna Dal, she entered politics unexpectedly. Under her leadership, the party won 2 Lok Sabha seats from Uttar Pradesh in 2014 and 2019 general elections. In 2017 UP Legislative Assembly elections, her party secured 9 seats, and in 2018, Apna Dal made an entry into the Legislative Council of Uttar Pradesh. Her biggest strength is her ability to work tirelessly for the marginalized, downtrodden and backward class people of the Indian society. We are honored to welcome Srimati Anupriya Singh Patel to the Second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much, Madam Anupriya Patelji. It is indeed our honor to have you here today. I request you to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good evening, all of you, honorable chief guests of today's Second Women's Parliament, all our eminent speakers, and our distinguished audience comprising of young, bright girls, other students and faculty members, and everybody else who's connected with this event today. It is truly my privilege to connect with so many young minds, so many bright girls through this Second Women's Parliament. I'm thankful to the organizers for having me here today, and I deeply appreciate their commitment, their enthusiasm, and their determination to organize, to hold such an event, such a parliament, which is oriented and aimed towards creating a difference in the lives of our women and the young girls of our country. Thank you, all the young students, the young women who are listening to me. I have seen the list of several eminent speakers today. And just before I started speaking to you, I heard Srimati Medha Pachkar ji, her views, her opinions, and I think it was very, very enriching for each one of us. And if I talk about most of our speakers through this second Women's Parliament, I would say that these are mostly women from diverse backgrounds, politics or social work, art, cinema, media, industry, so many different backgrounds. These are women who have excelled in their fields and left their footprints, they've made their mark, they've carved a niche for themselves. And for all the young girls who are present today, such women are role models who are here to give you a very important message that there's a big canvas available to you. And you can leave your footprint. Each one of you has a great potential. You just need to unleash the energy. You just need to realize that potential. And each one of you must make efforts to become the true heroine in your life and not just a victim. Because each one of you is capable, each one of you has a lot. You just need to explore it, grow it, and develop to your fullest potential. I don't know if most of these eminent speakers who are women particularly discussed about their life journeys, but if you read about them, you would find that each one of them must have gone through a lot of hardships. Because I personally believe that each one of us has a special story. When we are born a woman, we all have our own challenges which are unique to our lives. And everybody has a different challenge. The nature, the magnitude, the degree of the challenges may differ, but we all face hardships, we all face challenges in our own ways. And many of us are able to overcome those hurdles and make our mark. And this is what you must learn from all the dignified women who have addressed you through this second Women's Parliament. I have been asked to share my thoughts on encouraging and empowering women in order to strengthen the society. When I think of the word empowerment, the first thing that comes to my mind is empowerment is not a product, it's a process. It's an ongoing process. You have to keep working towards it. And it has many faces. It is multifaceted. It has a socio-cultural space. It has a educational, economic, political, and last and the most important, a psychological aspect. Why do I say that empowerment would have a socio-cultural phase? Because when I look at the Indian society as a whole, most of us would have also noticed it, and we all live through it every day, that our society gives utmost respect to women. Most of our deities, our goddesses, are women. We say that goddess of wealth is Lakshmi, and goddess of power is Durga, and goddess of knowledge and wisdom is Saraswati. But another thing which we fail to understand is, why do we still in many Indian families, despite giving so much of respect to women in our religious practices and beliefs, why is there in many families still, I wouldn't say all, but yes, many families across the country, there's still a boy preference and a girl aversion? Why do we still face those discriminatory practices, those gender prejudices, gender inequalities, domestic violence, sexual harassment? And to top it all, there are judgmental attitudes towards women. So socio-cultural norms really do get in the way of true emancipation of women, and which is one aspect of it which must be addressed when we say we aim to create a society where women are empowered. Educational, because of course, you are all privileged girls, but there are so many girls who are not as privileged as you. Even in today's times, they don't get that opportunity to gain knowledge, skills. They don't have the opportunity to learn, to educate themselves. Literacy rates have improved, I wouldn't deny. But a lot of women still don't have access to good education or education. Not good education, but even basic education, I would say. They don't have the opportunity. Economic, because women have come into the workforce. You see women in every field, every sphere of economic activity, but they are not able to contribute as much as men even today, with so much of awareness and so much of, I would say, a talk about women empowerment. They are not able to contribute as much as men. And for women who join the workplace, they still face barriers and in their workplace in terms of unfair practices in hiring or unfair practices in their career progression or unequal pay for equal work. Such issues also exist. There are complaints of sexual harassment. There are also complaints of pregnancy penalties, where employers actually hold back women from rising to important positions because they're on the family way. So these are the obstacles women still face in the workplace. And political barriers, because I'm myself in the political field. So I would say that despite India being the largest democracy in the world, women are still underrepresented in public life, in politics, and in parliament. There are manifestations of an insecure patriarchy which can be seen a lot. There are gender stereotypes which still exist, and political parties, I would say, would not give important organizational positions to women. Women rarely get opportunities to speak as much as men in public meetings, gatherings, or rallies. They may even be denied of election tickets. Even when they get election tickets, they win their elections, there's formation of government, they may be devoid of cream portfolios. And safety and security of women, of course, remains an area of prime concern. And the worst of all, character assassination of women in politics is the easiest thing to do, even in today's time. So these are challenges which actually prevent women from acquiring the real leadership roles and participating in the real decision making. That is why I say that empowerment has a political phase too. And last of all, the psychological barriers, which are within the society, which are within our own self. And we need to overcome these psychological barriers. Women's capacities are forever doubted upon and questioned. We would discuss their limitations more than their strengths, their competence, their capabilities. In nutshell, if we want to strengthen the society, we must empower women. When we talk of empowering women, we have to talk of addressing every aspect which is becoming a hurdle and obstacle. And unless we do that, unless we acknowledge the efforts of women, give them equal participation, we cannot attain the sustainable development goals. We cannot attain the sustainable development of the country, and the country cannot grow. Because women are half the population. If you don't let half of your population to grow, the country cannot grow, the country cannot progress. So that dream cannot be fulfilled. I'm not saying the society hasn't changed over the years. Of course it has. There has been a lot of awareness. So many social workers, political leaders, governments have been doing their job. Families are changing, mindsets are changing, but still a long way to go. And governments particularly have a big responsibility. I have been part of the government, Modi 1 government, and I must quote here a few important decisions that the government led by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has taken in favor of women, the step towards empowering women in the country. Educationally, I would say the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao scheme. Health point of view, Pradhan Mantri's Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan, Pradhan Mantri Matritva Vandan Yojana, a lot of such schemes. Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, which is aimed at providing free LPG gas connections to poor women so that they are not exposed to unhealthy fumes which come out of cooking over a chulha, a traditional chulha. So from the health point of view, that step has been very important. She Box, it is an online complaint mechanism to make a complaint against any kind of sexual harassment for any woman. That platform has also been created by the government. And then you must have heard and read a lot about the government's initiative towards declaration of any form of triple talaq being made void and illegal, which was a very important step towards the dignity of women belonging to the Muslim community. Then the maternity leave for women employees have been increased from 12 weeks to 26 weeks, and a number of such steps have been taken. When you apply for your passport now, you can either write your father's name or your mother's name, which is a big revolutionary change. So I could just go on talking about a number of schemes that the government has started or steps that the government has taken to improve the status of women across the country. But what I wish to communicate to you today is that the governments will continue to do their job, irrespective of which party government it is. Tomorrow it is NDA, tomorrow it may be something else, somebody else. You may have a different prime minister, you may have a different minister. Political leadership, governments will continue doing their job. NGOs, social workers would do their job, judiciary, bureaucracy, NGOs, media, everybody will do their job. But there is something that each one of you has to do. Each one of us has to do. And what is it? We can't always be depending on an external party for our own empowerment. If you don't help yourself, who will help you? So the first thing, I have to help myself, and I have to help women like me, or maybe women who are less privileged than me. So there is something that each girl, each woman has to do for herself and other women like her. You have to break the psychological barriers. You have to change the social mindset. How do you do that? It begins from ourselves. Every change begins from within. And what do you do for that? Love yourself. Love yourself for being a woman. Celebrate your womanhood. And you have to encourage other women who don't think that way. I'm sure each one of you loves yourself, loves the fact that you're a woman, you're young, bright, educated, liberated souls. But there may be so many women around you who may not share the same feeling, who may not be loving the idea of being a woman. So you have to help them also to love being a woman and learn to respect your own self. If you do not respect your own self, the world is not going to respect you. So once we learn to respect our own self, I'm sure each one of you does. What I want you to understand is help other women around you who are not so educated, who are not so privileged, who are not so liberated, to think, believe in themselves, to feel that they are worth all respect. They are worth all the love. You have to help such women grow. And the most important, which I would appeal, and I always appeal to all the women, wherever I go in a women's gathering, I always tell them that one thing we must shed. That is judgmentalism about other women. Stop judging other women. And women have to start this. If we as women stop judging other women, I think we can be each other's biggest strength. And trust me, when women speak in one voice, when women stand with each other, no man can dare to exploit you or disregard you. So first you stand up for yourself, and first you stand up for your other sisters. That is most important. I know you're all liberated souls, and you believe that you deserve to exist and take up your space in this world which is dominated by men. I would say now women have started taking their space, but there's a small space that women has taken. It's the space has to grow much bigger. And you have to help other women around you. And this second Women's Parliament, I'm sure, will strengthen the idea of gender equity, gender justice, gender equality. And all of you are going to take away a lot from what the different eminent speakers have spoken to you about, from their experiences, from their journeys of life. So much they must have spoken, enriched your thought patterns. And I'm sure each one of you resolves in the new year, you can not just create a difference in your own life, but you can also make a difference in the lives of other women. And through that, I would say a difference in the life of women across the country and the globe. So I do not want to say much. These are my few thoughts that I wanted to share. If every woman grows, the society will grow, the society will be strengthened, and the nation would be strengthened, and eventually the world would be strengthened. So with this, I convey my good wishes for your bright future, and I hope that each one of you will contribute positively towards the sustainable development of the country. With this, I conclude. Thank you very much, the organizers, once again, for having me here today and giving me this opportunity to interact with so many young women. It's been lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Anupriya Patel ji. The pleasure has been ours. Thank you very much for taking time out and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you very much. I'm sure the thoughts that you have shared would reach the hearts of everyone in the audience, and the message would be rightly taken. Thank you very much once again. My friends, it is indeed my honor and privilege to share with you that we now have the presence of the person who has been on this mission for his entire lifetime. He has never looked at any person as male or female, or Hindu or Muslim, or Indian, or any foreign national. That person has always looked at an individual as a human being and a pure soul. It is indeed my pleasure to welcome our Prernalaya, our motivation, the founder and chief patron of MIRES MIT Pune and president of MIT World Peace University, UNESCO chairholder, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence here today in this session. It is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today. Thank you very much. My friends, while I take this session forward, the chairperson of the DPS schools Jammu, Nakbai, Katra, Udhampur, Ladakh, and chairperson of Ashok Kapoor Foundation and vice chairperson of Maharaja Hari Singh Trust, the special guest of honor, Kuvrani Srimati Ritu Singh ji, was going to be with us in this session. She also had confirmed her presence, but unfortunately, she lost one of the loved ones in the family, because of which she could not join us today. But she has sent a very special message on this occasion, which I would like to read for all of you. And I quote, "My humble pranam to you, to all of you. It gives me great pleasure to address the fellow panelists, organizers, and viewers on the virtual valedictory program at the second Women's Parliament organized by MIT World Peace University, Pune. The African proverb says, if you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate a family and in turn a nation. This emphasizes on the importance of women's education and its benefits for the global development. A stree plays multiple roles in her life, be it as a mother, wife, sister, daughter, or an administrator or a leader. She always, in different areas of her life, she carries the responsibility seamlessly. Studies show
that the nations which invest in girls' education and health, including family planning, register higher productivity and faster economic growth. My daughter Adishri and I are committed to the cause of empowering women and are setting up model businesses like corporations for them in the state of Jammu. The education and health for these women are among our most important priorities. There is no tool for development more effective than empowerment of women, said Kofi Annan. We want more and more women to get educated and attain standard health goals. Our projects in Jammu aim at bringing improvement in women's education, health, skills, capabilities, employability, and entrepreneurship in sectors such as agriculture, horticulture, food processing, handlooms, tailoring, stitching, embroidery, zari, and building affordable housing with an all women team on board. We are also trying to revive indigenous art and craft and initiating a lot of skill development programs in the alternative healthcare sector through sustainable platforms. I would like to compliment the efforts of Sri Rahul Karad for creating a platform like this for women's empowerment and would also congratulate Ms. Ritu Chabriaji, the chief of the organizing committee of National Women's Parliament, who has vast experience of working for the underprivileged and marginalized sections of society. I wish all of you a very warm, I would like to wish all of you and the whole team a great success. Thank you very much. I am Code. Thank you very much, the special guest of honor, Kuvrani Srimati Ritu Singh ji. We are really sorry because of your loss, but I'm sure next time, whenever possible, I'm sure that you would be joining us. Thank you very much. My friends, we have yet another special message from the acclaimed Indian actress, producer, and social activist, Miss Ravina Tandon. And I'm sure you would have guessed by now, yes, the same Ravina Tandon ma'am who has been in the forefront of the social activism. And I'm sure we all would be keen to hear her message. I would request my technical team to kindly relay her message.
Namaste. It is a great privilege and honor for me to be here today on this virtual platform
it is on mute.
to
The
speak
main
and
stage is on
encourage
mute.
young women who have logged in from various spectrums. I take this opportunity to thank the management of MIT Pune, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, and with the patronage of noted Gandhian Srimati Ila Bhatt, organized under Chief of Organizing Committee Srimati Ritu Chabria, for inviting me to this valedictory function today. I especially thank Ritu, who has very kindly extended this invitation to me and making me a part of this prestigious event. I admire Ritu and her family for all the philanthropic activities they have been doing over the years, and Ritu, who has been instrumental in bringing transformation in various fields. It is good to see a flurry of speakers from various spectrums and fields of study who have addressed over the last 2.5 days. Wow, what a lineup. I'm sure each one of you had an opportunity to take great insights and learnings from each one of them. There has been a rise in the number of women entrepreneurs in the 20th and 21st century. Women have started taking up all kinds of positions and try to explore in this space, being shoulder to shoulder with men. Women have explored and spread their wings in every arena possible. This has been possible due to the change in education, urbanization, industrialization, and awareness of policies and values. We as women always have the desire to do something on our own and be independent, which in turn helps us to be self-reliant. This also enables us to encourage fellow women who are with us in climbing up the ladder. Women empowerment is the key to strengthen their participation in decision making, which is the most important key to socio-economic development. There is a social, cultural, and there is family pressure on women, which acts as the main issue to the gender equality. Women have a lot of pressure from parents. society, and they are forced to be the main caregiver and caretaker of all family members. Such pressure in the society and home lowers down the career ambitions of women than men. Caring is one of the qualities that a woman possesses and excels in her lifetime. She needs to be involved in the family decision making, which may bring a slight improvement in women's condition in male-headed households. In India, it is very challenging to bring changes in women in traditional societies. It can be changed, but it will take some time and regular efforts. The speakers who we see here are someone who has achieved in life. Achievement or success does not come in easily. We have to work on it, nurture it, and preserve it. We need to make zealous efforts to upscale us women. Most women entrepreneurs will think of transforming women and girls and prioritize giving to that sector of people. Empowering women is very necessary for bringing gender equality. Most societies flourish well where women are given equal respect and are not taken for granted. Women today have got equal potential provided they are being trusted and valued. Today's women realize their strengths and abilities to step out of their comfort zone to contribute to not only society but also beyond. Women have contributed in every walk of life and have held great positions and brought laurels to our society. Indian women play significant roles in the contributions to our society. Today, women do a multitasking role and are excelling in every way possible. So there is a dual role in what she plays. She may also hold various positions on various boards, yet work towards a successful process. I made a bold decision of adopting 2 girls in the early 90s. People considered it a taboo, but I withstood the tide and what people around me spoke. I have been a dedicated and a strong lady in fostering motherhood to both my girls. My parents have been supportive when I made this decision. My family has grown. For every action we take, if there is someone supporting you, success will always come to you. We must all try and encourage women and young girls to excel in every field. We all need to address issues concerning to the realization of equal rights and continue to raise awareness to support tomorrow's generation. Each one of us must continue to support girls and young women and raise a powerful women's society. Sustainability for women can be achieved when we foster and nurture women to build confidence, enhance vitality, evolve them to be role models of their own. Women in our country, and if you see around in our own neighborhood, have achieved great successes in their lifetime. There are so many examples to quote. For that matter, the speaker lineup in this conference. Every woman has a story to tell, a success story, a fight that she has won, a challenging path that she had to tread to come up in life. Women need to empower themselves by being strong, showcasing power to unleash their skills. They have to take the lead in heading the household system unlike men and should manage all the financial activities at home. It is said that every change starts at home. Hand in hand, this change needs to be done in our society. All we can do is create more and more awareness so that every authority, society, knows the power that there is in women. So with women empowerment comes the social and economic betterment of the women in the country. As citizens of India, we need to take a step to support our girls, our women, to become known and to soar great heights like an eagle and have control on the various options that are available. The road to success, there are challenges. There are equal opportunities available. You need to come out of your closet and search. Not today, but daily to achieve your dream. A dream that you want, a dream that you like, a dream that is scalable, and moreover, a good citizen to make our country proud and bring laurels. I wish you all the very best in this new year and in the years to come. I once again thank MIT management and Ritu for inviting me to this prestigious conclave and encourage young girls and women. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you very much for that video message. And my friends, it's now time in this session that we hear the thoughts of probably very motivating person who has ignited or kindled the I would say the flame of achieving greater heights no matter what in life. Yes, I'm talking about the rocket woman of India, the senior scientist of Indian Space Research Organization, the special guest of honor of the session, Dr. Ritu Srivastavaji. And it is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today. Before I invite her to address the gathering, if I may request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on life and work of Dr. Ritu Srivastavaji. Over to you, team.
Dr. Ritu Karidhal Srivastava is famously referred to as the Rocket Woman of India and is a senior scientist working with the Indian Space Research Organization. She is an eminent aerospace engineer and was the mission director of the Chandrayaan-2 space mission. She was also the Deputy Operations Director to India's Mars orbital mission Mangalyaan, which created history of being the first mission to reach Mars in its first attempt. She completed her BSc and MSc in physics from the University of Lucknow. She joined IISc Bangalore to pursue MTech in aerospace engineering. Dr. Karidhal has worked for ISRO since 1997 and played a key role in the development of India's Mars orbiter mission Mangalyaan, dealing with the detailing and the execution of the craft's onward autonomy system. She received the ISRO Young Scientist Award in 2007 from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, then President of India. We are honored to welcome Dr. Ritu Karidhal Srivastava to the Second National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Yeah, truly honored, ma'am, to have you here today. Thank you very much for taking time out and joining us. Without taking a single minute extra, I would now like to request you to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee of National Women's Parliament and MIT Pune for inviting me to this prestigious event. My warm greetings to all the present students, teachers, members of the National Women's Parliament joined here. I thought, I will talk to you about the journey of not only my journey, or not only the role of women, but the journey of ISRO from Earth to Moon to Mars, and with the role of women scientists in each and every footstep towards that achieving this higher goal. I want to share the screen. I will just share and let me know that it is visible.
Done, ma'am. We can see the screen.
Yeah, whether the screen is.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is.
Yeah. So let's start our journey, from my topic. Mainly, I wanted to tell you about this giant leap. When we say a giant leap, it is not the giant leap only in space, but also the contribution of all our women scientists in space. I think, let me just, The slide is changed, is it? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So we all know that India had a great and ancient civilization with all its medical texts dating back to 800 BC. And Indian astronomy reached its peak in the 5th century under the great astronomer and mathematician Aryabhatta, who figured out that the earth revolved around the sun 1,000 years before the Europeans did it. But then we all know these waves of invasion and colonization, it led to the decline of science in India. Not until independence in 1947 was India able to make a fresh start. For Indian space program, the story goes right back to 1960s under the vision of great physicist Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. Vision of using space technology to solve the real problems of man and society. But then it was not an easy task at that time to convince the government of the day about the relevance of the space program for a developing nation. But eventually, with all his possible efforts, he succeeded in obtaining funds for the space program. And then that was when the Indian space journey began. This was, you can see in this picture, the initial days. This was how those initial days looked like. We can see a very humble beginning with extremely limited resources. You can see, satellite being transported in the bullock cart and the rocket being carried on the bicycle. It was really, we started with very, very limited resources. But then in 1975, our first Indian satellite, Aryabhatta, was launched. Later on, we continued our efforts to build much more advanced rockets and satellites, culminating into our first moon mission, Chandrayaan-1, which detected evidence of water on lunar surface. And today we can say we have more than 100 successful space missions, with India standing amongst top 6 space agencies in the world. But what the point which I want to bring out after these 2 slides is that the significant point is that the number of women scientists also rose from negligible to more than 20% today, and further it is growing continuously. I know the day is not far when we can say that women and men contribution is equal in space science. And why only space science? It will be in each and every area of social, economical, scientific, technological growth of our society and our nation. Because I believe that for a sustainable development of a nation, it becomes extremely important to have this gender equality in every sphere, which is essential for the balanced development of any society. The process of this scientific development or innovation or discovery, it can only benefit from the diversity, and gender being one such component. And given the fact that women are 50% of the humanity, their intellectual potential is something that cannot be ignored. Yes, to achieve the goal of equal participation, women need that social and infrastructure support. But apart from these external support, I believe the most important measure for women is to have continuous belief in self-power and strength to achieve the higher goals. As a role model of modern female scientists, Marie Curie, she provides an impressive example of a woman who was able to make huge strides in her research while managing a family. Her advice has just as much relevance for women today as it did many years ago. I quote, "Nothing in life is to be feared. It is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more so that we may fear less." I have really experienced these words in my life. I come from a very middle class family from Lucknow and always had this fascination towards space and urge to do something different from a normal trend. Collecting simple news articles. In those days, we did not have these internet or Google or web, only the news articles to newspapers. So all those things related to any space activities, it was my hobby, related to anything from ISRO or NASA. And then one day, the dream of joining the space agency came true. In 1997, I got an intimation from ISRO to join one of its leading centers in Bangalore. But then you imagine the decision to send their eldest daughter so far. It is from Lucknow to Bangalore. Now it looks very short distance, just 2.5 hours, and you will be from Lucknow, you will reach Bangalore. But those 23 years back, the distance was not measured in kilometers. It was in hours. It used to take 2.5 days, by train. And this decision to send the eldest daughter was not at all an easy task. I should thank my parents who have taken this tough decision without fearing about any uncertainties in a far unknown place and showed their utmost confidence on their daughter's capability. Maybe I feel that confidence on their daughter came because they could see the passion, the urge, the fearlessness towards the unknown. And that is what is my experience I want to share with all my women colleagues and girl students here. From then on, I can say my space journey began. I got many opportunity to work for many prestigious missions of ISRO, handled many responsible positions of operations director, etc., for many missions. After that, after Chandrayaan-1 mission, we had our next step. Our next goal was to reach our neighboring planet. Next planet is our next neighboring planet is Mars. And yes, I got the opportunity to work for this mission. It was the most challenging mission, one of its kind. It was totally new because we did not have any heritage. It was, we can say, a totally new kind of mission, starting from the conceptualization till the execution. It was a totally new mission. The biggest challenge what we had for this mission was completing this project in just 18 months of time without any previous heritage of interplanetary mission. Interplanetary mission, you can say, like, a signal, it takes around to and fro time of 40 minutes. For example, if someone wants to switch on a bulb by remote control, it will take 20 minutes for signal to reach the bulb to come on, and then 20 more minutes to confirm whether the bulb has come on or not. So such a huge time delay. That meant we had to build an extensive amount of onboard autonomy. We had to build systems capable of doing self-diagnostics and self-recovery, as well as, executing all the loaded instructions with highest precision. Because the minutest error in executing those instructions would jeopardize the whole mission. And this is what had happened to many earlier missions of NASA, Russia, Japan, and China. Of the 51 missions so far, only 21 had succeeded. That is, less than 50% success rate. And remember, no one could achieve it at the first time. So we started working on it. While the hardware that we used, we adapted from previously successful missions. The autonomy software, it was a completely new venture. And I was given the task of designing this architecture of autonomy software. After rigorous process of brainstorming sessions with all the engineers, be it mechanical, electrical, electronics, a network of autonomy was drafted with different levels of fault detection and recovery. Thousands of lines of codes were implemented on onboard computers, followed by extensive reviews and testing, all this in mere 10 months of time. Something which looked very much impossible at the beginning, but could be achieved in record time. And I'm very proud to say that the involvement and the contribution of our women colleagues was tremendous in achieving this deadline. This is one of the important part of the spacecraft. You can see it's a communication system. The satellite, it carried 3 antennas of different sensitivities. This is one of the main antenna. It's a big high gain antenna. These antennas, they work like the ear of the spacecraft. Their sensitivity needs to be tuned to respond to the distance of 200 million kilometers to 400 million kilometers. It is like the task of hearing a person's whisper across the soccer field. And this has proved ISRO's capability to develop the very crucial part of the spacecraft as required for any interplanetary mission. Here also, our main focal person was a women scientist under whom the communication team worked and built this masterpiece. The next important part of this trajectory and of the mission was the next major thing. If you see, like, we need to design a path, a precise path, a trajectory which would take the spacecraft from Earth to Mars, but with minimum fuel. We had the limitation of fuel. And the other obstacle we had to overcome was the launch window, because in any interplanetary mission, it is not possible for you to launch at any time. There is always that sometime window, the window is there. So that comes only here for Mars mission, it comes only once in 26 months. This is because there is a particular geometry which is formed between Earth and Mars, and which provides an opportunity to launch with the minimum fuel. So we can imagine that this deadline is not something put by our scientists, our people. It is a deadline put by the Mars itself. And we had to realize everything within this short span of time. And everything, we can say, it was made ready in time, and the spacecraft was mated with the rocket. And the one important incident which I would like to share here, again, interesting event, is like when we launch a satellite, we see, when the rocket lifts off, it again puts the satellite in the orbit. But here the requirement was the spacecraft should should be injected not over India, but somewhere deep into the Pacific near Australia. But then at those places, we did not have any antennas or ground stations or to track the launch vehicles on the sea. So we decided to deploy the ships, 2 ships over the locations, which would take around 2 months time to reach there. But then what happened? The ships could not reach on time on the expected dates. They were, because of some bad weather conditions. There was a huge storm over the sea. They got delayed by 10 days, and that time we were really racing against the time. Before the time was up, on 5th of November 2013, our mighty PSLV successfully took off and put the spacecraft in its first parking orbit. You can see here the most unique part of the interplanetary mission, any interplanetary mission, and basically for Mars orbiter mission, was this slingshot trajectory. You can see with each sling, with each burn operation, the distance from the Earth is increasing. And then 25 days later, we had the final maneuver when the spacecraft had to leave the gravity well of Earth and it should move towards Mars, which we call as cruising. The cruise direction is very important. It demands an exact and accurate performance of 99%. Actually, many missions failed in either before leaving or while leaving the Earth's gravity. ISRO made history on 30th November 2013 itself when MOM successfully left for the cruise in its first attempt. You can see in this picture, I would like to say that, show how challenging it was to achieve this correct cruise. It is similar like you go outside and try to hit a golf ball towards a hole located in Los Angeles. The golf ball has to go straight into the hole, and to make it even more challenging, the hole is moving. And here also, I just want to put this point, here also the main trajectory design, the flight dynamics part, the navigation part, our main focal person was a women scientist. So all these the areas where we had a tremendous challenge, and at the helm of making these challenges work was a women scientist. So in this, after traveling 650 million kilometers of distance, the spacecraft made its closest approach. It was just 500 kilometers away. But that did not mean that we have achieved our mission. The satellite should start rotating around Mars. And for that it needed a thrust. It needed thrust and a push into the gravity well of Mars. This is called Mars orbit insertion, or MOI operation. This was the most critical one-time operation. If you miss it, you lose it. There is no second chance. And being the Deputy Operations Director of this mission, me with my team was responsible in ensuring that this operations take place as per the set configuration. Because, the minutest error again in this operation would again jeopardize. They arrived 24th September 2014 at 7 a.m. Indian Standard Time. We received the first signal indicating the correct start of the auto sequence by onboard computer. 21 minutes later, the main engine started firing, and that was the time when half of the success was ensured. But then 4 minutes later, what happened? All signals stopped coming. Actually, the spacecraft went behind the Mars from where no signal could reach Earth. It was as if time had stopped. All our eyes were in the control center, were glued to the computer screen. For 26 minutes, there was complete and utter silence. But then at 8 a.m. Indian Standard Time, on 24th September, the history was made. The MOM successfully entered Martian orbit. The whole hall erupted with jubilant cheers and claps, and I could not believe that I had become part of such a historic moment. This mission had many firsts in its account. The first mission in the world to succeed in its first attempt, the most economical planetary mission in the world, the project realized in shortest time of 18 months, the first Indian satellite having full-scale onboard autonomy, and above all, it was the youngest team of women and men scientists with equal participation that worked for this mission. Today, we can say the some payloads of satellite, they are sending huge amount of data. It has completed almost 7 years in orbit, and it has opened up a new regime for all space scientists, physicists, to find out the mysteries of Mars. I feel the major contribution of this mission can be seen in this picture. In this picture, showing the joy of achieving a big goal with women power at the helm of it. While this mission has stirred inspiration into veins of every Indian student and created an awe and fervor in the whole country towards the science and technology, the bigger mission achieved was empowering 1.3 billion people, and mainly empowering our women fraternity and making them realize their inherent strength and power to reach a far planet, showing to the world we are second to none. Thank you very much. And thanks again to the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts with you. Thank you.
Wow, ma'am, thank you very much. And it was indeed a pleasure. I'm sure if I may request you, Rahul V. Karat sir, to express.
Maybe our founder sir is here. Karat sir, if you wish to speak, maybe it will be important if you can speak little your mind.
Yes.
Professor Karat sir.
Friends, it's possibly a very unique event of National Women's Parliament, organized under the leadership of Professor Rahul Karad and his entire team, especially Mr. Bapat and the lady heading the School of Government. I think I have been observing, I could not attain completely all the 3-4 days, but I could get the gist. And especially just now when I heard a very great scientist, a participant in the space mission, it was very inspiring. It has been a matter of pride and a great sense of satisfaction that today in the whole world, in the list of the space mission, ISRO has been playing a very great role. And what a good fortune. Our sisters and mothers, both of them, माँ जिसे बोला जाता है, बहन जिसे बोला जाता है. I should not say this, but I little bit have a reservation about using that word mom. मैडम, दुनिया की रीति ठीक है, ये माँ बहन का नाता है. भारतीय संस्कृति में अहिल्या, द्रौपदी, तारा, सीता, मंदोदरी, ये पंचकन्या का उल्लेख आता है. I am saying a little bit going astray, but especially I am reminded of the great mother Rajmata Jizal, the mother of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, झांसी की रानी, हमारी महात्मा फुले की वाइफ, जिन्होंने क्रांति किया एजुकेशन में, Savitribai Phule. I take a few names, but India has a role to play. And I feel proud that I was not exactly in a position to understand the very mission and possibly the passion which Rahul is trying to possess, and his entire team, which is always talking about this very program, which has created some awareness among the Ritu Chabria ji and their whole team, who has been always very passionately engaged in this work. I have a sincere feeling today. Of course, I know that possibly the Honorable Chief Guest of today's concluding function, Honorable Minister of Home, Maharashtra State, Sri Anilji Deshmukh, is possibly not in a position to join the mission. I don't know exactly the position, but because of whatever reasons it could be, that I was very eager to listen to his views on this Shakti bill. You know the situation in the whole of India, and Anilji Deshmukh felt that there is a need of having some bill to protect the rights and also preserve and protect the very fabric of Mother India, moral and ethical fiber of India, which has been always on the forefront to keep up the dignity of what family system stands for. India has been always speaking about Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava, Atithi Devo Bhava. It speaks of the culture, the tradition of Mother India stands for. I'm deviating the subject from the technical aspects, but I sincerely feel, as a person coming from a very small village and trying to contribute something in the name of the greatest philosopher of the world, Philosopher Saint Dhaneshwara, I'd like to just show it to you. You have seen it, but you must see this booklet. The Dhaneshwar Mauli, the only person, a male at the age of 16, gets the honor to be referred to as the Mauli, the mother, Dhaneshwar Mauli. It's a very rare example. But remember, friends, that this whole mission of the Indian Students' Parliament, National Women's Parliament, the Sarpanch Parishad, or whatever other mechanisms which we are trying to function, make it work, as the main basis in the name of Saint Dhaneshwara. I'm repeating this word, friends, because you are all engineers, men of science, men of spirituality, men of philosophy, understanding all these aspects of life. And specifically this institution, which has been trying to work between the two extremes. One is the philosopher Saint Dhaneshwara, and the other extreme is Albert Einstein. The Penrose. I repeat this. I have been saying this again and again for the lifetime, but I have been always in the search of understanding what is the exact mechanism which really makes it function and how it can be useful for the human beings. The human society, the global society is the main mission. And when we are discussing all these issues, the role of women, their thinking, their passion and the fire in their belly to contribute something for the whole of the human being, the global society. Ultimately, the National Women's Parliament stands for doing something very good for the global human society. The question is, friends, that whatever subjects you have discussed in the last 3 days, or 4 days rather, I think I have seen the list of very great, learned, highly scholarly, educated people, especially my sisters and various respected women members from the ministry, from the parliament, from the art and culture, or from performing arts. I think they have spoken really, I have seen, I have understood the wonderful words of wisdom, which has been highly encouraging. And I hope that the people and the students, the ladies, the girls, and the students must have been inspired, and they will certainly carry some message of what this mighty World Peace University stands for. And I have a hope that we are certainly on the right track, because the world needs, but when you talk about the democracy, I hope I don't want to comment on any specific nations, but certainly we are in a very confused state. The whole world, which it was looking always for the great nations of the world, like America, the Russia, the China, the Britain, Germany, and France, and everybody, who are supposed to be the members of the Security Council to secure the whole globe and the Mother Earth and the society within. But they are themselves possibly going in a very, very wrong direction, possibly, and the development of the chemical and biological weapons, the other atomic and destructive weapons. And they're trying to play the game of trying to show their strength, the power game as it is called, the rat race as it is called. Friends, whether it is men or women, but we have a role to play, and we have to awaken ourselves and think of what should be the education system which we should have. Ultimately, the role I hope that Mr. Rahul and his team must be thinking on these lines, that finally, what is the duty of you and me? Or the duty of why this is MIT World Peace University, or MIT ADT University, or the world over the Stanford, the Oxford, the Boston, whatever the universities you have, Harvard University you have. The greatest of them, I have spoken in the first lecture, possibly for a few minutes, that we have been trying to more concentrate on the development and educating the body and the brain, the body and the intellect. But possibly, friends, remember, let us not forget, I repeat, as a teacher, as an engineer, as a man of science, working with Dr. Vijay Bhatkar and others, I sincerely have come to the conclusion that it's high time for all of us that whether it is the Women's Parliament or the Students' Parliament, we will have to think 10 times to educate and train the soul and the mind, the other aspect of the body mechanism, the human mechanism, the system, how this universe functions, how the human mechanism functions. There are so many things which we can think about, friends, but I have an appeal to all of you that on the occasion of the National Women's Parliament or on the Students' Parliament, whatever things you have been doing, they are on the right track, because we are in search of understanding how and what way we can make up this whole Mother Earth safe and a worthy place to live in. That is the main issue, because we have a danger. Remember, friends, I repeat this. As a teacher, I don't claim that I'm somebody like a scholar or authority to advise you or teach or preach you. But friends, remember, let us try to play a role and try to really make this whole place of Mother Earth as safe and a worthy place to live in by contributing our shares in whatever capacity you have been working, and especially the institutions like this, from what I've been calling, I repeat that sentence, value-based universal education system. When I say this with the appropriate spiritual component is science, that's the only thing. I say thank you so much. I'm grateful. Thank you. Papa, thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. There is a lot that we want to learn from you, sir. The message that you always been giving towards the betterment of entire humanity. There is more that we need from you, sir. My friends, as revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir mentioned in his speech, that the session was being chaired by the Honorable Cabinet Minister for Home Affairs, Government of Maharashtra, and Guardian Minister of Gondia, was said to be here. But as he is still stuck in the meeting with the Honorable Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra. The message with us is he's still trying to connect with us. We will, of course, wait till the last minute the show is on. But meanwhile, I would
suggest that if you can, because I don't know, Madam Ritu ji is there, Dr. Ritu, I think, very passionately and, from her bottom of heart, she was expressing. Let us give a standing ovation. She's the last speaker for today, a great speaker in this national second edition of National Women's Parliament. I request all the members to stand and give her a standing ovation. Thank you, madam. You are a great contributor for the country's growth, and overall, you are a great inspiration for all of us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So, we would still, as I was mentioning, we would still wait for Shri Anil Deshmukh ji till the last minute of this session. But meanwhile,
maybe the film of the World Peace Dome you can show if you have some space.
Yes.
Sorry
Yes.
for interrupting.
Yes, sir. We would definitely do. But before I get there, there is a message that we would like to share, which has been received from Shri Anil Deshmukh ji. But before I do that, I request my technical team to please relay the film, which would introduce everyone in the audience with the life and work of Shri Anil Deshmukh ji. Over to you, team.
Shri Anil Vasantrao Deshmukh is the Cabinet Minister for Home Affairs in the Government of Maharashtra. He has also served as the Cabinet Minister for Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Protection, Public Works, State Excise, and Food and Drugs. He is a member of the Nationalist Congress Party and is also the current Guardian Minister of Gondia District. He is elected for the 5th time from the Katod constituency. He is also a close confidant of Shri Sharad Pawar. A postgraduate in agriculture, Shri Anil Deshmukh started his political journey as a Zilla Parishad member in the Vidarbha region in 1992, quickly rising to become the chairman of Nagpur Zilla Parishad. Shri Anil Deshmukh has introduced the Shakti Bill that proposes fast-tracking of trials for rape and other crimes against women and severe punishment for sexual offenders. He was also a key warrior in the fight against COVID-19 and stood with all his might to lead the police personnel. His strong, effective and efficient leadership during this time, as well as his affection and humane touch, has resulted in him being considered a family member by all police personnel. The people of Maharashtra look towards him with great hope and inspiration as a politician who can bring about meaningful reform. We are honored to welcome Shri Anil Deshmukh to the 2nd National Women's Parliament hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Yes, indeed. We are still waiting for Shri Anil Deshmukh ji, and we hope that he finishes the meeting with Honorable Chief Minister, sir, as soon as possible. But meanwhile, we have a special message received from Shri Anil Deshmukh ji, so I request my technical team to kindly relay the same. Over to you, team.
उपस्थित जिन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया वो माननीय राहुल कराड़ जी और उनके सभी सहयोगी, उसी प्रकार कई राज्यों से जुड़ी हुई हमारी महिला बहनें और उपस्थित सभी भाई और बहनों, मैं माननीय राहुल कराड़ जी का अभिनंदन करता हूं कि इस प्रकार का आयोजन उन्होंने 2017 में आंध्र प्रदेश में पहली बार उन्होंने आयोजन किया था और तब से लगातार इस प्रकार का आयोजन वो करते आ रहे हैं ताकि महिलाओं को अच्छी तरीके से प्लेटफॉर्म मिल सके, ताकि उस प्लेटफॉर्म के जरिए अपनी बात वहां पे हमारी हर एक राज्य की महिला वहां पे रख सके। उसके लिए उन्होंने प्लेटफॉर्म दिया, उसके लिए मैं राहुल जी का तहे दिल से अभिनंदन करता हूं। पिछले हजारों वर्ष से महिलाओं के जीवन स्तर पर कई अनगिनत बदलाव आए हुए हैं। आज भी महिलाओं को पुरुष के समकक्ष नहीं माना जाता। भारत में अनेक समाज सुधारकों ने महिला और पुरुष उनको एक ही दर्जा मिलना चाहिए। जितनी सुविधाएं पुरुष को मिलती है उतनी सुविधाएं महिला को भी मिलना चाहिए, इसके लिए काम किया। आपने देखा होगा कि पहले के जमाने में महिलाओं को शिक्षा भी नहीं मिल पाती थी। सावित्रीबाई फुले ने इस शिक्षा के लिए उन्होंने प्रयास किया और पहली स्कूल महिलाओं के लिए खोली। उसकी भी कड़ी निंदा उस जमाने में की गई। लेकिन आपने देखा होगा कि इस दौर में हमारी महिला बहनें पुरुषों के साथ में कंधे से कंधा मिला के बहुत अच्छी तरीके से काम कर रही है। भारत में राष्ट्रपति महिला हो चुकी है। भारत में पंतप्रधान महिला हो चुकी है, भारत में लोकसभा की स्पीकर महिला हो चुकी है, अनेक राज्य की मुख्यमंत्री महिलाएं। हमारे महाराष्ट्र में जब माननीय शरद पवार साहब महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री थे, उस टाइम तो उन्होंने स्थानिक स्वराज्य संस्था यानी लोकल बॉडीज जो रहती है, जिसमें जिला परिषद, पंचायत समिति, ग्राम पंचायत, इसमें उन्होंने कानून लाया था कि इस संस्था में, स्थानिक स्वराज्य संस्था में 33% महिलाएं इस स्थानिक स्वराज्य संस्था में उन्होंने काम करना चाहिए। उसके वजह आज हमारे महाराष्ट्र में करीबन 36 जिला परिषद है। आज इस जिला परिषद की अध्यक्षा हमारी महिला बहुत अच्छी तरीके से काम कर रही है। करीबन 350 महाराष्ट्र में पंचायत समिति है, उसकी जो सभापति है, वो पंचायत समिति की जो प्रमुख है, वो करीबन 100 के ऊपर आज महिला पंचायत समिति की सभापति करके काम कर रही है। उसी प्रकार महाराष्ट्र में 27,000 ग्राम पंचायत है। ये 27,000 ग्राम पंचायत में करीबन 9,000 हमारी महिलाएं आज सरपंच बन के बहुत ही अच्छी तरीके से वहां पे काम कर रही है। इस प्रकार महिलाएं हमारी हर एक क्षेत्र में इतनी अच्छी तरीके से काम करने के बावजूद आज समाज में हम देखते हैं कि कहाँ पे उनके ऊपर अत्याचार किया जाता है, कहाँ पे एसिड अटैक होता है, कहाँ पे मॉलेस्टेशन किया जाता है। जब इस प्रकार की घटना घटती है तो उसको रोकने के लिए महाराष्ट्र में हम शक्ति नाम का कानून लाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। इस शक्ति कानून के तहत जब भी ऐसी घटना घटती है, उसका जो आरोपी है उसको फास्ट ट्रैक पे सजा सुनाने के लिए, उसी प्रकार उसको कठोर से कठोर सजा सुनाने का प्रयास हम इस शक्ति कानून में कर रहे हैं। इस शक्ति कानून में जो कानूनन बदलाव हम जो लाने जा रहे हैं, उसमें आप देखिए कि आईपीसी 376 यानी जहां पे बलात्कार होता है, उसमें जो आजीवन कारावास की सजा है, उसके जगह मृत्युदंड की शिक्षा देने का प्रावधान, उसी प्रकार एसिड अटैक के लिए भी उसी प्रकार का प्रावधान हम एक शक्ति कानून में लाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। इसी प्रकार 376D में जो गैंग रेप के लिए जो करीबन 20 साल तक की सजा है, उसके लिए भी मृत्युदंड की सजा का प्रावधान इसमें है। इस शक्ति बिल में आईपीसी 376 इसमें जो बलात्कार के लिए जो प्रावधान है आजीवन कारावास का, उसके जगह बड़ा हीनियस तरीके से बलात्कार किया जाता है तो उसके लिए मृत्युदंड की शिक्षा का प्रावधान हमने इसमें किया है। उसी प्रकार एसिड अटैक के लिए भी मृत्युदंड का प्रावधान हमारे इस कानून में हमने किया है। इस प्रकार की घटना घटने के बाद में जो भी आरोपी है उसको फास्ट ट्रैक पे सजा मिलना चाहिए। उसके लिए 21 वर्किंग दिन में इसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन होना चाहिए। उसी प्रकार इन्वेस्टिगेशन होके 30 दिन के अंदर इसकी ट्रायल पूरी होके जजमेंट देना चाहिए। इस प्रकार का भी प्रावधान इस शक्ति बिल में हमने रखा है। उसी प्रकार एक आधी लड़की किसी लड़के के खिलाफ में झूठी तकरार देती है और इन्वेस्टिगेशन में पाया जाता है, उसके तहत सेक्शन 182A के तहत उसके ऊपर 1 साल की सजा और 2 लाख का फाइन, इस प्रकार का भी प्रावधान इस शक्ति कानून में हमने किया है। आजकल सोशल मीडिया का बड़ा चलन है। इस सोशल मीडिया में आप देखते हैं कि फेसबुक है, ट्विटर है, इंस्टाग्राम है, व्हाट्सएप है। इसके जरिए किसी लड़की को बदनाम करने के लिए उसका वीडियो या फोटो डालने का प्रयास भी करता है, उसके लिए भी 2 साल की सजा हमने इस शक्ति बिल में रखी है। लेकिन एक अहम बात है, आप कितने भी कानून लाइए, कायदे लाइए, लेकिन अपना समाज जब तक संस्कार में नहीं होता, हर एक घर में अच्छे संस्कार नहीं मिलते, मॉरल वैल्यूज नहीं रहती, उसका इम्पैक्ट मैं समझता हूं कि कायदे कानून से ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है। और करके समाज में किस प्रकार से अपने समाज को संस्कारित करना चाहिए, इसके लिए भी सभी लोगों ने सोचने की जरूरत है। मैं आखिर में एक ही बात बोलूंगा कि आज के पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम को क्रिटिसाइज करना, पॉलिटिशियन को क्रिटिसाइज करना, उसके अलावा महिलाओं ने बड़ी तादाद में पॉलिटिक्स में आना चाहिए. Instead of being armchair critics, women should come in politics and try to provide the clean leadership to the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that video. And I'm sure you all must have noticed Honorable Minister Sir was referring to the same point Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad Sir was also referring to. Dr. Karad Sir mentioned towards the end of his speech, and he said that the same point I would like to iterate and say that universal education system. And I think Honorable Minister Sir was referring to the same thing. My friends, I'm sure by the time you must have noticed, okay, I'm getting an echo. I request, okay, thank you. Yeah, so I'm sure by the time you must have noticed a picture which is at the background of Sri Rahul B. Karad Sir. I'm sure many of you whom have not witnessed or not visited this place would be wondering that what is the picture that you are able to see. My friends, this is a beautiful 160 feet diameter and 263 feet height World Peace Dome that contains 54 larger than life-size bronze statues of some of the greatest scientists and philosophers in the history of mankind, which is the identifying these the personalities was in itself a hard task, which was done, the daunting task that Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad Sir did. It is not easy to create this World Peace Dome, which of the size which I just mentioned. Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad Sir spent almost 2 decades of his life, and he invested in creating this monument. My friends, the World Peace Dome, which has 24 pillars, the World Peace Prayer Hall above can accommodate 3,000 people, and the World Peace Library covers an expanse of 62,500 square feet. There are key facets like 7 chakras in meditation center and 12 pillars and 108 pillars that are part of this magnificent World Peace Dome and stand for something that is more significant. Something that Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad Sir has been following throughout his lifetime. And as I mentioned earlier, I don't think Dr. Vishwanath Karad Sir has ever seen any person as a male or female, Hindu or Muslim, Hindi or Marathi, or Indian or non-Indian. Revered Professor Vishwanath Karad Sir has always seen a person as a pure soul, consciousness, and intelligence. Few of the qualities that we all must learn, or at least try to learn. I would request my team to take us through the visuals which will give us, all of us, everyone in the audience, the experience of World Peace Dome. I request my team to kindly relay the film. The main stage.
इक्कीसवीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता विश्व गुरु बनने की काबिलियत रखता है. इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी. उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है.
We have only 2 options. Either we live together or we perish together. It is in this
context, this monument will stand.
We look at this magnificent dome. To me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world.
This country has always propagated one thought, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, my dear friends. I must say that in the entire history after the independence since 1947, this is one of the unique steps towards the contribution of universal humanity. I appeal to the Vice President and Honorable Chief Minister to recognize this World Peace Dome as a structure of national and global importance and support to promote it in such a way that it evolves as one of the prominent tourism destinations of the world.
We should remember and respect like Professor Vishwanath Karad and millions of people like that, and remember the great service they have done. They should be remembered forever. That is also equally important for all of us. This is the message of this dome. This is the idea of the dome. This is the tallest, not only in size, but also in ideas.
Thank you very much for that film, and I'm sure even you must have got goosebumps while watching this film. I'm sure this film must have made you understand what is the message of the World Peace Dome. But today, we have with us revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, who saw this dream and made it a reality. I would request him, because I'm sure you all must have noticed even Sri Rahul V. Karad sir, before he begins his speech, you must have seen he always mentions Janani Janma Bhumishcha Swargadapi Gariyasi. That means the mother and motherland are above heaven. Sri Rahul V. Karad sir has lived this dream and made it reality, and revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, who created the World Peace Dome, giving the message to entire humanity to rise above genders, to rise above languages, and probably every barrier that divides. I would request the founder and chief patron of MIRES MIT Pune and president of MIT World Peace University and UNESCO chairholder, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, to guide us all. Sir, I request you to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
I think Professor Gautam, I think
I have already spoken enough.
Yes, even I felt.
I seek the blessings and see a dream that this very message in the name of Dhaneshwara to Albert Einstein must reach the borders and cross the borders of Maharashtra, India, and these world over. That's my only prayer. We seek the blessings from all of you friends, even though you are younger in our age, but possibly let us understand what Mother India stands for, what this philosophy stands for, what science stands for, and what is exactly the message that the world is waiting for. I'll be grateful if you can realize this and do some contribution with a tremendous passion and fire in your belly. I shall be really very happy. Thank you so much, friends. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And with this, we are coming towards the end of the valedictory ceremony of 2nd National Women's Parliament. But I'm sure it would be apt moment to go back down the memory lane and quickly have a recap of the entire 2nd National Women's Parliament. I request my technical team if they can please relay a quick film that to share the glimpses of 2nd National Women's Parliament. Over to you, team. It is indeed my pleasure. With the permission of Chair, I would now like to begin with the inaugural session of National Women's Parliament.
That women are empowered by nature, we are empowered by God.
Women can be powerful leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, philanthropists, and so much more. We need to just have the time to invest in their education and give them the priority.
What is value-based education? Where our students, apart from their classroom knowledge, they are also introduced into such events where they can appreciate all aspects of life, and most importantly, the women.
But this platform of National Women's Parliament is India's platform, and I'm very confident that in the days to come, many other chief ministers and various other states will take the benefit of this platform for their respective states, and through which we can really transform many minds in our country.
India has a very unique shloka. Matrudevo bhava, pitrudevo bhava, acharya devo bhava, atithi devo bhava. माँ ये सबसे बड़ा ऊंचा स्थान रखती है.
जब होगा स्त्री का हर घर सम्मान, तभी बनेगा हमारा भारत महान.
This second National Women's Parliament is now a valuable addition to the calendar of regularly convened events which promote participatory democracy, the empowerment of women.
मैं यही बताना चाहता हूं कि माना कि दुनिया दिमागों से चलती है, लेकिन दिमाग जब विफल हो जाते हैं तो हृदय काम आता है, और हृदय की प्रतिमूर्ति, हृदय की पर्याया है नारी शक्ति.
महिला अपने आप में एक ऐसी संस्था है जो संस्कारवान समाज का निर्माण करती है.
अगर मुझसे भगवान वरदान मांगने को कहेंगे, सोमा भारती तुम एक वरदान मांग सकती हो, दूसरा नहीं, बोलो क्या मांगना. तो मैं मांगूंगी कि हिंदुस्तान की किसी भी स्त्री को पैसे के लिए पुरुष के सामने हाथ ना फैलाना पड़े, इस व्यवस्था को आप कर दो. इसके अलावा मुझे और कुछ नहीं मांगना.
I believe it's very, very important for her to be able to feel confident so that she can step out, to know that she doesn't have to depend on anybody to make her decisions.
So I appeal all the girls and women to keep a goal for their lives, stay focused, work hard towards achieving them, and take the ownership of their own economic requirements.
I learned to always take on things I had never done before. Growth and comfort do not coexist.
Don't wear pants because we are not men, we are women.
And I genuinely believe that we are moving in a very strong and positive direction.
शायद मैं आप यहाँ जो सुन रहे हैं वो सब उन औरतों की आवाज जरूर बनी जिनके पास आज ताकत नहीं, अपनी आवाज नहीं है, और हमारे जैसे हालात उनके पास नहीं है.
Women in India from ancient times have been revered and held with respect. Yet this has been unable to translate into proper representation in politics until recently.
We see poverty not as a lack of food or income, but as an imbalance of power. And all of our work seeks to address that and put the power back in the hands of the women and girls who are being denied their basic human rights.
However, the fact still remains that we do not have enough women in public domains or in leadership positions.
Yes, the National Women's Parliament, you have to believe in yourself. Really make all your limitations or your weaknesses, so-called limitations, into your strengths. And soon, as I said, it's not a question of how good or how bad, but how original a singer you are.
महिला को स्वस्थ भी देखना है, महिला को कॉन्फिडेंट भी देखना है, और महिला को बाहर निकलकर सारे स्ट्रगल्स, सारी चुनौतियों का सामना करने का एक दृढ़ संकल्प भी देना है. तो फिर मुझे बताइए, खेल के परिसर और खेल के मैदान से इससे बेहतर चीज क्या हो सकती है?
तीजा तेरा रंग था मैं तो, जिया तेरे ढंग से मैं तो, तू ही था मौला, तू ही
जीवन की कला को अपने हाथों से साकार कर नारी ने सभ्यता और संस्कृति का रूप निखारा है। नारी का अस्तित्व ही सुंदर जीवन का आधार है।
श्रद्धा, तुम ही भक्ति, तुम ही वीरता, तुम ही शक्ति।
Beautiful presentation, beautiful video, and more than that, the beautiful message that this stage, this platform of Second National Women's Parliament has shared with all of us. Thank you very much, everyone, for staying tuned with us. And now it's time that we move towards the concluding remarks and vote of thanks. But let me share with you, my friends, that after which we are going to have the universal anthem Poseidon, followed by national anthem. So till we have national anthem, we will respect the session. I request everyone to stay tuned. And now I would like to request the former IPS officer and senior director of MIT School of Government, Shri Ravindranath Patil ji, to kindly propose concluding remarks and vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. On the auspicious occasion of Makar Sankranti, today we relish the knowledge and wisdom from women icons across different sectors such as politics, social work, film, science, and spiritualism. From tomorrow onwards, as we are entering Uttarayana, I am reminded of the poem of Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore, Chitta Jetha Bhayashunya, Uchcha Jetha Shir, where mind is without fear, head is held high. Into that heaven of freedom, my Father, let my country awake. We are confident that our small contribution in the form of National Women's Parliament would rekindle the spirit of women empowerment in the country. On behalf of our founder, President, revered Professor Dr. V.D. Karad sir, Executive President of Myers Trust, and the founder of National Women's Parliament, Shri Rahul Ji Karad sir, all the trustees and staff of MIT WPU, I would like to extend heartfelt thanks to Srimati Ritu Prakash Chhabria ji, Chairman of Organizing Committee of NWP, and Padma Bhushan Ilaben Bhatt ji for their patronage of NWP. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to today's eminent speakers. Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, Ms. Sandeep K. Verma ji, Member House of Lords, United Kingdom, Srimati Preneet Kaur ji, Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, well-known social reformer, Srimati Medha Patkar ji, Srimati Anupriya Patel ji, Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, noted actor Ravina Tandon ji, the Rocket Women of India, Dr. Ritu Srivastava ji, and the Honorable Home Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Anil Deshmukh ji, for sharing their valuable thoughts on this August forum. On account of COVID, this program is being organized online, and the organizing committee headed by Dr. Shailashri Haridas Madam has taken tremendous efforts to enable all of us listen to the words of wisdom of eminent women personalities. I sincerely thank each faculty member, each non-teaching staff who was part of this great endeavor. And last but not the least, I would like to thank all of you for your wonderful support and participation throughout the program. Thanks once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Professor Gautam, Ravinath Patil, I think there are few ladies here. They are our own members. I want to make a mention along with Dr. Haridas, Shantini Bokil Madam, Anuradha Pai Madam. You supported Dr. Haridas for a long time. She was sharing with me. Madhu Jagdish Madam, Rushali Madam is there. Swati Sankej.
Madam Surabhi Razdan.
Surabhi Razdan ji, I can see on the top. I know she was also both.
Kulkarni.
Yes, Madam Roshali Kulkarni, Madam.
And Madam Madhu Jagdish, sir, she is from the Peace Faculty.
Madam, yes,
Five people have helped like anything.
Dr. Anuradha Parashar, Swati Sankhe. I'm taking specially all the women member names here. Rohini Kale, I can see. I don't know other people. So let us clap for all of them. Ravinath ji and Vice Chancellor, me, we both are here. Group Captain Apte, I can see just now. Yes. So thank you so much. I don't know some other Subbalakshmi Joshi, Dr. Subbalakshmi Joshi. If I can see your face, Swati Sankhe, Madam, I can see your face. You all are a great strength, and but 20% women in ISRO, she said that they are women now. So in MIT also, so I was just telling Vice Chancellor sir that we should have a data that how many women are contributing. I think and I think that day is not far. The majority of women will lead MIT WPU, and we will be in minority group Captain Apte. So, and we want to be an education. I think the best the school education, primary, pre-primary education. You can see the majority of women, they are handling all our schools, MIT group of institutions. So, behind the curtain, there is a IR team, institution relation team, Mr. Vinit Mishra, Sachin Jain. They have worked so hard for this success of this very conference. And of course, very low key, Ritu Chabria ji is from day one, she's very low key, but her influence definitely has helped all of you to take this idea to the next level. Thank you so much, Ritu ji. I hope that you will continue supporting this endeavor. Madam Shruti Nam Joshi, I can see here. So thank you so much. So let us celebrate, and this is a great time today. I must say that the National Women's Parliament, there after that some 2-3 chapters we conducted in Mumbai and some other places, but this edition online in this pandemic was a historic, I must say. And thanks, Group Captain Apte, you are there as a strong pillar behind all the people. And from day one, the student parliament, how we established, we have a great memories. But all these things have given the birth to various such activities of Sarpanch Sansad, the National Women's Parliament. So all strata, you can imagine the Home Minister of Maharashtra, the Shakti Bill is, last 1 year discussion is happening. And he said to me that it is so important for me rather to come here on this platform. And this platform is, a very important platform where I want to speak. And he was very, very keen because of his schedule. He couldn't join since the meeting is going on with the Chief Minister office, and they have their own issues of the state with some 12 crore people. So you can all understand. But I think he was very, very concerned. So Professor Rao, let us, such an important people, and this very quest of connecting all our degree programs with the society will fulfill through such various endeavors, and under your leadership we'll be able to achieve that. I'm very, very confident, and that's how all the graduates who will pass out tomorrow, graduates and postgraduate, they will be with different colors. They will come out from this great institution, MIT World Peace University. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for, I would probably say, not missing a single name. I think that's a true sign of a leader.
And of course, your name, I have missed it, but it is not, that your name is.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. And as I was saying, that's the true.
Mr. Bapat, I just want to add Mr. Sankalp Singhai and Subhash Jaswal. The way they work at the back is kudos to them, sir. We all always see as a face, but they take a lot of efforts to make this happen. Thank you so much for everyone. I'm actually becoming more emotional for this. Thanks to each one of you for everything.
Thanks to Mr. Praveen Patil, Sachin Mohadikar, all the members. I think we have to take this mission to the global level. Already you can imagine from UK, some member of parliament, such a senior MP, and the kind of passion she expressed. We can go a long way, I can tell you, with the support of all these people in this mission of women empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And with this, we are coming towards the end of valedictory session of Second National Women's Parliament. I request everyone to fold their hands, close their eyes, and take a moment of peace and wholeheartedly participate in the universal anthem, Saidan. Over to you, technical team.
आता विश्वात्मके देवे येने वाग्यद् स्वप्ने तोषावे तोषोनी मज द्यावे पसाय दान जे खळांची व्यंकटी सांड तया सत्कर्मी रतिवाढ भूता परस्परे पडो मैत्र जीवांचे दुरिताचे तिमिरदा विश्वस्वधर्म सूर्ये पाहो जो देवांशील तो तेलाहो प्राणी जात वर्षत सकळ मंगळी ईश्वर निष्ठांची मांदियाळी अनवरत भूमंडळी भेट तू भूता चला कल्पतरूंचे आरव चेतना चिंतामणीचे गाव बोलते जे अर्णव पियुषाचे चंद्रमे जे अनांतन मार्तंड देता बहीण ते सर्वाही सदा सज्जन सोय रे हो तू किंबहुना सर्व सुखी पूर्ण होनिसिही लोकी भजिजो आदि पुरुषी अखंडित आणि ग्रंथोपजीविये विशेषी लोकीये दृष्टादृष्ट विजये हो आवे जी येथ म्हणे श्री विश्वेश्वराव हा होईल दान पसाव येणे वरे ज्ञान देवो सुखिया
Thank you very much, everyone. I request everyone to rise in their seats for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा हिंद हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय
Thank you very much. With this, we are coming towards the end. Rather, we have come to the end of Second National Women's Parliament. With the permission of Honorable Executive President, Shri Rahul V. Karat, and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. N.T. Rao, sir, we would now like to conclude the session. Thank you. I request the technical team to kindly conclude this session.